va a pasar aquí en unos minutos es magia.
27 de agosto de 2022, Wizink Center de Madrid. Todo listo para el Metaverse Day de Mundo Crypto, el evento del que todos están pendientes, una oportunidad única para los que nos acompañan aquí, 7.000 personas en el Wizink Center de Madrid y una oportunidad única para todos los que nos acompañáis por streaming. Bienvenidos, muchas gracias por seguirnos por este streaming, soy Fernando Roca y os voy a acompañar en estas 2 horas previas al evento. Muchas gracias por seguirnos todos por streaming, vais a disfrutar de esta experiencia única para seguir aprendiendo sobre tecnología blockchain, sobre el metaverso, sobre qué es la Web3. Y para que podáis vivir esa experiencia única como si estuvierais aquí, tenemos unos invitados especiales para estas 2 horas previas al evento, que os daré unas pistas dentro de muy poco, pero antes queremos que viváis esa experiencia como si estuvierais aquí y para ello tenemos a 2 compañeros que están desplegados en diferentes puntos del Wizink Center de Madrid. Tenemos a nuestro compañero Víctor de Castro, que está en la zona de gaming, y a nuestra compañera Kushi Bhatia en la alfombra roja. Víctor, cuéntanos, ¿qué tal el ambiente por allí? ¿Están llegando ya los invitados? Todo listo, ¿verdad?
Hola Fernando, hola a todas las personas que nos están viendo ya desde el streaming de Mundo Crypto. Ya se acaban de abrir las puertas para que comience a entrar todas las personas que esperamos aquí en el Wizink Center, un recinto especial donde los haya, donde lo han llenado artistas como U2, como Queen, como Dani Martín, uno de los artistas más populares del panorama español, y que hoy Mundo Crypto lo va a llenar y que en el anillo, en las 2 horas previas del evento, va a tener zona gaming donde habrá experiencia inmersiva, donde también habrán videojuegos, donde habrán galería NFT, donde estará la ruleta de Mundo Crypto. Un montón de sucesos que vamos a disfrutar aquí en el streaming del evento.
Muchísimas gracias, Víctor, gracias. Volveremos contigo para ver cómo van llegando todos esos invitados. Y nuestra compañera Kushi Bhatia también está en la alfombra roja, donde van a ir llegando todos esos ponentes a los que vamos a intentar enganchar para intentar entrevistarle y que nos den un adelanto sobre lo que van a hablar. Kushi, cuéntanos, ¿qué tal el ambiente por allí?
Buenas tardes a todos, good evening everyone. Estamos aquí en la mega barra del Wizink Center, donde tendremos la gran oportunidad
Bienvenidos de nuevo
So please be welcome again to this streaming. We do apologize. We just had a small technical glitch, but we'll now continue with the streaming. We're going to keep going over the agenda. And here at the Metaverse Day, we're going to have representatives from the first country in the world that has adopted Bitcoin as a legal tender. As you all know, regulation in this world is essential. The Metaverse Day is an incredible event that many influencers have spoken about in the following way. And at home, please be attentive to the following. Well, 27th of August in Madrid, an event from Mundo Crypto. Hi everyone.
Mundo Crypto.
Mundo Crypto. De Mundo Crypto. Mundo Crypto en España, en Madrid. De la adopción masiva, sin dudas.
El evento más grande sobre criptomonedas.
27 de agosto, sábado.
El día 27 de agosto en Madrid.
Evento de cripto y Metaverso.
En el Wizink Center de Madrid.
Que no te quieres perder.
So as we were saying, this is an event that you cannot miss. An event that you should not forget to comment about. We have the hashtag Metaverse Day, and you can send us all your questions, comments, and feelings. And also your doubts or questions for the interviews we're going to have with Pablo Lopez, a great expert in blockchain, with more than 15 years experience in innovation and technology. He's also worked on food tech, biotech, and he's being a consultant for great companies and also startups. I wanted to include all your CV here, but I didn't have so much room, so let's begin with the question. So how did the blockchain technology begin? Because sometimes it is said that with Bitcoin or Satoshi Nakamoto, so what's the origin of a blockchain like? Well, the blockchain term as such is a term used to define, from a marketing perspective, how a set of technologies at a given point in time, at the appearance of the famous paper of Satoshi Nakamoto and Bitcoin, so how a group of technologies allowed us to carry out new functions that could transform the way in which we relate as a society, with our economy and with technology. So, do you know who Satoshi Nakamoto is? Not really. And it might be better not to know who he is, because we could be pointing at the wrong person. But in 2018 there was a little boom. The blockchain technology was much talked about, but it hasn't really penetrated into society, or companies have not yet finished implementing it. So which are the challenges for blockchain to be the common factor of technology in companies and institutions? Well, we need to understand quite often that when it comes to implementing a new technology in the market, there's a lot of friction and reluctance. Mainly the legacy, the existing technologies that do not want to be replaced, or whoever invested in those technologies does not want to lose that investment. So whenever there is a new technology so disruptive, with that promise to change the financial world, the health sector, and all these relationships, many challenges appear that technology needs to face. And we still have them nowadays. Things that have to do with scalability, even adoption, or getting the right knowledge. We're speaking about getting the right knowledge to see how that technology works, and also how that technology, that in an empirical and testing environment, can be proven to work, and how will that behave in a real environment where we interact with real-time data. Absolutely, and mainly how lay people can use that. So, before we speak about responsible adoption, let's connect to our colleague Victor, who is getting to speak with some of the attendees, and he is going to tell us about how things are going. Sure, Fernando, we have the first attendees that just came to the Wizink Center, to the immersive experience area. They're going to be trying and commenting on. We now have first arrivals at the Wizink Center. In this blockchain party, thank you, Victor. We're going to speak about this later when we connect back to you. And Pablo, we're speaking about these technologies and these entry barriers for society, companies, institutions, but how do you think this affects lay people? So if my mum is watching me on streaming, how does this affect her? Sure. Well, we need to take into account that we're going to have two different user profiles, a passive user where technology works and we interact with it, and we may notice when there may be insurance actions to automate processes. We might not need to interact with technology then, and we do not have any other interactive actions where we need to enter data manually or automatically with sensors, and those data will allow us to interact with technology. And without friction, we are working to see how we do it as friendly as possible. So it looks like we're doing that with the evolution of smartphones, but nowadays we're also speaking about virtual reality technologies, where we do not just need a smartphone, we have other devices that we can interact with. So I was saying at the beginning, we're still building something. It is still too early to ensure how things are going to be, but technology is here. And it is in our hand to get to know it, try it, test it, and experiment it to see what it can bring about. Well, I kind of have the feeling that sometimes in the tech development, final user wants something friendly that just works, and they don't mind about what's lying behind. So the blockchain speaks about decentralization, non-changeability, and how does that affect people who do not care about tech developments, they do not care about blockchain or DLT. One of the main difficulties and challenges we have when we do retail product design is to strike that balance between what the user expects or wants and what the technology can bring about at that point in time, and how that interaction works. So if both comply their expectations, and if both can meet those needs. So I may want to activate a device just by looking at it, but maybe the advantages and the cost of the interaction that I need to develop as a person, as a technology, to achieve or to get that advantage might not be profitable, to activate a light with our eyesight, but it might be interesting for someone who has a reduced mobility. So those two factors will determine how we use technology. With this product design formula, we find that when we see the case where the most users feel more comfortable with a level of technology that meets that need, that's what we'll be able to find those first points of massive adoption. And that use case, the blockchain technology, I don't know whether you can give us an example, because before we were talking about digital identity and how NFTs can help us record a register and make it non-changeable. So please give us an example to really understand how blockchain can benefit people. Absolutely, digital identity in a decentralized manner, which is something that we have talked about for a long time, and it looks like this technology may solve many of the difficulties we have, but basically this is telling us that each of us, each person, has that personality or that identity, which is a single identifier, like our gene code. That's like our ID, it's a record. That identifier is the gene code. So once we have that unique identifier, we can digitize and bring with us throughout our life and throughout our history. We can embed this in all these attributes, such as vaccines we get as kids, school marks, whether we have some accident. So all of our track history may be added to our digital identity. And throughout our life, we may embed all those data onto our file, so to say. That's unchangeable, it cannot be deleted. We can check that that is correct and true, and it should be accessible no matter where I am. That should be accessible. So in some cases, such as checking professional accreditations or academic accreditations, or even checking our health records, because we're living in a world where the private and health records are not connected, or different regions are not connected either, not to mention other countries. So you could go anywhere in the world and say, well, I'm checking my identity with my password, or even with biometrics. But that's where our history will be, with our identifier. As soon as we have that, there are many advantages that we've seen with COVID, for example, regarding patient traceability and monitoring, and regarding monitoring vaccines, not just the physical vaccine, the dosages, administration, traceability, but also the famous health passport, that is a single identifier that is there now, like a QR code. Some people may have tested it, scanning it, copying it, forwarding it, changing the name, or the PDF file. So all that can be avoided if we have a technology that ensures the integrity of all that data. We're going to keep speaking to you, Pablo, with some examples, but the reality is that what people know most about blockchain is Bitcoin. And we take for granted Bitcoin is something quite well known, but not everyone knows what Bitcoin is. Let's have a look at this.
El metaverso, Bitcoin y la Web3 son conceptos que están de moda, pero ¿cuánto sabe realmente la gente sobre esto? ¿Qué te viene a la cabeza cuando te digo Bitcoin?
A la moneda virtual, sí. Eso, el futuro.
Pues es todo el tema de las monedas, las criptomonedas y todo esto.
Estas que son de internet, ¿no?
Es una criptomoneda, ¿no?
¿Criptomoneda?
Está real, o no tiene que depender de un banco o de cosas así, ni de la bolsa de valores.
Del ciclo económico cada vez más jóvenes, creo, están optando por destinar sus ahorros en lo que es el mundo de la criptomoneda.
A form of currency that's decentralized and not regulated by any major exchange or government, really. Any transaction that occurs with Bitcoin is held on a ledger that is public to everybody. So there's accountability, there's safety, and there's credibility basically behind the currency.
¿Tienes Bitcoin?
No, pero me gustaría.
No.
Yo el dinero como las viejas, debajo del colchón.
Mi primo invierte en Bitcoin y se ha comprado un Rolex.
Bueno, como vemos, algunos todavía tienen el dinero debajo del colchón, ¿no?
So some people still keep their money at home, and it's quite crazy. With all this technology, you know, people keep their money like their grandmas did. So, on the mattress, so Victor has something to show us. He's on the ring area. Sure, Fernando. Since Pablo is speaking about blockchain and all this technology, we're here with one of the first attendees. He's one of the students of Mundo Crypto, and he was a student of Pablo Lopez. What do you think about the event, Emilio? Well, it's really cool, actually. The virtual experiences are great fun, and I'm quite impressed. Well, many things are being announced, Money 2.0, different presentations. What do you expect from this day? Well, to learn a lot, get to know many people, and have great fun, and see a great show, and all the great things that the crypto world will bring to the industry. Okay, I'll give you the microphone, so you can ask a question to Pablo Lopez. And I'm going to try the immersive experience, okay? Okay guys, let's continue. Hi, I'd like to ask Pablo Lopez about the possibilities that blockchain could give us for different industries and sectors as we know them right now. Sure. Well, a question from a student. Sure, well, there's so many possibilities, but let's define some concepts. Blockchain as a technology, a group of technologies, allows us to work on data. So the challenge we have is to achieve, or to manage to get everything around us, all the information around us, and all these colors, videos, images, even smells, So taking all that to data, and as soon as we have them on data, blockchain will allow us to securitize all that data so that that data is stable and thereafter we can play. So a great world of opportunities opens up here, so we can automate and optimize processes. So, logistics, a next step where those things acquire value. When that happens, may create more interesting data for a third party. So we can generate a value economy. Then the disruption will come when all that data that we have as valuable items may allow us to generate new concepts, such as the case of Bitcoin. But many people may wonder, well, fragmentation, can it be solved with that interoperability that blockchain brings? And is that a reality? Because if I go onto Google and I write blockchain, there are so many entries. So how do you solve the problem of interoperability? Well, we're now seeing these like a race where everyone is competing, everyone is trying to get there, and it's quite appealing to say, well, I'm the first one to get a stable blockchain to transact with a certain amount of data per minute and to get so many people. So we have a great variety of things. So how is that being solved? Well, let's continue doing our thing in a more decentralized way, and we can connect to each other. So that's the interoperability. The good bit here is to generate different level layers, the famous level or layer 2 and 3, and with the associated risks, because everyone we connect the different blockchains and we do bridges, there can be security errors. And we should highlight that this technology stems on two basic principles: privacy and security. So in the technology development, sometimes we want to give priority to costs or speed instead of privacy or security, and that leads to having so many solutions. Which will be best or worst? Well, each user will need to make their own decisions. If for whatever reason you're more sensitive or your activity requires more sensitiveness due to privacy or data protection, you may go to blockchain solutions that guarantee or give more priority to those aspects. If you aim to transact with a low cost or quickly, you may go to other solutions. The good thing is that none of them wins here. They will all be present. That's good, isn't it? That competition, well, it is good because it gives you accessibility. It's accessible for everyone. One of the things we face with Bitcoin is that the programming language was quite complex and not easy to manipulate. With Ethereum, these became much more user-friendly. And right now we have solutions of the no-code that allows you to create applications in smart contracts and software and functionalities without knowing about how to code. So we have a wide range of things to get into. What's better or worse? Well, it depends on what you want to do, what you aim to get, or what meets best your present or future needs. For most people, when we speak about cryptocurrencies and the online technology, every day we hear about hacking news, wallet robberies, and hundreds of millions of euros stolen by the bad hackers, not the good ones. So if the blockchain technology is now transferred to finance and also to data, what can we tell all those people who say, well, you speak about security, but if these technologies transfer to sensitive data, we don't have the same problem. What can we say here? Well, just a month ago, or a week ago, it became public about that ransomware, and the higher Spanish Research Center disclosed that. So when we want to advance quickly, and we're only concerned with getting there first and very quickly, paying little for using the network, we're either neglecting the security or the privacy usually. So we need to be aware of the value and the importance of the transactions we work with. If I'm gonna be transacting something with high value for me, I'm gonna go to where is more secure, which might be Bitcoin because it's safest right now, also the lowest. Yes, but I want that value to be well recorded, well registered, well transmitted, and to be able to access it whenever I want. However, if I want to complain because my plane left late and I want that reimbursement to be credited into my account whenever that happens, I might have other mechanisms to do it, but that's where we need to look at why we aim to use this and really not going crazy, because if we're playing with whatever represents more value for us, which could be money for us, we should be careful with where we place it, because if we connect to pages where the URL domain is difficult to pronounce, or that someone tells you in the street, well, you know, scan this QR code and you're going to get something on your phone. Well, that doesn't look good, does it? So the last question, Pablo, is what do you expect from today's event? What's the importance of this? Because final objective is for everyone to learn more about this technology. What do you expect from today's event? Well, what attracted me the most to come here to work and collaborate with Mundo Crypto is to be able to give access to technologies, knowledge and experiences that are not easy to get to. I got into this in 2013 really by chance. I came from an IT background and I kind of understood this, but I really needed to read documentation in English, go to lectures, getting to know people, making mistakes, and now having the opportunity of getting the people of Mundo Crypto, doing an effort to generate content, generating an event where many people, for the first time, are going not just to interact with virtual reality, but it's the first time they are able to download a NFT. First time they acquire a cryptocurrency or a token and see what it's about. The first time they even get to the conclusion that, well, it's not good for me, but having that space that is reliable and safe to speak about this, instead of it all being something dark and difficult, with restricted access, only for engineers or financial experts. You know, this can be accessible to everyone. Well, remember this idea about dissemination and spreading the message. Thank you for being with us. We are seeing that the place is getting filled up, so let's go to Kushi Bhatia. Kushi, you have a very interesting interview, don't you? Yes, we have Mundo Crypto, a Mexican influencer. Hi, how are you? How are you doing today? Very well, thank you. The energy in this place is very strong and very interesting. Is this what you expected? Well, I was really impressed. It's a great place, really big, well organized, with many people, so I'm quite surprised. What do you expect for the rest of the evening? Well, many surprises. And I do expect to get the most out of it and to help people. There are many things to be dealt with, and I think it's going to be interesting for people because they speak between them and they're not just discussing about specific things. There are people who cover different topics, so there is a bit of everything for everyone. Very interesting, thank you. Well, the event is called Mundo Crypto Metaverse Day. What comes to mind when I say the word Metaverse? Well, to me the Metaverse is the evolution of the internet, just more immersive. And it will be interesting to see what the Mundo Crypto people are achieving with their Metaverse. I'd love to see what's their approach. I think it's going to be very interesting. In my opinion, there won't be one Metaverse, but the internet is Metaverse. And there will be different communities or cities on the internet. And I think that's what they're trying to create here. So do you think that the Metaverse has a future in the long term? Definitely, there is potential. but there is a lot to do regarding software and hardware development, because devices that allow you to get into the metaverse are still a bit clumsy. So the internet is already part of the metaverse, and people are on their phone for hours every day, so we're already connected. And regarding cryptocurrencies, do you think that we'll get to massive adoption? I definitely think that cryptocurrencies will be part of our daily life. They're in many countries, and every country has different use cases. Digital money is the future for sure. We're experiencing that already, but the presentation here will be kind of different. What about Mexico? What's the usage of cryptocurrencies like and digital assets there? Well, in Mexico, we do not have so much currency devaluation as in other countries in Latin America. We're quite strong regarding money remittances and international transfers with the US and other countries, with workers going there. So people are trying to integrate that in different sectors. Right now, we're at an experimentation stage, but we're seeing with which sectors does blockchain and crypto work, with which sectors it doesn't work. There is great interest, and this is yet to grow, but there is great interest. And I find it really remarkable to see all the Spanish community, which is quite strong, and really makes a lot of noise in this Spanish-speaking world. And in Mexico, Spain, or any other country, do you think they'll take the same step as in El Salvador, that is, adopting cryptocurrencies as legal tender? Well, I do find it difficult due to the governmental structure at this point in time. So sooner or later, it is possible for governments to have cryptocurrencies in their balance sheets. There's mainly Bitcoin, and I think it might be forced. It's not like El Salvador, who's trying to get ahead of things. But when the time comes, it might be due to the fact that they need to do it, not because they want to do it, if the time ever comes. Of course, thank you. Thank you so much, Mateo. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. And let's speak shortly. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kushi. We'll get back to you to keep interviewing the different speakers on our red carpet, because here from the balcony we can hear the noise from the hundreds of people who are joining us at the Wizink Center in Madrid. I don't know whether you can hear them, but we can hear them here. I think the place is getting at about 30% full. So what's going to happen in the Metaverse Day or the crypto world, the Wizink Center in Madrid, is the next revolution.
Bueno, ya con muchas ganas de saber qué es lo que nos depara el Metaverse Day, en qué consiste.
Thank you. We're really looking forward to see what we're going to deal with today. And this will all have to do with Metaverse, virtual reality. And to check where technology is at, we have our colleague Victor de Castro with some experiences. I think he's having great fun. Victor, how are you doing over there? Sure, Fernando, I'm having great fun. As you may see, there are different immersive experiences. We have an air simulator, we have a Formula 1 racing simulator, another simulator where you can walk in a different world, a dystopic world. And we have Victor Castellón here, one of the people in charge of these experiences, and he'll explain what they're about. Hi Victor. Hi. We are managing the gaming part of the event, and we have different simulators with different experiences. that may be hard on the metaverse, so we can represent experiences that we cannot do with normal movements. For example, we can represent a flying experience, a diving experience, a driving simulator with all the pedals, steering wheel, and the driving force, and also this topic experience can be a walk through different planets. Less gravity, more speed, and with just normal movements, it looks like you're in a totally different planet. So interesting. I'm not sure you've tested this, but please tell us what you feel with those virtual reality goggles, those virtual reality glasses. Sure. I mean, if you don't try them on, it's quite difficult to explain what it's like. But in the flight simulator, you have all the control in your body, not just in the feet. It looks like you're flying really, or even diving. But with a car, you really feel the control of the car in your hands and your feet without a button and a joystick like in video game. So these experiences strengthen the actual movement. And now we have Metaverse, which is virtually living within a new reality. Sure, here we have separate experiences, and in the Metaverse, you can live all these experiences. If you want to fly, you can do so, feeling that you're flying without being on a seat. So you have a simulator, you can fly, looking at cities or different parts of the Metaverse. Do you think that for the next connection I'll be able to try that myself with the glasses? And we can film that, of course, no problem. Well, farewell for now, and we're going to get ready to get into the F1 simulator.
Thanks, we'll be back with you later on, but right now we have Sergio Antelo here, and I would love to talk about his full CV, but it would have used too much paper and we have to be environmental. We have to take that into account. So he has a master's in data science, he's an expert in big data, he's a researcher in the United States at Yale University, also in Germany, if I remember correctly. He's worked as a project manager, software developer, university professor. I'm so pleased to have you here with us, for you to share your knowledge with us. And no doubt people at home have lots of questions. We're all really pleased to have you here. We've seen that the metaverse is, well, it's the next revolution. And, although Facebook's is meta. JP Morgan has bought something in Barbados. We've Snipto spending money on a plot to have an estate. But I have a question. What is the metaverse? What is the metaverse for Sergio? Well, thank you very much for inviting me here and for that presentation. And I'm very pleased to be here. Well, the metaverse is quite difficult to define this concept because it is a very broad concept, and not just that, but each company, each person has a different view or a different understanding of the concept. And for me, the metaverse, I consider it to be something, well, a place where the crypto ecosystem comes together. It's a point of convergence. They're the end point for all of the players in this sector, because many people think that cryptocurrencies is just about Bitcoin, about investing, the financial side, but also cryptocurrencies are much more than that. It's a sector that, well, with Ethereum, we saw decentralized system and the smart contracts, which was allowed by DeFi. It allowed NFTs and play to earn and all of the things that we're seeing nowadays. And we might say, well, we've got this, we've got play to earn here, we've got well, so many things, but how does it all come together in the metaverse? So the metaverse is that place where the crypto industry is going to end up, where all of the centralized, anti-centralized companies are going to end up. It's a digital ecosystem where we're going to start to develop a new second life. Obviously, there are ethical limits, but this is what we're talking about for the future. Well, and most people think about this, they think about finances, Bitcoin, earning money, but with Pablo, well, that was the last thing we talked about. We didn't talk about finances at all, and I'm going to give you some examples about what's happening in the metaverse. The health, for example, a health sector development, remote surgery. There's a metaverse for the simulation also of the Earth and to make predictions about where climate change where that will really be focused. So where do you think we can go with the metaverse? Where will reality come into contact with the metaverse? Well, you've talked about this interconnection between the physical world and the virtual world, and this comes from the metaverse concept because the metaverse is defined as a mixed reality. And that is the combination of the two realities. There's a good example that I like to use, in addition to what you've already mentioned. I remember that I was in a company where they produced devices and tools to produce mechanical equipment, and they were developing an interconnection between the physical world, with gloves, which made it possible to tighten screws in a digital setting without actually being physically in contact with the screws. And there's a point where you say, okay, well, where are we heading? Like you said, we start off with an interconnection, we start off with interoperability, but I don't want to talk about this too much because this concept is very broad. But we have this connection between the physical and the virtual world, and for me, the metaverse has no limits. It's a trending topic right now, and in companies, in any society, it's all over the place. But it's really just getting started, and there are many different definitions. There are projects, for example, right now, Axie Infinity, which defines itself as a metaverse, and that's just a play to earn. There are other projects that define themselves as metaverses, but these are 2D. And you're not really immersed in them. There's Sandbox, which is more about gaming, and other projects such as ours, which I'm not going to reveal right now. I think it's a little bit complicated, yes, later on perhaps, but we have a disruptive approach, let's just say, and a different concept, a different understanding, which is thinking of the future. Right now, if we talk about mass adoption and how the metaverse can reach everybody, we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But first of all, we've been out on the streets asking people what they think of the metaverse.
Cosa futurista, extraña, no lo comprendo mucho, aunque lo he oído, pero no tengo ni idea, la verdad.
¿Algo grande?
Marvel.
Como realidad virtual. Another world or an alternative reality, so Metaverse would be a digital reality.
Mundo paralelo donde hay una realidad virtual, va a tener un potencial enorme.
Es algo relacionado a Internet, ¿no?
Como realidad virtual.
Universe. Bueno, un mundo digital en el que uno puede comprar cosas que tienen valor, pero que no necesariamente son físicas, como ese árbol.
Metaverso me imagino como que estás con unas gafas y estás en realidad virtual y es como una vida virtualmente.
Un tipo de gas o mineral, pero supongo que no será así, pero me viene como un tipo de gas o mineral.
Bueno, algunos hablan de que es un gas el metaverso.
Well, some people have said it's like a gas. It seems that people don't have much of an idea of what metaverse is all about. I'd like to ask you how we can get the metaverse, or bring the metaverse closer to everybody in order to achieve mass adoption, not just of cryptocurrencies, but for people to use virtual reality in their everyday lives and for it to be something easy to use. Well, just like with any innovation in the world, it all starts with education. If there is no education, then it will be impossible for people to come closer to this world, the crypto world, and to understand it. You have to have an education, you have to have a basic understanding of the cryptocurrency industry, because as you said, the metaverse brings all of this together. You have to understand all of the different elements within this, and then you can move on. And it's not just a change in terms of education, but also a change in mindset. I always give this example. When it comes down to it, well, right now, we are undergoing a technological revolution right now. This is the era of this revolution. Things that were in the past used to take 10 years to develop, we can develop them in 2-3 months now. So things are leaping forward. No doubt your grandparents have learnt how to use their mobile phone. And the other day I saw a couple of grandparents and old people in the street, and they said, "Oh, I saw you on Facebook the other day." And it really struck me how much things have changed. There's a change, it's physical, but also in our minds, from Web 1 to Web 2. 2 or to the ones that we're heading towards right now. The change, we have Web 2. Right now, we're moving towards Web 3, which includes the Metaverse. There's still a lot to be done to move to Web 3, and I'm sure that people like you and me and our colleagues, well, we've been talking about this for a long time, and you can't really call yourself an expert in anything when it's only existed for 10 years. You know, to be an expert, you have to have been working on something or learning about it for at least 15, 20 years. So nobody can consider themselves an expert in this, but it's true that in our generation we have things a bit easier, and new generations will enter into this, and through education. That's the basis for everything. That's how people will get involved. I think that's really interesting, this concept of Web 3, and after this video we'll talk about how to get to Web 3. But first of all, we have Victor in the gaming area. He's going to tell us something very interesting. Yes, right now we're just about to go into the Formula 1, but I don't know whether you're aware, but we have one of the stars who created and founded the first professional freestyle league with people like Chuti and Skona, and we wanted to say hi to him. Hi, good morning, good day. So, what do you think? I mean, with FMS, a lot of events have been organized. What do you think about this? 7,000 people in the Wizink Center. Oh, it's really crazy. I mean, I work in this, and to see the sofas, the screen, the production here is really crazy. It's great. It's a wonderful day. It's not easy to get so many people into a center such as the Wizink, and it's full, and you know, yes, people are having many different experiences, and to get so many people here at the end of August in Madrid, it's a real achievement. This is going to be a real big party. Yes, and I'm also going to just, well, to give you a challenge. If I say 4 words, you have to give me a pattern with this music in the background. Yes, yes, despite the music. Okay, if we talk about Metaverse, Bitcoin, Ethereum and blockchain, in the order that you want. Metaverse, Bitcoin, Ethereum and blockchain. I'm going to do it with the rhythm, yeah?
Soy un rapero, yo no vengo de Detroit. Estoy improvisando en la feria hoy. Antes gastábamos dinero en Riot Points, pero ahora la gente lo hace para comprar bitcoins. En serio, yo soy muy perverso y voy a improvisar hasta que acabe en el inserso. Ahora que pienso, si KCO estuviese aquí, su grupo sería Violadores del Metaverso. Yo, un callejón sin salida. Cuando yo improviso, mi mente se me oxida. Igual que la gente que se quitó la vida porque metió toda su pasta en la mierda de Shiba. Yo no digo, pero mierda decisiva. Hago freestyle guapo como siempre, que esto siga. Yo soy Eude, el que hace la liga, pero vamos a dejar a todos que la fiesta siga.
Muy grande, Eude.
Well, that was great, including Shiva. We all know that we have to obviously be responsible. Yes, thank you. This is going to be fantastic. Okay, so we'll say bye for the moment. I'm going to the Formula 1.
Menudo rap, Victor.
Well, that was a great rap from Victor. Thanks for that. Oh, incredible. Great rapper. I want to continue with you talking about Web 2 and how things are progressing towards Web 3. It's true that Web 2, everybody was excited in the social media. It has the negative side related to data, which is in the hands of just a few, and they, you know, they trade with this data. Well, before Web 2, I'd just like to say that we had Web 1, which was the origins of all of this. Back in 1991, this web was read-only. It was a read-only web. People published information, published articles, other people could read them, and that was it. They couldn't contribute at all. Obviously, since this was the start of everything, it was a time when there was great disorganization and decentralization. And so from Web 1, 13 years went by through to 2004 when we saw the concept of Web 2, which was a web which was considered read and write. You could read and you could write. So there were people who generated information, contributed information, and then we had other people who could give feedback and provide other information. And with the passing of time and these contributions, we've gone from decentralization and a lack of organization, or however you want to describe it, to an organization by the companies that you've mentioned, such as Google, Facebook, Amazon, Apple. We've got Google, but it's sharing all of the data that they have, and it's all centralized within this sphere of the concept of Web 2. And around 7-8 years ago, this concept of Web 3 appeared, considered as read, write, and trust. Read, write, and trust. Trust. Why? Because we've gone from decentralization to centralization in Web 2, and now we're moving back towards decentralization thanks to Web 3 and to the trust provided by blockchain technology. The blockchain technology, what it provides, we have decentralization, as we've mentioned, security, because of all of the encrypted algorithms. We've got transparency, the transparency of the information which is publicly available, traceability and immutability of the data. And all of this is leading to a change in many different sectors, not just in the financial sector, which we mentioned at the start, which is most people think about that, but also in energy, in the food sector, in health, which I find really exciting. And so in many, many sectors. In Web 3, we talked about privacy and even a la carte, personalized publicity. So the data is not sold to third parties, but rather you have your data, and it can't be transferred to any other or to any company. And you get paid to see adverts and receive publicity. Is that something essential to Web 3? That's essential. I love data because of the master that I did. I know the power of data. Right now, it makes no difference what industry or what company you're talking about or where you're working or what kind of knowledge. The industries that have the greatest volume, the movement is all about data. And this is true around the world, and it's transparent to anybody because nobody realizes you go into a web page, you accept certain things, and you give them your data. So why should we give them our data for free? I mean, it could be done transparently and freely. And this is important data. It's part of my life and part of my experience. And that company is going to use it. Not just that company, but other companies to which they sell my data. For example, a browser, the Brave browser. You're no doubt familiar with this. This is a browser that is applying what you've just mentioned. When it comes down to it, it's not, or they don't show you adverts from companies, but you are the one that chooses, and if you choose to see something, you will be rewarded for it. There are many other projects. I'm not going to go into the details of all of them. So there's a change in the paradigm regarding this data, and also security. I'm going to ask you a couple of things about the risks of Metaverse and cryptocurrencies. But first of all, we're going to go to Kuchi. She's on the red carpet, and she's got an interview lined up. Kuchi. Hi, thanks, Fer. I'm here with Carlos Bello, known on the social media as Soy Mi Rey. How are you? I'm good, thanks. How are you? Great, thanks. How is the afternoon going here at this event? Well, first of all, I'd just like to say that I'm really impressed by the number of people here. I didn't expect it to be such a big event. I've gone to events all around the world, and I've come to Spain, to Madrid, and I'm really excited to see how the afternoon goes. Thanks. I'm really pleased you're enjoying it so far. Could you give me a brief introduction to explain what you do for the people watching? Well, I'm a business person from Mexico. During the pandemic, I discovered how we could make contents reach many, many people, and how your business or anything that you want to offer, a personal project, how this can get to many, many people. And now I'm a content creator, and we also have Todo Crypto page, todocrypto.com, where we provide free education for people. Obviously, these events, these kinds of pop-ups that take place in the crypto world, these create a community and maintain the community, and more importantly, it's all about investigating on the social media, because in some spheres there are things that we don't know about. I might not know about a project that somebody else is carrying out and others don't know about mine. And that's really important in this community. If we talk about social media, do you think this is a good means for learning and obtaining information and for education regarding the metaverse, cryptocurrencies, blockchain? Yes, sure. Twitter, YouTube, and even TikTok, although that's a little bit different, but you can adapt the algorithm using different words. But I use these social media together with Mad Crypto to reach many people. He's a bit more technical, I'm a bit more, well, not so technical, let's just say, for dummies maybe we could say, but without meaning to offend anybody. I'm just saying it's a simpler version to help anybody to learn, help people to find information and learn in YouTube and Twitters and all social media. But obviously everybody has to be careful and investigate, because there are many projects out there. There are more projects than people practically. There are too many projects perhaps that don't have support or infrastructure, or may disappear from one day to the next. So you have to really be informed and investigate what you're dealing with. And to help people understand, well, it's like if you're talking about internet in 1980, and Web3 is the next step. Well, it's something that's already active in the world, but the more people get involved, the better people will understand why we're here. Do you think that we will actually achieve mass adoption? Well, I think that there are small changes. First of all, we start off with a bit of noise, and then we have language, and then writing. But it's all about communication. Right now, there are so many tools for communicating quickly and precisely to achieve your goals. I mean, if you use social media well, you can inform others and inform yourselves. You can inform people about social issues, you can inform people about crypto, or your business. You can improve your business. You can, well, I don't know. I reach 300 million people each month, and I've only been in this for 2 years, creating content for the last 2 years. Well, a lot more can be done. I guess we have to wait and see what will happen. Thanks very much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks, yeah. Have a great time. It's great. Thanks, Kuchi. This is really incredible, and we've got the Wizink Center 90% full. Expectation is huge here. We're going to continue with Sergio, because we're going to talk about something very important, the subject of security, because we're always hearing about hackers, bridges being hacked, millions of dollars being stolen, a wallet has been discovered where they've taken the bitcoins. And how can we have mass adoption if day after day we hear news about hacks and thefts? Well, basically what's going on is, in the ecosystem there are over 20,000 tokens or cryptocurrencies, so there are many factors at play. Many of the projects that are appearing are projects that are created by a team of 3 or 5 people or 10 people, 5 friends. They are developers, and they decide to create a project because they see it as being very lucrative with cryptocurrencies. they can be profitable, but maybe they don't do the project correctly, and they end up being hacked. And on the other hand, we may have a bigger team that creates a legitimate project, and for one reason or another, they suffer an attack from intruders or any kind of cybersecurity attack. I mean, we're talking about a safe technology. It has layers of safety and security, but everything is vulnerable. There's nothing which is 100% safe in this world. There are always small weak points or leaks, let's say, in certain moments of transactions. There are small moments where attackers can find that weak spot. They can send malware or virus, and when it comes down to it, all of the companies in the crypto environment have a technological basis. If they don't have a strong team, they're going to suffer. For example, in our company, in the technological department, which I'm in charge of right now, we have 8 different departments. We have infrastructures where we manage all of the databases. We have web development, where we develop the web for the company. We have internal external controls. We have gaming for the whole Metaverse area. We have blockchain for the development of the smart contracts. And we have a cybersecurity department just to protect IT, in order to protect the company as a whole. We have an app for something that we're developing for the future, which you're not going to tell us about. That's right, I'm not going to tell you anything about it. And we have another data area to manage these assets, which is so important. So it's multidisciplinary. It's a department where we have over 40 people, and logically, this makes the project something secure and gives it greater security than if we compare it with smaller projects, perhaps with good intentions. Others may not realize that they may lose their capital or may find that they have wasted a lot of time on that project. If we talk about blockchain, well, before that, we're going to connect to Victor because I think he's having quite a lot of fun. Yes, Fernando. As you can see, we're already ready here for this immersive experience. I'm going to put the headset on, so bye for now.
Víctor, cuéntanos.
Victor, tell us how it goes. Okay, well, we're starting with this VR experience. Let's see how it goes, if we can manage to control this car. It's quite fast. It really is quite fast. Oh, okay. It's really difficult. It's difficult to control this, but this immersive experience is incredible. Have you got your seatbelt on? Yes, it clicked, it clicked. And when you press the accelerator, well, it is quite easy to do that. But when it comes to braking, well, it's not quite as easy. I think you've just... Well, yeah, I hope that the authorities, I hope there are no police cars watching me. Yeah, otherwise they'll be chasing you soon. I think I'm actually going the wrong way down the road by now. I think I'm in... Okay, well, enjoy yourself. I can see you're enjoying yourself. I'll try and be back, back home soon. Okay, we'll talk to you in a bit. Thanks.
Bueno, pues, Sergio.
Well, Sergio, as you can see, our friend's having a lot of fun.
Quiero seguir contigo con la
I'd like to continue with the interview. We can see that the room is filling up, but I would like to just say to everybody listening to us, I mean, now we're talking about cybersecurity, the risks of not understanding this technology. What would you say to the people who are investing or getting involved in Web3 and Metaverse? What are the keys? What would you suggest or recommend so they don't suffer hacks? Cyber attacks. Well, I would say that you have to be clear about why you're investing. Why are you investing or getting involved in cryptocurrencies? Many people who are just starting out, they move into this world of cryptocurrencies, but they haven't got the necessary education to get involved. And this is one of the reasons why the sector is being affected right now. I mean, the first step, if you want to get into this sector, in any of its areas or branches, is to be educated, to receive training, receive education. Because if you've not done that, don't get into it. Don't get into it because it's not worth it. If you're going to be a developer or an investor or anything else, you have to be trained. And when you've had training, then you need to decide the profile that you want to get into, because it's very broad. I mean, in each area, you can have different profiles. You could be, like I said, you can be an investor, you can be a developer, you can be an expert in cryptocurrency marketing, which has a completely different model. You could be an expert in trading, and so on. There are many different profiles, so you have to decide your speciality within cryptocurrencies. And once you've done that, you can take the leap, make that leap, and get into the sector. And this is related to also, everything we've seen is related to the world record that we're going to see today. I mean, when we talk about Metaverse, Facebook bought Oculus back in 2014, and Microsoft has invested $68 million in this. And this is focusing on video games and virtual reality in a gamified way. What can you tell us about this side of the virtual reality? Yes, many people are experimenting with this concept of virtual reality. They're experimenting because right now the technological limits are very clear. They're very clear in that the capacity, the computational capacity that we have is quite limited. If we want to have the video games like FIFA, the typical ones that everybody is familiar with. This is one of the main reasons why big companies are not making a full transition to virtual reality, but they're doing this only in certain aspects. We have a model which is not 100% virtual reality because we also understand the technological limits, but we would say that we're doing this partially. We have an educational model, of course, which is disruptive, it's innovative, and with this, people are going to be able to not only experience the education that we're offering in our company with virtual reality, but they're also going to be able to interact with their friends, share knowledge with them friends, and receive from their friends, colleagues, teachers, or with people from the industry. We can go into the same classroom using the virtual headset. So this concept is something that is really exciting for me.
So you're giving us clues of what was going to happen today. So thank you very much. Everyone at home wants to know what's going to happen today. And with Manu 2.0, you're going to say nothing about it, I'm sure. But let's go with Kuchi because she's got an interview prepared for us. What's happening? I'm here with Eric from Quito Profe. Hello. How's it going? Hey, how are you? It's a pleasure to be here. It's been incredible. I haven't seen much. I've been here for half an hour, but it's excellent. I'm willing to see what's going to happen this afternoon here. So it's great that you're having fun. Can you tell us about Crypto Profe? Yes, of course. It's a training academy that started more than 2 years ago for guys passionate for blockchain and crypto world. Got together and we started creating a group that were gathering people who had the same likings that changed the paradigm, and we made the ball bigger and bigger. We entered social media. We got to be known, and more than 3,000 students have gone through our academy, and it's a pleasure to be here to be able to contribute to this movement and the ecosystem of cryptos, which is our passion. Well, it seems that you've made a lot in a few time. Have you seen differences, or have you seen any growth in the students that you've had in the last months, years? Yes, of course. It's funny because we're here and you find people that have come through our training academy that you have only see them virtually. So they say, hey, it's you, thank you so much for that training. So this is not just 7 days, 10 days, 1 month, but little by little you see how they learn, how they advance, they reinforce their ideas. And many of them, they start to work in some parts of the sector, in some projects, and it's really comforting to hear those messages. Oh, thank you, let's meet again. It's excellent seeing you here and people that are following us. Hello, everyone. So we can see here how important it is to have training in the world of crypto coins and digital assets. Let's continue learning and getting trained, and I hope that you will enjoy this evening, and we'll see you soon. Yes, thank you. It's been a pleasure to be here, and let's enjoy this evening. Thank you. Of course, it's important to be trained, as our guest was saying. That's fundamental. And about that, I want to talk about it, because about training, knowledge, and experience, we have the new Mundo Crypto. We were talking about Money 2.0. We don't know who it is, but you work at Mundo Crypto. But what is the new Mundo Crypto? What's the next step? Well, as I was saying before, the new Mundo Crypto has nothing to do with the previous one. We've been for more than a year working in this new concept. It is rather a new Mundo Crypto. It's a new business model, a new way of understanding the company, because it has nothing to do with what we had about. Sorry, Yes, we are having some interferences from the PA system of the Wizink Center. So we come from a digital training model. Sorry, the interpreters cannot hear what the speaker is saying because we have some interferences from the PA system of the Wizink Center.
Materializado a través de un metaverso. Pero es que ya no solo vamos a tener ese modelo educativo, ¿no? Ahora se unen varias patas más que conforman parte de la empresa. Se va a unir pues una pata de la prensa, que Mani ha estado hablando acerca de ella en los últimos días y que presentaremos en el evento. Se va a unir una pata también de marketing a ciertas empresas.
Interpreters apologize, but we're getting some interferences from the PA system of the Wizink Center.
Tenemos contacto con otras empresas y estaremos realizando distintos proyectos y, bueno, lógicamente nuestra academia con ese nuevo modelo orientado hacia el metaverso.
So our academy is oriented to the new metaverse. So in this new crypto world, there are many kinds of areas that will give way to this project that we're going to see today. I think that Mundo Crypto is going to be what it's going to be because of its evolution in the last years that you can see in this video.
Hace ya más de 6 años escuché por primera vez la palabra Bitcoin. Desde ese entonces ha llovido mucho. La industria cripto no ha parado de evolucionar hasta tal punto de convertirse en uno de los sectores con mayor crecimiento de todo el mundo. Los profesionales mejores pagados son expertos blockchain. Los nuevos millonarios se dedican a las criptomonedas. Los nuevos emprendedores buscan crear fundaciones descentralizadas. Es increíble pensar que cuando nació Mundo Crypto allá en el 2018, éramos de las pocas comunidades hispanohablantes de criptomonedas. En ese entonces no existían ni las DeFi, no existía ni Terra 1.0 ni el 2.0, no existía el Play to Earn. Los monos que hoy se venden por millones de dólares no se habían ni diseñado. ¿Te imaginas en aquel entonces poder haber comprado un mono a $200 y venderlo a $1 millón? ¿Te imaginas poder haber sido la persona que descubrió el potencial de ADA a 2 céntimos? ¿Te imaginas poder haber sido la persona que descubrió el potencial de Binance? ¿Te imaginas poder ver a Mundo Crypto renacer? ¿Te imaginas? ¿Te imaginas? ¿Te imaginas? El problema es que lo único que hacen las personas es imaginarse un suceso que podría haber cambiado su destino. Soy de las personas que cree que el tren pasa todos los días y es el momento que toda la industria cripto nos montemos en el mismo. Uno que va a la misma dirección, uno que va al camino de cambiar la vida a cada uno de sus tripulantes, uno que va al camino de la adopción masiva. Seas un experto en criptomonedas o solo seas una persona que desea aprender de esta industria, no importa. Tanto empresas como comunidades, países influyentes, todos te van a ayudar porque apoyan esta revolución. Todos tenemos una cita a la que acudir. Nos vemos muy pronto.
Bueno, esta ha sido la evolución.
This has been the evolution, and now we go to the revolution with new Mundo Crypto. Up to what can you tell us? Because I'm sure that there are the people following us are asking us, what is it about? What's Money 2.0? Are we going to get Money 1.0 as we know it? Tell us more about it, please. Well, so we have Money 1.0 if we've survived to these very hard work days. Well, in the end, this new Mundo Crypto has a series of pillars. I cannot give you too much details because we will see that afterwards. But the main pillars for me of these new Mundo Crypto are training, professional training and responsible training, which is going to allow for many more people to responsibly enter the sector. Secondly, community. Our community is, let's say, the most important thing for us, and that's why we do everything that we're doing here, of course, and that's why we're here, and that's why we have been able to get to where we are. The quality of the people that surround us and that is supporting us, that are fighting with us to support this movement of massive adoption that we promote. And thirdly, innovation. These hyper-realism that entails these new metaverse and technology. In the end, before we were a training academy, we were trained about technology and the general concept of crypto coins, but right now we're a company that includes technology and uses the technology in its everyday and allowing the appearance of that Money 2.0, which is what represents this new digital identity that we will all have, that we will start, as we will see, with this new Money 2.0. Each one that will go into our company will have that new digital identity, which I think it was Pablo who was talking about it, which is associated to that concept of the end-to-end NFTs. But we're thrilled with what's coming and what's ahead and the future we have ahead. And we hope that this will be the new beginning of something very new and something very wonderful. Well, that's the message we keep in mind. Thank you. Thank you for your contributions. Everyone following us at home are thankful for you contributing with your experience. Let us now to connect with Victor because I think that he's still having fun. Victor. Fernando, we're here in the roulette of Mundo Crypto and we're going to try our chances. Let's see if we're lucky and we get something. So let me try this roulette. Okay, try again. Let me see if I get lucky. Try again.
No quiere salir, Fernando.
Fernando is not willing to get me something. Okay. A pen. I get a pen from Mundo Crypto. That I get it, and we've got caps, t-shirts, totes, so gifts and some presents for the community of Mundo Crypto.
Te lo sigues pasando bastante
Well,
bien.
I see that you're still having fun here at Wizink Center in Madrid. Thousands of people that are gathering here today on the 27th of August are taking their seats. They all have received a small present, which has a lot to do with the World Guinness Record that we're going to celebrate today at Wizink Center in Madrid. We're going to beat the Guinness Record here at this Metaverse Day. So everyone is taking positions, everyone is looking for their seats. In short, we will have Carlos Lozano here at the balcony of the Wizink Center to interview him, and so that he can tell us about the knowledge of Mundo Crypto. Well, we have our next guest, Carlos Lozano. I don't have enough words to express his CV. He's got a degree in economy. He's got experience on pharmacoeconomy. Yes, he's a passionate of blockchain technology, and he's got experience on training. And we're going to talk about training in this interview because it's very important in events of this nature. Economy. How's the world of economy? We're talking about inflation, interest rates increase, debt of the big central banks. It seems that everything's chaos, but as far as I know, now you that you're an expert on Bitcoin, this tool, Bitcoin, and thanks to blockchain and its limited supply, solves some of the economic problems that we're having now. Which are they? Well, first of all, I think that just as it happens in natural species and in humans, natural selection, as Darwin said, and Schumpeter said about the creative destruction, Bitcoin, within the innovation it offers, allowing to exchange cryptocurrencies, Bitcoins between people, in the end, is going to facilitate an alternative economy to the current one. Many people cannot send money from one country to another in a specific hour of the day, at no matter which amount, to make payments because they don't have cash. So by using technology with a cell phone or other devices, Bitcoin allows us to do all these transactions. Bitcoin was created as a payment method, peer-to-peer, to eliminate intermediaries. But it's true that some believe that it's going to be the next digital gold. But there are others who say, how is it going to be the digital gold, an asset that it has so much fluctuations? What do you think about that? Well, I think the best comparison will be to compare Amazon shares when it started to how they are now. Volatility, when an asset enters the market, is higher, and it reduces with time because of the decreasing yields of the assets. So in the case of Bitcoin, when as time goes by, we will have less Bitcoins generated because it will be difficult, there will be less volatility and more liquidity in the market. Can it be the next digital gold? I think that the Bitcoin usefulness is to make transactions. But if we want to keep our money, the question is, where are we going to keep my money? In shares, in a bond, or do I let myself be eaten by inflation? Bitcoin allows us to keep that money and take it no matter where in the world. Okay, let's continue talking about the usefulness of Bitcoin. Let's connect with Kunti Bhatia so that she can talk about what our guest wants to say. Kunti, you have the floor. Let's see if you can hear us. Yes, Fer, we're here with Adrian, and he was telling me about what he does. He's an expert in real estate and cryptocurrency stock exchange. Can you talk about what you do? Well, I was telling you, I started investing in the stock exchange when I was 16. With 20, I bought my first real estate ownership, and I entered in 2016, 2017 in the cryptocurrency. We've been able to surf the wave, but my line of thought that I want to share is that the cryptocurrency world is not speculation, but a method of communication. Just as there are business lines such as cloud in Amazon is overcoming the e-commerce in Amazon, for example, or other companies in the sector, people have to understand that this is not just investing in Shiba, Doge, as we were talking about before, but about saying what you see in every day. Now you don't have WhatsApp, you cannot live without WhatsApp, and this will happen 1 month, 2 months with the blockchain. So that's what we're doing.
Entonces, ¿crees que las criptomonedas están aquí para
Cryptocurrency is here to stay? Yes, of course, 100%. And I value these events because I touch 3 legs. But I like the cryptocurrency world, and I want to thank for the invitation to Mundo Crypto because you've blown my mind about with what you've organized today. But what I see is that versus real estate, which years and years that we continue building the same sense, in the crypto world, we go at the different pace that other people don't see. So there's a huge investment of money in project development, in companies that don't need to be big, but even small, and that's going to have a repercussion. So people will be able to communicate, you will be able to call your mother, your father. So we talk about Bitcoin, and how can we get to that massive adoption? Because right now Bitcoin is used scarcely as a payment method, but how do you think people will expand its use? Well, streaming has stopped. Interpreters apologize.
Bueno, todos los que estáis en casa os pedimos disculpas.
So we do apologize for everyone at home because we've had a small crash in the streaming. We continue with the interview with Carlos Lozano, our economist who's solving many questions about implementing Bitcoin as a payment currency. What are the keys for Bitcoins to be used as a payment method by everyone? Well, first of all, if we do have Bitcoins, we have it in a wallet, free, cold or hot. But in order to be able to use that Bitcoin, we need for establishments to allow to pay in Bitcoins. And on the other side, Bitcoin has 2 nets, or audited networks, the traditional one and the live network, which is the cheapest one and faster. So we need for establishments to allow to pay in Bitcoins. Otherwise, we'll have to withdraw our Bitcoins, exchange it for cash, and then pay. And you're quite used to blending with institutions and working with institutions. What are the keys for having a sensible regulation in the countries? Because the IMF, sorry, the interpreters apologize, but there are interferences coming from the PA system of the Wizink Center. So the interpreters cannot hear what's being said.
¿De dónde sale el dinero y cómo nace? ¿Cuáles son los riesgos y las limitaciones que tienen?
The interpreters, I apologize, but we have got interferences coming from the PA system of the Wizink Center, and we cannot hear what is being said in the interview. As soon as we get to hear what is being said, we will continue to translate into English the interview.
de reservas en Bitcoin. Pero sí es verdad que una pequeña parte sí, para que permita que los comercios puedan relacionarse y poder interactuar con esas redes criptográficas. Digamos que yo lo que veo personalmente es que es elección del consumidor. Hay personas que prefieren pagar en efectivo y hay personas que prefieren pagar con la tarjeta y hay personas que prefieren pagar con el móvil. Depende del nivel o el grado educativo que tenga la persona o el acercamiento a la tecnología. Entonces también creo que es una concienciación de la población.
Claro, porque antes veíamos en un vídeo que un chaval de nuestra edad tenía el dinero debajo del colchón. Es que estamos hablando nosotros de blockchain, tecnología, DLT, metaverso, pero es que hay personas que todavía tienen el dinero debajo del colchón. ¿Qué hacemos con esas personas? Porque si queremos que el Bitcoin se expande y se utilice para que se estabilice su valor, ¿qué hacemos con toda esa gente? Que son jóvenes también, ¿eh?
A ver, yo creo que las finanzas no se han enseñado desde pequeños en los colegios y en los centros educativos, entonces creo que hay un sesgo por parte de la población, da igual el país que sea, de no aprender finanzas.
The countries don't teach finance, so we've got decentralized finance. What can we do with that people who want to learn? We must demystify the fact that Bitcoin can be for hackers or for specific people, but also to present the risks and limitations of this technology. About knowledge, not only about Bitcoin, but the Metaverse, we're asking in the streets, and this is what we have seen that people know.
Sí, no lo sé.
Es que hijo me estás diciendo unas cosas.
Probably, yeah.
Probably not.
¿Qué estarías dispuesto a hacer en el metaverso?
Trabajar, tener negocios, casa, posiblemente un carro, arte que tenga valor.
Sí, estudiar siempre viene bien. O eso dicen mis padres, pero...
The possibilities are endless, so really anything. You can connect with people from around the world and do almost anything. People are creating new worlds and new activities to do, so...
Compraría algo en el metaverso.
Yeah, if the university was reputable enough, I would definitely go.
Un concierto me interesaría mucho.
Bueno, un concierto, había gente que se estaba diciendo, pero ¿de qué me estás hablando? Me estás hablando de cosas muy raras. Bueno, de cosas muy raras, espero que no tengan esa opinión todos los que han venido aquí, porque hoy Carlos se bate
today, because Carlos, we're beating a world Guinness record. What can you tell us about that? Well, I think that this is part of history. History in the making for Spain, Europe, and the world. Other international businessmen have tried to make history in different sectors, in different industries, and today here we're part of that. So what can I say? I'm thrilled. Everyone that can enjoy the streaming, and the people here are going to participate in something that is going to belong to the whole industry. Are you going to participate in that Guinness record? Oh yes, of course, undoubtedly. Are you willing to? Yes, of course. Just of the thousands of people that are here, because I think it's almost full. We're at 98%. Everybody's taking their seats. Everyone's receiving their virtual reality goggles for that World Guinness record that is going to be beaten today at Wizink Center in Madrid on the 27th of August 2022. But let's go back to our conversation with our expert, Carlos. I wanted to talk about efficiency of Bitcoin, because it's true that a lot of people hear and say that Bitcoin is little efficient, or that it pollutes with that proof of work that it uses as Ethereum, which is going to transition in short. But what are the keys to understand if Bitcoin pollutes more than the traditional industries, less? Must we demystify? Yes. Well, we must demystify the fact that the money laundering. Money has always been laundered with cash. So if you use crypto coins, doesn't mean that you're washing more. Money laundering is done more with cash than with Bitcoins. And Bitcoin, of course, it pollutes, as the wheels of a car pollute, or the roads, or a cigarette may pollute. So everything that produces energies and needs energy is going to pollute. The thing is, what pollutes more? Printing those trillions and trillions of dollars that have been done in the last years, or that Bitcoin data mining, or the printing of those banknotes. And we can see that information in the internet. And even gold mining that is defended so much, it also pollutes more than producing the Bitcoin producing. Let's connect with Gucci. She's in the red carpet with a very, very special guest. Many of you at home know him. Gucci, who are you with? Well, thank you, Fer. We're here with a colleague from World Trade Mobile. Hello, hi. How are you? Are you having fun? Yes, I'm impressed. When I got to Wizink Center, I said, wow, so much people, such a crowd. I didn't imagine this was so big, because I was last year's event, and this is huger. So you've seen changes as compared to last year? Yes, great changes. I feel like a soccer player. And what do you like the most until now? Well, it's a pure show. The lights, the stage. There's a huge escalation. I mean, you can see that it's grown greatly. And do you think that if we continue growing at this pace, we will get to have massive adoption? Well, when people see that it's useful, and they know that they're using crypto coins without knowing that they're crypto coins, that's what will be massively used. It's not think about you must invest here. It's more that you must use crypto coin not knowing that you have to invest. So do you think that training and education is important for the investment? Yes, of course. It's very important training, because you invest only for speculating, but not knowing the value of technology, which is where the gain comes from. And if you had a piece of advice to give to the people following at home for investments, what would you tell? I would tell them, have cold mind, invest what you can invest, because you tend to think, well, I can invest more. No, invest what you can invest. Otherwise, you won't take decisions as you must take them, because you will be needing the money. So, okay, thank you very much, and I hope you will enjoy this event this evening, and see you soon. Yes, thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Kuchi. We get that message. Investments, cold mind, and knowledge. And you're an expert in training. Give us more information about Bitcoin and about everything you know, because Bitcoin until now has managed to dominate the market of cryptocurrencies, and all the coins have gone behind. Do you think that the dominance of Bitcoin is going to remain at that 40%? Well, in order to understand this, you can't compare with roads. I always say that a blockchain, which is what supports Bitcoin, is a technology behind Bitcoin, is a road. And a road is used by cars. In a blockchain, you need Bitcoins or cryptocurrencies. And just the same happens with the cryptographic networks. If in a blockchain there are no transactions, that blockchain will not be useful. So if we compare Bitcoin to other cryptocurrencies, we must understand the use that is being done. Are there people making transaction with Bitcoin? Yes. How many versus Ethereum or versus ADA or DOC or other cryptocurrencies? That's the way to compare. Personally, I believe that Bitcoin per se, due to its technology, and it's the first one, is going to be dominant. And it's always going to be around 40%? Well, no. Well, I don't think so. I cannot give you figures because it depends on the market. We're living a world crisis with a huge inflation. So it depends on external factors that we might see or not see. So that would be giving you a percentage will be speculating too much. So, Carlos, we have everyone ready, everyone is taking their seats, everyone is getting to the Wizink Center, and everyone is eager to see how the World Guinness record is beaten today. We're going to have excellent presentations, we're going to have experts from all around the world that are going to teach more about blockchain, Web3, Metaverse, and I believe, and I'm not wrong, that I've got my colleague Victor, and we're going to give him the floor because he's still having fun, aren't you? Yes, Fernando. I'm no longer in the F1, and I've gone to the area where stands of waves, where Mundo Crypto stands are for the Metaverse. We can see an NFT gallery. And also, what I have in my hands, it's one of the most important tools of the event. Let me give you a clue what's coming after. We're going to have here a World Guinness record. We're talking about huge things, major things, and we'll have these goggles as a very important tool. These RV goggles that everyone here will have at Wizink Center to do what we will explain afterwards. In a while, I will teach you how the Wizink Center is. It's packed, it's huge, it's great. We have almost 7,000 people covering the Wizink Center.
Well, thank you so much, Victor, for giving us that update. The place is getting filled up. It's Metaverse Day. With money 2.0 and a World Guinness record. Mundo Crypto. And Carlos Lozano. So let's speak about the DeFi environment. Because the crypto winter began with the lunar fall. It looks like many people for a long time earned a lot of money. There has been maybe excessive profitability and everything just collapsed suddenly. What happened for everything to collapse? Well, I think that once you lose trust, it's hard to get it back. In the case of Luna and Terra, that really harmed the ecosystem. The CeFi, centralized finance, we think the crypto system has also failed. Some people wanted to withdraw those deposits and they couldn't. So there have been certain factors that together have damaged investor confidence. Profitability has been very good. As I usually say, easy money does not exist. Some people have seen their wallets increase massively in dollar value, but then without the right education they have seen that value vanish. And how can we go from that greed stage with APIs of more than 100%, that does not happen in traditional finance. How can we reach that usage of DeFi in a responsible manner with decentralized finance, where we can deposit our tokens, our fiduciary money, and someone without a financial intermediaries can borrow that money? Well, the inception of decentralized finance forced companies to create financial incentives. So the API is 100% yield. The APY was something to incentivize liquidity for people to deposit their money and to have incentives. The next generation of decentralized finance will not need that kind of direct monetary incentive in the short term, because we have liquidity, knowledge, and they will need to improve functionalities. So optimizing the possibility of getting a loan, being easier and less costly with safer mechanisms. Do you think it's been some sort of bubble that has been necessary to kind of sweep around, see what works and what doesn't regarding the CeFi? I think it's been a bubble, a speculation bubble. I think it was necessary for everything to burst, because markets need to balance out, and that's how supply and demand works, but I don't think it was necessary to have a bubble. I think that the greed of human beings led to quick returns for the user to work with that money, and that's what happened. Well, let's continue with that interesting conversation with DeFi, Bitcoin and blockchain, but let's connect with Kushi because she has a very interesting interview. Sure, I'm here with Miguel from Mundo Crypto. How are you? Very happy to be here, thank you. And how is everything going? Well, great, really. I brought many people from my community, we've been eating, and when we got here, and what we saw, that the movement of mass adoption is taking place, and that the crypto blockchains are really working investment, an alternative to what we got for a long time. I'm really grateful for Mundo Crypto for doing this. Well, as you said, this is yet another step towards mass adoption. Do you think that at some point we'll get there? Well, it's difficult, but if we can, we will. It's becoming more difficult in some countries. I think we might, but people need to understand that cryptocurrencies are not just an investment. There is an underlying technology, and they bring about a change in the traditional financial system that we got for a long time. And I think that's a real alternative. So do you think that training is important in this world? I don't think it's important. I think it's the most important thing. You should not invest without training. How can you develop applications or invest or do anything if you don't know what you're doing? Get training, that's the most important bit. That's why we're here today. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening. And thanks so much. See you soon. Thank you. Well, training, training and training. If you get tired of training, train again. That's the most important message, and that's what we're here for. The Mundo Crypto Metaverse Day. Security instructions are being given for the safety of the 7,000 people that we're going to have here today. And right in the middle we have all the guests and our colleague Victor. Victor, what's the ambiance like there? Well, we're here at the Mundo Crypto stand because we want to show you little by little what we may find here. We're speaking about the NFT gallery, and here we have one of the crypto punks, one of the most valuable collections in the crypto ecosystem, with an amazing value. That was one of the first NFTs that got to the market. Here we have the Manitawani duck, and we may find images from the Metaverse. And we're really about to begin with the event, but here we have images of the Metaverse. We can see cities, Amani 2.0, and these 7,000 people are filling up the venue, and we shall soon begin with this amazing day. It's really amazing. We can see more images of the Metaverse. We can see Amani 2.0 moving on the NFT gallery. Here we have the new Mundo Crypto world, one of the first changes that were announced regarding this new Mundo Crypto. That metal blue and white logo referring to the Metaverse. And here we can find the Bored Apes, Incredible one of the most valuable collections within the crypto world, with many people here, with an amazing community and many benefits. Social meetings, people to help, with lots of people ready to keep going and get these world, to have blockchain in the medical sector, the real estate sector, food sector, and it can help the community keep advancing. And any simple movement, or transaction, or real estate purchase, or tracing food products becomes much easier. Thank you, Victor. Thanks so much for updating us, for giving us an overview through the stands. We have seen Money 2.0, and we hope to see him through this event. And coming back to our expert, Carlos Lozano, we have one last thing, just two things for the mass responsible adoption of the crypto system is a great opportunity and a great question. First, education, training. I think that's essential for the adoption. And secondly, regulation. Two things, without regulation we cannot have adoption. But here we're going to have representatives from the first country in the world who has adopted Bitcoin as a legal tender. I think the second one was Central Africa, only two countries, and we have representatives from one of those countries to give us their knowledge and tell us about their challenges to implement this. I don't think it's been easy, but I think you were there, on the beach as well, in El Salvador. How do things go up there? And which are the main challenges? Well, the main challenges are that people could be included financially. 70% of people in El Salvador did not have a bank account. So the first step is financial inclusion. Financial inclusion, taking massive leaps. We can do financial inclusion by accessing a bank account, by having access to a crypto wallet. And that's the latter. Once people own their own money, they do not depend on the central bank to tell them the fees they need to pay or the interest rate that needs to be paid at each point in time. One of the big Bitcoin key elements is efficiency. There are no intermediaries and there are less commissions, less fees. That leads to financial inclusion, right? That was one of the main targets, absolutely. There are many people in El Salvador who live outside El Salvador. And there's a lot of money being sent from the USA to El Salvador to feed their families. And the way people do that is through exchanges, banks. Thanks to Bitcoin, they can send the money at any point in time, any amount, because the fee is virtually zero. So that really helps, mainly regarding money remittances, because that is a multi-million business, mainly in Latin America, in countries with massive inflation. So Venezuela is actually one of the countries with a higher Bitcoin adoption, right? Yes, Latin America right now is expanding regarding the usage of Bitcoin cryptocurrencies. It's a need, and we see the need in those developing countries, and that's where this is really being used. People who need to send money to their relatives need to use alternative means. They do not eat their money reserves with commissions or fees, or they do not take 30 days to send money. That's the key element. Okay, we have a countdown, less than 5 minutes to the beginning of the Metaverse Day, and for all of those who are listening and connecting from Latin America, a lot of Bitcoin is being introduced here, but what's your tip for them? Well, my tip is that first of all, you should get your own information, maybe instead of reading the media. Sometimes that gives you the trust or the confidence to begin. Bitcoin is nothing evil, it's something to live better. Well, with that message of living better through Bitcoin, thank you, Carlos, for being with us and for sharing all this knowledge with us. A knowledge that will continue throughout the whole event. We're going to go over the agenda, and we're going to have a very important guest So please do not disconnect over the break. And this Metaverse Day will be presented by Anna Bernat and Andres Meneses. And we'll have a roundtable on the Metaverse and the exchanges and the role of the exchanges, those cryptocurrency exchanges in the whole crypto ecosystem. So where is Web3 going towards? Which are the challenges of institutions and citizens to adopt that Web3 so that implementation and that transfer from Web 2.0 to Web 3.0 may be as sensible as possible. So we're going to speak about inflation, economy, central banks with great experts, some of the best experts from Spain, Daniel Lacalle, Juan Gallo, Juan Gil, great financial experts. And the main important bit of the event is to beat the world Guinness record, a tech record of more than 7,000 people are going to do something related to a device they found as soon as they got to this event, with the presence of Money 2.0 and that new crypto world. So we'll see you shortly in the break, but we'll leave you with the countdown. See you shortly, and thank you for following us.
Lo que va a pasar aquí en unos minutos es magia. Intentaron apagar la luz que ilumina esta industria. Usaron todas sus fuerzas para presionar a los participantes. Metieron miedo a los asistentes para que no acudan. Incluso intentaron que no se celebrase el evento. Los medios de comunicación nos han intentado silenciar. La manipulación mediática es real. Pero lo que no saben es que el mundo de las criptomonedas no es un instrumento financiero. Blockchain es la mayor revolución de la nueva era digital. Y aquí estamos. Jamás podrán parar a Bitcoin, porque siempre lucharemos por la libertad. Comenzamos.
Energía, espacio y tiempo se fusionaron para dar lugar a lo que hoy conocemos más complejos, dando lugar a la biología y posteriormente a lo que hoy día conocemos como humanidad. Fue por ese entonces cuando el ser humano descubrió en la creación una forma de evolución. Pero a medida que el ser humano dejaba su huella en la historia, comenzaron a aparecer los primeros obstáculos. Con cada descubrimiento entraron en juego las luchas de poder, y con ellas surgieron las primeras guerras y crisis. Conforme la sociedad avanzaba, los problemas también, pero el deseo innato del ser humano por progresar era mucho más fuerte que cualquier obstáculo. Dentro se escondía una profunda necesidad de cambio. La necesidad de comunicación dio lugar a los primeros teléfonos. La necesidad de innovación fue la antesala que abrió paso a las nuevas tecnologías. La necesidad de un nuevo sistema educativo ha dado paso a la búsqueda y creación de otras alternativas de formación. La creciente inflación, el abuso de poder y la centralización se han convertido en los principales agentes motivadores del cambio. Un cambio que nuestra economía y nuestra sociedad llevan años pidiendo a gritos.
China has identified the cause of a mysterious new virus.
We hear words like
isolation,
social distancing. La historia se repite. La Revolución Americana, la Primera Guerra Mundial, la Revolución la caída del euro. ¿Y ahora qué? Ahora toca volver al punto de partida y cambiar las cosas. Es hora de cambiar la economía, es hora de cambiar la educación, es hora de cambiar la historia. Juntos. Bienvenidos a Mundo Crypto.
Muy buenas tardes a todos.
Hello everyone, how are you all doing? Hello, please be welcome to this amazing day. Well, we know that it's a very special day, Andres. A very special day because from now onwards, what's going to happen here today at the Wizink Center in Madrid, as you all know, there's going to be a turning point in the life of cryptocurrencies and the metaverse. Absolutely. And we have here the whole community of cryptocurrency together. My crypto brothers and sisters, look at all the people here. Amazing, thousands of people, but not just people here at the Wizink Center in Madrid. It's just a small part of all those of us forming this great community, because we also have people connecting from home through streaming. So please be welcome, everyone who is following this event that will set the future path for this area and is one of the greatest crypto events ever held. Well, last year we lived a wonderful day in the crypto world in the Mundo Crypto event in Madrid. Yes, it was presented by Santi Millán, and we learned a lot about cryptocurrencies, about the true revolution that they entail, and the great impact they have on the life of people. Absolutely, then I, always with a very clear idea, very important, education and training are essential in this cryptocurrency world. Absolutely, that day we got to know stories about people for whom cryptocurrencies changed their life, and great experts, global experts, who shared their knowledge with all of us. What's clear here is that the Mundo Crypto story continues and is unstoppable, and that's what we're here today, to learn from the best and keep promoting the mass adoption of cryptocurrencies. Absolutely, that's what Mundo Crypto is about. It aims to create a community and give people the best information and excellent training. Well, everything began in Tenerife, a great island in Spain, where the crypto campus was created, then the cryptocurrency bootcamp, and then the cryptocurrency manager course was launched, with a clear objective that many of you already know: to reach mass adoption, to make a better place of this world. And that can only be achieved with knowledge and training. These are the two key elements, and that's why we are here today. Let's go back, Andres, to the track record of Mundo Crypto. We cannot forget that after the success of the cryptocurrency manager course, we got the cryptocurrency masters in blockchain technology. Now we're going to explain what we're here for. There's so many milestones and successes to celebrate. That's why this event this year is bigger, bolder, stronger, and with more ideas, and a great show that we have prepared for all of you. You can't even imagine what's coming. But we're going to advance something. Andres, today, a Guinness World Record will be beaten. And to achieve this world record, you all have something next to you on your seats, but please do not touch it. I'm going to explain it. Sure, you're referring to the virtual reality glasses, right? Yes. You know, they look good, but we're going to tell you how to use them later. But we're going to give you a clue, right? So, here and now, the Metaverse begins. Yes, as we're saying it. And we also have a high-speed Wi-Fi network available free for all attendees, free of charge. The name is Mundo Crypto, so please feel free to connect if you are in the venue. Besides the record, in this stage we're going to have one of the Metaverse leaders, and of course the most acknowledged and used crypto exchanges in the world. So we're going to get to know how the Metaverse has been developed and which are the challenges that are coming forward-looking. Absolutely. And hereafter, firsthand, we're going to see that nothing is going to be the same. And you just forgot to mention a little detail, Andres, a little surprise that we have prepared for all the attendees. I think it's going to be quite exciting, but I'm going to say it now, right? Well, I want people to like me. If we tell people now, I think we're going to gain their sympathy. We're going to get them to like us. Well, okay, today we're going to do a prize draw, and we're going to give out several ethers and one Bitcoin. A big round of applause, please. Come on, guys. I'm sure you're very excited. Sure, we have many surprises coming up. I'm sure you're very excited, of course. And then other things. So we're going to be part of a Guinness record. Some of you are going to get an ether or a Bitcoin. And we're also going to give out one car as well. A prize draw for a car. If I get it myself, I can imagine myself driving it back home instead of riding the subway. Absolutely. But you and I cannot participate in the prize draw. Okay, well, fair enough. I did try anyway. But anyhow, let's begin the evening thanking everyone who enabled this event. We're going to enjoy a unique event in which we're going to continue making history. Today, the future is going to become the present thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of you who formed this great community, this great crypto community. Thank you for being here. And please remember the final objective, mass adoption. And we have people from everywhere, many different countries, really. I was actually in Prague myself. I was in the UK, but I can see here people from Colombia, Brazil, Dubai, Germany, people from everywhere in the world. Thank you everyone for being part of this unique history. Everything is ready to begin, Andres. Anything else? Well, there's something where Mundo Crypto stands out, which is a quality training given to the whole community. That's very important. That's what's going to happen here tonight. The biggest experts in the sector are going to share with us and with our followers on the streaming the best and most useful knowledge in the sector. And you might not know about the cryptocurrency exchanges have meant a real financial revolution in the last few years. You know that well. I'm going to learn a little bit about it today. I've been doing that for days, but from the leaders in the sector, the exchanges, we want to see how they see the future of cryptocurrencies and how they're going to integrate the Metaverse possibilities. So let's begin with the first panel. And to moderate it, we have with us the great Pilar Troncoso. A big round of applause for her, please. Wow, this place is so big. So welcome everybody, and thanks so much for giving us the opportunity to be here. So we're gonna look at the first presentation on the exchanges and the Metaverse, and we have the fortune of having these great two experts here with us. To my right, Eneco Astorquiza from KuCoin, who calls himself an evangelizer of cryptocurrencies with his crypto beret. He's the CN of the exchange KuCoin for all the Spanish-speaking community. He's been doing IT and security for more than 20 years, so welcome to the event. I don't know whether I should use or wear my crypto beret for the prize draw, but since I'm going to be speaking about KuCoin, I'm going to get it out. Sure, let's do that. Okay, feel free to wear it if you wish. And secondly, with us we have Xavier Molina, who began writing and speaking about Bitcoin back in 2012. In 2016, 2017, he wrote for the Cointelegraph, in Spanish and English, and he also worked in 2012. He's worked there for the last 3 years, and recently he joined FTX as a local manager for Iberia. So welcome, Xavi.
So we'll get down to business. Exchanges and the Metaverse. So, tell us all about this. I mean, where do we start? Well, who shall start? You can. Okay, well, I'm speaking on behalf of KuCoin, and what I can say is that we understand that it's very important. Well, the appearance of the cryptocurrencies have really turned around technology, and with integration into the Metaverse, the possibility of having a virtual world with interaction through different currencies, well, that has meant a big change. The Metaverse has always been thought of as something like science fiction and unreal, and it's early days, it's true, it's very early days, and that's how I see it. But with the inclusion of blockchain, Web 3.0, and the decentralized developments that we're seeing now, and we'll talk about, for me, this is something which is starting to make it something real. Xavi, well, I see possibilities for direct integration with platforms such as ours. I mean, let's imagine a company like Puma or Adidas. They want to have a sports store in the metaverse. They have the virtual trainers that your avatar can wear. The exchanges could be used as a payment pathway or gateway for people who want to acquire those NFTs, those tokens or whatever that are created by the company in the metaverse. They can use euros, dollars, fiat money, and they themselves can provide the space for users to go to the metaverse. They can exchange tokens, cryptocurrencies, or their NFTs. And this would be an entry point for those who don't have cryptocurrencies yet and want to get into the metaverse. This is really important for me, what he's just said, what Xavi's just said. This entry into the regulated world, the fiat world, this is normally done through centralized exchanges, and we have to bear in mind that with Web 3.0 right now, technologically speaking, this is a complicated world for new people starting out with cryptocurrencies. So what you have to do is to give them something more integrated, something simpler, so that they can take this leap and get into the Web 3.0 world. I think that's why it's a really direct relationship. Okay, let me just clarify a nuance. What's clear here is that training, education is very important if we want to see mass adoption that we want to see in terms of the understanding of blockchain technology and crypto. What are your organizations doing in this regard? Sorry, I didn't hear the question. What are your organizations doing to help with mass adoption and the training, education, so that everybody really knows where they should put their money and how these exchanges work? Well, to start off, following on from the first question, the fiat pathways are important because, I mean, it's not easy for everybody to enter into this world. So companies such as ours make this service available, but also it's important to educate people. We have to provide this information. It's almost always free. And when it comes to FTX, for example, we have the university, FTX University, where we have university ambassadors who are still students who love cryptocurrencies, and they work on behalf of FTX, giving talks in the local neighborhood or at the university to promote this sector. And they do this under the name of FTX. Just like many other platforms, there are academies, free academies, I insist, where people can find information and read about cryptocurrencies. I think that all the decentralized systems are working with this idea of making things simple, making it simple to enter into the world of cryptocurrencies with a centralized system. And for NFT and metaverses, for Web 3.0, there are different tools being developed. The NFT marketplace, Wink Wave, its own chain, its own blockchain, which is KCC. We have the integration of NFTs, and so people are working to make it all simpler so that people can enter through a unified platform. We, for example, like Xavi mentioned with regard to FTX and their academy, this is something that we're still developing. We're preparing courses, and we still haven't got a public environment for the academy, but that's something we're working on right now. And another point is that it's important to make products simple, because somebody who has never heard about cryptocurrencies may have very basic notions. They cannot deal with platforms full of information because that, well, it tires people and it discourages people, and they won't keep on trying. It's important to create user-friendly products for these users. I think it's in any process of improvement and digital development, it's very important to really keep the users. You have to really get the users hooked from the very first minute, otherwise they'll be gone. With regards to mass adoption, what handicaps are you seeing? What handicaps are you seeing in Europe? It's complicated. In our case, there are three important issues. The first one is about compliance. There are regulations that I consider in Europe, at least, they are not very clear or fair. I think they're not clear or fair, and this affects this whole world. This is something we need to work on. Everybody, we need to work on this to improve things in Europe. And another thing would be training. People need training, basic training. This is something we've talked about. All of us have talked about this. There are a lot of people without training entering into the world of cryptocurrencies. They are doing things that they shouldn't be doing because they have a lack of education, not just in terms of cryptocurrencies, but in economics, in technology. There are different factors. And you have to understand what you're doing, and people don't always understand. And thirdly, fraud. There is a lot of fraud, a lot of scams, a lot is going on, and what we need to do, all of the exchanges, all of the crypto groups, we need to get together to fight this, because when it comes down to it, the people who are affected are the users and the companies that are working in the crypto world. There are many of them. Even though in the media they might play it down, but no, there are a lot of people working in the crypto world. And yes, fraud. We do need an anti-fraud league, and any strange things must always be reported. Xavi. Yes, I would just like to add, well, we've already mentioned this, but the lack of information is a big issue, and I think events such as this one can help to, well, correct that lack of information or fight against it. This is perhaps one of the biggest problems we have. And we need good regulation. It needs to protect the user, but at the same time it needs to allow the sector to grow, because otherwise it's impossible. Yes, to find that balance is complicated, but that's the same with all new technologies and all new businesses. And we need to sort out these problems in order to progress. Okay. With regards to the American part that's being imported, could you tell us what's being imported? What elements, what market elements are you importing into Europe, into Spain? What you've learned from the United States, what are you bringing across to Europe in your company? Above all, the brand, FTX, right now, I think it's one of the most important assets that we have. In the United States, it's got a very good reputation, and this is something that we're trying to repeat here in Europe and in other markets. The commercial strategy of the company as well. Also looking to work in line with local regulations. That's why we've created FTX Europe. That platform has to adapt to the local regulations in the European Union. For example, the FTX users in the entire EU can operate with derivatives, futures, or tokenized assets, thanks to the license we have in Cyprus. In Cyprus. FTX Europe is the brand, and the company is in Cyprus, and this is public information that anybody can check, although sometimes people don't, but we have a license to operate with these products. And in Spain, both organizations? Well, you can't be specific because it's FTX Europe. We talk about, well, products that are modified for the entire platform. It's the same for Germany, France, or Spain. See, if you want me to be specific in local terms, I could say perhaps that we are working with universities in Spain. Next week, no doubt, we will announce something. Ah, great.
La idea es seguir por allí.
The idea is to continue along that path because education is important. We believe that universities, well, it's one of the most important times in a person's life, and that's where people have to get a good training, and we need to help when it comes to crypto. KuCoin? KuCoin is not regulated in Europe, and as everybody knows, well, the tax base is in Seychelles, the central offices, the headquarters are in Singapore, and that's it.
Y punto.
Y punto.
And nothing more to say.
Toma ya. Vale.
Parece que ha gustado, parece que gusta eso.
Ha gustado.
They seem to have liked that.
Vale.
Yes.
Bueno, y luego, ¿qué nos podéis adelantar?
What can you tell us about the most ambitious projects that you have and what you're creating for the metaverse, to give us an idea of the future of your organizations? Come on.
Por ejemplo.
Well, something exclusive? Some exclusive news? Well, I can't tell you much about KuCoin. There are things that are being delayed, but related to the metaverse, nothing. We have the Q card or the debit card for KuCoins. This is being worked on, but as always, it's very complicated. Since we're working in an unregulated system, it's difficult to do things well. At least the team is working in order to maintain this situation in terms of regulation. KuCoin is, well, this year it's received an investment of $150 million to promote Web 3.0 in the world, and so we're working with the KCC, the blockchain that KuCoin has, and we brought out the Coin wallet, the decentralized wallet, that was last week, which uses not just KCC but other blockchains, Binance Chain, for example. We like to have or to relate with others, and funds have been used of up to 100 million for new projects related to Web 3.0, NFTs, etc. Obviously to favor people coming to our exchange, but one of our ideas for this year is to move towards the decentralized world.
Xavi, cuéntanos.
Xavi, how about you? Well, also I could mention a product that I could tell you already, that before the end of this year, the citizens in the EU will have an FTX card, a card that they can use so they can spend their FTX in any store in the world, and we'll have that in another part of the world. And I'll keep that to myself. Okay. Okay, just a few last messages, the last things you'd like to tell the people here in the room and following us on streaming. I'd like to say thank you to the organization for everything they've done, also for their patience over the last few days. I'd like to say thank you to everybody following us at home and those in the room. If you want to know more about FTX, we've got ftx.com. You can go straight to that website and try out our platform, the application that we have, FTX app as well, our educational program, the FTX University, and everything we have on that platform. Thanks. I'm not going to be left out. I would just like to say that after all of the noise that's been made, it seems that they've wanted to hurt or damage the cryptocurrency environment and ecosystem. They can't do it, though. They're not going to manage to do it. But we're going to continue to work very hard. Thank you very much to the organizers, the collaborators, the partners. I was really pleased to be able to come here. I have to say thank you to Xavi. He's the one who suggested it, convinced me. So, I mean, a round of applause for Xavi.
igual que él, no voy a ser menos.
And,
Deciros
well,
que si tenéis,
just like him, I would like to
sobre
just
KuCoin,
say
está
that if you want to know
KuCoin.com,
more about KuCoin,
sobre
we have KuCoin.com, about the community
y
chain.
ahora mismo, justo antes de subir al
And just before we came up onto the stage, I sent a tweet. We have KuCoin Spain with a competition that everybody can participate in if they want to. So we launched that just before I came up onto the stage. Before finishing, I'd just like to say thank you for being here with us. And just highlight, we've got the regulation, compliance, training, education, important issues, and I really liked it when you talked about keeping an eye on fraud, you know. We don't want to suffer scams, and that's something nobody wants. So thank you very much, and we'll move on to the next panel.
Y hemos empezado con toda el día de hoy de NAE. Muchas gracias a todos.
So thank you to everybody. Thanks to those people in the panel. They're great friends. We've got very intelligent people here from the crypto world. There's a lot of crypto. I mean, can you see how full it is here? It's incredible. We knew that a lot of people were going to come, but I don't know if we realised quite how many. So a round of applause for everybody that's come here today. Up there on the stands as well. I think there's a friend of yours here. Well, we're here to have fun, and to have fun we need somebody here. This person, we need you, somebody you know. Vittoria Malatesta. Victor.
Wow. Esto no era como cuando exponía en clase, ¿eh?
Wow, this is...
Vamos más arriba. Bueno, a falta de Jorge
This is quite
Fernández,
something.
aquí estoy yo para
So, well,
cumplirlo.
Jorge Fernandez is not here, but I'm here instead, and I'm here to give the lucky person an Ethereum, an Ether.
¿Tenéis ganas de que os toque el
Do you
Ethereum?
want to win an Ethereum?
Pero tengo que decir una cosa.
I have to say one thing. This isn't going to be a typical Instagram draw. We are going to give the prize to somebody who knows what they're talking about. This person has to answer a question. They're going to have 4 options during 15 seconds, and they will be allowed to have an emergency phone call to a friend if they have a crypto expert friend that might help them. And if they get the answer right, they'll get this Ethereum. But if not, they will have to say right or left so that the person next to them can try and win the prize. So somebody is going to be random. Somebody is going to answer this question. So let's see. Let's get started.
A ver, ¿a quién le puede tocar?
It could be anybody.
Allí.
There.
Se ha hecho la luz.
We have the spotlight.
A ver, tengo que decir que soy un
I have
poco
to
miope,
say
pero creo que
that, well,
estoy
I'm a
señalando
bit
otro miope.
short-sighted, but I think I'm pointing to somebody else who maybe is a bit short-sighted. There you
Creo
are.
que te vayan a llevar un micrófono ahora.
I think you're going to be given a microphone.
Ahí le tenemos.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
There you
Hola,
are.
¿se me
Hi.
escucha?
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo te llamas?
Rafa.
What's your name? Rafa.
Madre. ¿Qué vas a hacer si te toca el Ethereum?
What are you going to do if you win the prize today, the Ethereum?
Ahí está, ahí está. Vale. Te vamos a dar 4
Well,
opciones.
you're going to get 4 options, 15 seconds, And if you get the answer right, well, it's yours. So let's get started. Remember, you can make a phone call if you want to. Have you thought who you might call if necessary? Yes. Okay. So let's get going. Here's the question. When exactly does Bitcoin halving take place?
Cada 210.000 bloques minados.
Every 210,000 blocks. Well, the idea was I was going to have to give 4 possible answers, but he's got it right. It was easy for you. This is what happens when somebody really knows what they're investing in. Well, you've got an Ethereum, so congratulations, Rafa. Right then, later on there'll be another raffle or another competition, so that's all for now. There'll be another one later on, don't worry.
Tengo que decir que es uno de los momentos más impresionantes que he tenido en toda mi carrera.
I have to say that is really impressive. Being here, you know, from when I started out, coming here, seeing this many people all together here in the Wizink Center, it's quite impressive. Thank you very much to everybody.
Gracias, Víctor. No te vayas muy lejos.
Thank you, Víctor.
Merecidísimo, pero...
So, well done. Congratulations to the winner. He really deserved that prize. That's great luck. And that shows that if you know about cryptocurrencies, then you can get rewards. So, now we are going to have a session with one single participant. This is the CEO of Waves, and this is Sasha Ivanov, one of the most influential people in this world. So we're going to have a session with Andres and Sasha Ivanov.
Thank you, Sasha, for being here. It's an honor to be in this panel with you, and I hope you're enjoying the community of Spain.
It's amazing, so many people here. I've never seen more people at any crypto event. It's huge.
It's crazy, right? Good. Okay, Sasha, let's start. You know, Waves has already established it's one of the most renowned cryptocurrency exchanges in the world because it's open source. You know, it has the platform. And it's enabling anyone to create and launch custom tokens and eliminating the most difficult part, the technical barriers. You know, that's the most difficult that if you're in crypto that you find out. And what are the next major steps that Waves team is working in to amplify and increase the pace of adoption?
It's a good question, actually, because we have to work on making crypto ubiquitous. It should be everywhere. And for that, we need to improve technical aspects of crypto. You can't have too many transactions in blockchains as of now, so we have to work on that. It's called scalability, so we have to improve the scalability of blockchains. It's very important to have thousands of transactions per second. This is one thing, and another very important thing is so-called governance. This is like community management of crypto and maybe even non-crypto projects. We have to work on that. Probably heard about DAOs, and I think DAOs are the next big thing. And we're going to be launching a new DAO platform that works on different principles, and it should help with managing crypto projects, and it can also be used in the real world. So I'm personally very interested in application of crypto to like real world, to different social applications, applications to some kind of like societal structures. So this is what interests me personally, and we're going to be working on that. Because crypto is not about trading, it's not about making profit, it's about like changing the society. So this is what we are focusing on.
And we have in Spain one of the greatest minds in blockchain development, and a couple of them are my friends. Spanish crypto ecosystem as that Waves needs more external devs building. How are you working on this to get more developers?
Yes, now we are launching an incubator, and I think we'll have some presence in Spain and like Spanish-speaking countries because it's a huge market and there's like a lot of developers. And we have been pretty active in Spanish community. We work with Mundo Crypto. We've been working with them for years by now, and I think they will help us. And also we'll have maybe a special part of our incubator dedicated to the Spanish world, because this is like one of the most important markets, and you have a lot of developers, and there is a lot of interest and passion for crypto in Spanish community. Not only in Spain, it's everywhere. So crypto community in Spain and Spanish crypto community is one of the most important crypto communities in the world.
Amazing. And do you expect with EVM mass adoption of developers will finally reach at the wave chain? Do you think this will happen?
Yes, mass adoption is something that should come, otherwise crypto will just stall and it won't move forward. And as I said at the beginning, there's a couple problems we need to solve. One of them is technical scalability, and the other problem is governance. Because the governance models that work now in crypto are pretty basic, and we have to improve them. But this is just the right moment to start doing that. It's a very important moment for crypto now, because we have to actually come up with new ideas to move crypto move forward. To help crypto move forward, actually, because otherwise we're not going to have any progress soon. But I think we do have new ideas, and that's why I'm pretty optimistic, and I think that we will see a lot of new projects, a lot of new developments, and I think we will see something that will rival Bitcoin or Ethereum, so it's coming soon. So it's a great moment for entering crypto. It's a great moment to understand how blockchain works. It's not about trading, guys, it's about something much bigger. It's about like changing the way we live. So it's just the right way to come to blockchain to become interested in crypto.
Amazing. And I heard obviously you were launching your own incubator, and there are probably hundreds of young developers right now on the audience waiting for a new opportunity. So how do you intend to choose developers? You know, how do you intend to choose them? And do you think that developers right now need more building, more technical skills, or they're ready to go if they already finished university and they have proven themselves in non-Web3 companies, they're ready to jump in blockchain technology as a developers?
I don't think it's very important to finish in university, to graduate from university. Actually, it's important to have a passion for crypto. It's important to be interested in the technology. It's important to be a good coder. And I know a lot of coders that don't have any kind of formal education, and they are great coders. We have hired a lot of coders like that without any like higher education, but they are great coders. And understanding how blockchain works is also important, because it's still a very tricky thing for many developers to understand all the details. So it's not so obvious for many people. So you have to have a feeling for blockchain. You have to be interested not only in making money. I understand that it's a very lucrative area now, but I think that it's more than just making money, because it's a technology that you encounter only once in your lifetime. I haven't seen a more interesting technology in my life. So it happens only once in your life, so you shouldn't just waste your chance to do something valuable. So a good developer understands crypto and passionate and thinks about the project itself, not only about making profits.
Sasha, I agree with you 100%. It's not only about making money, it's not changing the whole life of you and your family. And you are a good developer, that you have one line opportunity. This is not going to happen ever again. Let's talk a little bit after some some topic that not many of us are open to talk. But you know what happened with UST and Luna? People are very worried, of the having algorithm stablecoin right now. How are you and Waves changing this for the next generation of stablecoins?
Yeah, I think that a lot of people are scared of algorithmic stablecoins now because some coins had a lot of problems. We have our own coin as well. It's called USDM, Neutrino, and it was impacted by that situation as well, but we are solving it now, and eventually we will have a coin that is just unbreakable. So it's going to maintain so-called peg, that is, it will be $1 at all times, and it will be impossible to take it off peg, So it's some kind of arms race, because we have seen some kind of manipulation. A lot of huge funds try to make profits with crypto by shorting crypto, by selling short selling, and there was a lot of FUD campaigns, some a negative press and stuff like that. So it's just about making money for some people. It's not about the technology itself. So you have to, you don't have to be scared. You just need to understand how things work. And I think that the next generations of algorithmic stablecoins, and USDN is going to be one of them, and maybe the best of them, will be very unbreakable. So you won't be able to break it. So this is what we are working on. As I said, it's just some kind of arms race. Some people want to make some profits, and other people want to create something that you can't break. So we are the people who want to create something valuable and unbreakable. And this is our work, this is what we are doing, and I think we will succeed in the end.
Amazing. So, I study information security myself, and I see so many of my colleagues doing very well in the information security role. That recently I saw the news that the company is paying up to $500,000 a year for the information security experts. So what other issues in Barrio have been solved, apart of investing in talent? What other issues that have been solved in the recent years for Wave that is not only about the investing in talent, but also you have to work hard, you have to invest in technology, hardware, software? What other issues have been solved recently from Waves?
Yeah, so basically, one thing about Waves, I want people to understand that we have been around for years. We launched in 2016, so we are 6 years old. Before that, I had been in crypto for maybe 3 years. So we are not about making profits and just, living off the profits you made. This is not what interests me, because we are here to promote the technology, and we're going to stay, and we don't care about the market. It's very important. I just don't care. It doesn't matter what happens on the market. I'll be doing the same thing for years, because what I'm interested in is the technology, and I think this is a very important thing. And if you just give up on the technology and think about profits, at the end you will regret this. So you might have some you might have a good life, you might have some good things in your life now, but later you will regret. So I don't want to regret about anything. So I'm working on the technology, and I'm going to be working on it for years to come.
I agree with you. It's about building something sustainable through the years.
Yeah.
Wave was the first one to be attacked with the heavy FUD, on social media, as many projects. So after Terra disappeared, and after have the Luna collapse, 3 Arrow Capitals as well went bankrupt, and many of them have suffered this year with the bear market. Why the secret of Waves, and why is invincible?
Yeah, as I said, actually, we don't care much about the market. So whatever happens, we'll be doing the same thing that we have been doing for years. Sometimes it's very hard, because now we have seen a lot of big new players that came to crypto. Some huge funds with billions of dollars. They're able to manipulate markets, and sometimes it's pretty hard. But our goal remains the same. We need to make sure that blockchain technology is used on everyday basis, so it is used by millions of people around the world daily. This is not something that you can use just for trading. This is something that can be everywhere in all the systems we are building. It can be used for governance that is like for some kind of like voting, referendums, for like managing big companies, for managing charities. Blockchain can be everywhere. And now it's only about like money, it's about like monetary applications. But the next step of development is to make blockchain ubiquitous. It will be everywhere, and this is what we are working on.
Thank you, Sasha. And this is the last, it's not a question, maybe you can give somebody that is in the audience right now some advice. Maybe it's a person that just came for the first time into this cryptocurrency industry, and if somebody sitting right there right now and it's the first time that understand about cryptocurrency blockchain, what will be the advice that you give this new generation that join in crypto?
Yeah, my advice would be not to trade too much, because it's more or less gambling. If you don't understand the project, it's more or less gambling. You should better go to a casino, you know, it's the same. So I would suggest that you pick up a project you like, understand how it works, maybe buy some tokens of that project and hold it, you know, and participate in the community, have some engagement in the community and understand what they're trying to achieve, you know. So that's how you will get the most from your participation in the blockchain. If you just start trading, maybe you will have some good days, you will have some bad days, but most traders lose, you know. So it's better to buy and hold, and it's better to understand what you are buying. So I really suggest you look into the projects you are buying. Otherwise, you're not going to have so much fun because this is going to be some kind of like gambling, and it's better just to go play, go gamble in a casino.
Okay. Sasha, thank you so much today. Un gran aplauso para Sasha, por favor. Thank you so much for coming today. Espasiba Paujasta, muchas gracias, and I'll see you in next opportunity.
Gracias por estar con nosotros. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Ivanov.
Thank you very
Andrés,
much.
vente conmigo.
Andrés, come with me.
Antes de seguir,
And before continuing, let me remind you something we said at the beginning, Andrés and I, that today we're going to beat a World Guinness record. And for that, it is necessary for you to have battery in your mobile phones. So congratulations, you're a great interviewer. Thank you. It seems that you've done it since you were a kid. Thank you. But let's continue. Let's play with the audience. That's why we have to look up. Upwards, yes. I played basketball 20 years ago, and I've never seen such a great audience. These video wall markers, these video wall screens were in Temple of Basket. So if we make it live, so we're going to do a look-alike camera. We're in a basket temple. Let's do a look-alike camera. People who looks like someone else. Yeah, I love the idea. So our camera is going to go over the audience, and we're going to look amongst the crypto universe of the people of the crypto world, people who will look like someone. Do you want to play? Okay, let's go. Are you all ready? So the first character is going to be in the screen. Do we have his or her double? The Jumping Zhao? Yes. From Binance? Is anyone here who looks like him? Jumping Zhao? The Spanish one? It's him. Whoa.
¿Se parece?
Does he look alike? Well, he doesn't think so. Oh, maybe he needs the logo of the company. Okay. Charles Hoskinson. So we're going to find a lookalike amongst the audience in the Wizink Center. Well, maybe I look alike. Well, you! Hey! Take off your glasses. Take off your glasses.
De pronto le pidan autógrafo después, ¿no?
Maybe he can like just give an autograph. Mr. Dog One. Okay. Do we have a visible look-alike? What a nice smile. Yes, he's smiling. Yes, see. Can we see your smile? Do you buy it? Okay.
Vamos con Elon Musk. Sí. Vamos con
nombre mayúsculo.
A big name. Elon Musk. Elon Musk. Do you have a look-alike of Elon Musk? Okay, let's see if anyone looks like Elon Musk of the crypto world. Okay. Elon Musk. Okay. With a beard. With a small detail, yes.
Venga, más. Vamos a por
Okay,
el siguiente.
one more.
Gavin Wood.
Gavin Wood.
Vamos a por otro personaje. De momento, oye, no está
Vamos
mal, ¿eh?
uno de 5.
1 out of 5. Okay, Gavin Wood.
Están buscando en la audiencia.
So Gavin Wood.
I
don't know. What do you have?
John McAfee.
Otherwise, John McAfee.
Ahí está John McAfee español.
Oh, this is Spanish John McAfee.
Está buscando una
Él dice
mujer.
que sí, ha dicho que sí.
He says yes. He says so.
Venga, va, vamos a por
Next
otros
one.
personajes.
Another character.
Que no os parezcáis
Even
de
if you don't look like him, you say yes, I do. That's excellent. That's the attitude. Let's go to Manny Tawani. Okay, Manny Tawani. Do we have a look-alike?
De pronto está Manny Tawani.
Maybe he's here?
Bueno.
Wow! Impressive!
Espectacular, oye.
Spectacular.
Ahora vamos con Sam.
Let's go with Sam. If I use him, yes, I would say it.
Tal, el mejor hasta ahora.
Okay.
Ha sido el mejor. Sí,
For the time being, the best one, Manny. The Manny look-alike.
No eres su primo, ¿no?
You're not his cousin, right? So that's Sam, Mr. Sam Bankman-Fried.
Necesitamos un pelazo.
Ahí está
From
Sam,
CFX.
Sam,
Hey, Sam. Hey, we're calling you.
Corta la luz, por favor.
Can you get into the light?
Sí se parecía.
He looked like, yes, he looked like Sam,
Español.
the Spanish
Vamos
one.
con
And now,
la mente brillante.
the brilliant mind of Vitalik Buterin. Vitalik Buterin
Un par de días
is been working hard
hasta el 6 de septiembre. Vamos a ver.
until
¿Dónde está
September
Vitalik
6th.
Buterin?
So Vitalik Buterin or Spain, where are you?
Aquí en Madrid.
Do we have a Spanish Vitalik Buterin?
Sí, un poquito. Oye,
Well,
sí,
maybe,
sí.
maybe.
Pero cambiar la billetera de Vitalik por parecerte.
A él no le ha gustado.
Well, he didn't like it. Well, that's it. No problem.
¿Os ha gustado? ¿Os ha gustado?
So we've liked this game. Yes, it's been fun. So we wanted to play this for some time, and we get to know these very well-known figures of the crypto world. Well, let's continue with the training. That's what we're here
La
for.
siguiente ponencia
Yes, the
lleva por
next
título
presentation is Economy, Crypto Coin, and Metaverse. An analysis on the economic future of the digital environment.
No te confundas con la mía.
Bueno,
Well,
buenas tardes otra vez.
good afternoon once again. We're back here
La segunda
with the second
ponencia.
presentation.
Bueno, vamos a hablar de
We're going to talk
economía,
about
criptomonedas y metaverso.
economy, cryptocurrency, and metaverse with these excellent professionals. So let's make the most of it. First of all, I want to introduce them. Let me start by Juan Ramón Rayo, one of the most renowned economists, a reference in Spain, professor at the college, Esperides Francisco Marrasquín University, and the IE University specialist in the study of financial crisis and of a social organizational model that are alternative to the state provisioning of services as education, health, and pensions. He is author of different books, amongst which we have A Liberal Revolution for Spain Against Basic Income and Liberalism, the 10 Principles of Political Liberal Order. Then we have Daniel Lacalle, PhD on Economy, a professor of Finance and Global Economy and Investment Fund Manager. He is also economist and head of Pretis Sociedad Valores, co-manager of Global Funds, and member of Rafael Albino Association. Daniel is author of different bestsellers in different books, and he sold more than 100,000 copies. He writes in the weekly column of different journals, national and international. And finally, we're lucky to have Pablo Gil, economist, expert on finances and markets, strategy chief, and method training. He studied economy and business in CUNEF, and since then he's been working on the professional management of assets in financial markets. Pioneer in the quantitative quantitative analysis in Spain with implementation of neuronal systems to trading in the midst of the 90s. And his professional development has always been linked to the technical analysis of markets. More than 3 decades managing different assets, currencies, effects, currencies, etc., using different management models. And he's experienced these psychological events of being a trader in the last crises. All of them. You've got everything. And in 2014, he changed his career, and after selling his hedge fund, he started sharing his experiences with those people who were interested in the management world from a fully practical approach. And that's what he's doing. So let's go to it. Okay. So I'm going to talk about some pain points, and I'm going to let you talk and give your opinion and share with all of us. Well, the reality is that we've been for several bad years in a row. COVID-19, that has been a human world tragedy, but also has had economic consequences that are still undimensionable. We've changed how to work, our mindset, digitalization of organizations, problems in the supply chain, Filomena, volcanoes, Brexit, Ukraine, shrinking economic growth, inflation, and interest rate increase, parity of dollar, plummeting of technological companies and cryptos. This is the perfect storm. Daniel, shall we start with you? Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about economy. What have we lived in the last years? Well, probably since the crisis of 2008, and what we've called the recovery after COVID-19, we have seen different policies that have been the same as what decision-taking is regarding economy and the decisions to mitigate the effects of crisis. Reducing interest rates, increasing the currency mass, and to have bigger credit for the economy. What else have we seen? We've seen different stimulus plans that they have a common denominator, which is reducing yields, because we've gone from stimuli plans we considered gigantic to $100 billion for a country, and now when we talk a plan of less than $1 billion, it doesn't seem that to be enough. It's said that is not enough. So we've lived the area of currency surplus excess and an environment where global debt has reached its historical records. And mainly, the major problem is that her stimuli plan, her new plan of recovery, much more debt is generated. That's the major problem in general terms. And now we face an environment where, economically speaking, we see how economies slow down after that huge currency and fiscal expansion. The multiplying effect has been almost nil. And what happens? Well, mainly what happens is that now, with this slowing down of the economy, it is impossible to take the same measures, increasing the amount of money for the economy and reducing the interest rates, because in 2020, that was being tried to be created was created. It's the high inflation, and we have an unleashed inflation. That we had an inflation that we haven't seen in 3 decades. So in 2020, a decision is taken during the closure of economy because of governments needed to, because of the health crisis. They decide to increase the amount of money, and most of that money will be devoted to direct plans for public spending. The Eurozone increased by 20%, US too, their mass, their currency mass. But now what we call the normalization phase, we have seen that the Eurozone, its mass is growing at 6%, which is highly above what we call the bazooka of Draghi. So before that huge increase of money supply and public spending, well, when the economy is reopened, they keep those huge stimuli with very low rates and money injections, and the price increase, the purchasing power decrease becomes a structural problem. They said it was because it was a basis effect, that it was transitory, that it was temporary, that it was mainly transitory, and now they say it's persistent. We've got different objectives. So that's also, in order to be brief, to explain the difference with other moments, is that inflation that has been, we've tried to inject since long, and it has appeared in with much strength and allowing for the purchasing power to reduce greatly. Or leading, yes, the perfect storm, as I was saying. Juan Ramón?
Un saludo a los del fondo.
Hi to the people in the back. Well, good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon to the supervisors of the CNMV. We're supervising. Be very welcome. If I take the question of the CNMV asking us to warn about the risks of investing in crypto assets and therefore contributing to train and to educate so those investments are done on more solid grounds, I wanted to reflect on the concept of crypto assets and how this matches inside the modern and current economy. Personally speaking, the concept of crypto assets, though I use it quite widely, it's a concept that has become popular but that I don't like, because what features an asset is not the technology or the support. It would be like talking about paper assets, to talk about the Swiss franc, the Argentinian peso, or a certificate of a share of Apple. So technology can be very important, cryptography might be key, but it doesn't define the nature of the asset. That's the first reason why the term per se, I don't like it. And the second reason is that up to a certain extent, including Bitcoin as a crypto asset with other many assets that have nothing to do with Bitcoin, it blends too many things. It messes it up. And I wanted to reflect upon that. Why do I think that Bitcoin is a qualitatively different asset to many other things that are called as crypto assets that may have their use, but they're not Bitcoin? And why do I believe that there is a huge difference between Bitcoin and other assets that are crypto assets? Well, first, because Bitcoin is a real asset. It's one of the few real assets, maybe the only one. Gold is also a real asset, but it's not a digital asset. Bitcoin is a real asset and digital asset. What does that mean, that it's a real asset? It's not the liability of someone else. Its value does not depend on someone promising anything with regards to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is not an obligation. Bitcoin, it's a coin, or wants to be a coin, a currency, that its usefulness depends on scarceability, irrevocability in transaction, and therefore it depends on its inconfiscability. But many other crypto assets are financial assets, real assets. What is it? What are their financial assets? They are because they promise something specific. Stable coins, for example, they promise a stability of value versus a coin. So it's an obligation of the issuer of the stable coins to meet a certain commitment. And there are other crypto assets that, though they're not formally financial assets, their value depend on the fact that the issuer carries out certain actions when improving the quality of the network of those assets, crypto assets. So the value depends on the actions carried out by certain people controlling, administering that network. So they're financial de facto assets. That's the first difference. Bitcoin is a real asset. It's not a liability. And Bitcoin as a real asset has its origin, which is very clean. Anyone could have created Bitcoin units in the same conditions versus anyone else. There was no one covering the initial supply of Bitcoin. If you wanted to mine Bitcoins in 2009, could do it under the same conditions as anyone else. Bitcoin aspires to be a currency asset of long-term reserve asset. And it aspires because it's a real asset, so we don't have to trust on someone preserving that value. Bitcoin as a digital scarcity has it. And as I was saying before, it has got three major features contributing to thinking that it can help to preserve that patrimonial value. Quantitative limitation, 21 million units, irrevocability of transactions. Once the transaction is validated, you cannot put them back, no one controls them. And then finally, inconfiscability of that scarcity, digital scarcity, which is the reserve ground. So Bitcoin there can only be one, because digital scarcity, which is what gives value to it, cannot be multiplied in an illimited way. If it could be done so, that digital scarcity wouldn't exist, and therefore it wouldn't be providing that service of reserve on the long term. That doesn't mean that other crypto assets, between brackets, in inverted commas, are not useful and have no value. No. But if they do have a value, it's because they provide a service which is different to the one that Bitcoin is proposing. Bitcoin is a pattern. The rest of crypto assets will provide other services, such as the stable coins, but they do not compete directly in the same league as Bitcoin. And that's why, before investing in any crypto asset, also in Bitcoin, I'm not saying that Bitcoin is an asset worth to invest without risk. But before investing in any other asset that is not Bitcoin, you must ask yourself two basic questions. First, what's the usefulness flow? What's the value flow, the utility flow that is going to provide me or to someone else this crypto asset? And if I find neither today or tomorrow a value flow, a service flow provided by this crypto asset, maybe it's not a good place to invest. And second question, do I trust the issuer of that crypto asset? Because if most of the crypto assets are financial assets, their value depends on the credibility of the issuer. Is the issuer credible? Do I trust the issuer, even though the crypto asset can provide useful services? If I don't trust the issuer, I should not invest in that crypto asset. But that is where the investor enters. Investors must be trained and informed about crypto assets, where to invest. And if you've gotten training to invest in crypto assets, if you have studied the issuer and you trust the issuer, then that person should be able to invest responsibly in that crypto asset, whatever the CNMV may say.
Totalmente.
Yes, it's an exercise of the user that has to do to study that investment, and that's why you have to be trained. Pablo. Well, you get me to the bones. But let me talk about, to talk to you as if you were my kids. I do agree that it is very important to talk about the risks. I'm not going to criticize the CNMV, but it is important to inform and to train and get trained. And that's why this event has been held. And it's excellent that this event is being held. Reality is that if you surf the net, You get the feeling that there are many experts out there about crypto assets. The truth is that Bitcoin was born in 2009 and Ethereum as a second crypto coin in 2016, and almost the 10,000 are born in the last years. Many experts, well, assets have 2-3 years, so there cannot be many experts. When my kids ask me if I want to learn really and make my living driving an F1 car, I say, well, you have to get trained, and you need to be trained by someone that has raced the circuits. If you don't do that, you will be learning from someone who knows how to drive, maybe your brother who's 4 years older than you, but he's not going to open the doors to a circuit and to be a professional pilot. One thing is to invest to maintain your level of your money, and something else is to invest and to earn your money. That's much more complicated, and very few get there. If you're told that it's easy, they're lying. Okay? And normally, if the one telling you that it's easy hasn't lived, is not making his living from it, not from the courses, but living from investing, maybe he's trying to fool you. So all the warnings that you might hear about the risk, about how important it is to work and to invest through channels that are regulated, for me, it has a really important value. Once having said that, let's go to the reminder of what has happened. I know that many of you are young. My kids are age 17 till 21. I fight with them every day. I could have a debate with each one of you. I know that you think, well, this guy with gray hair knows nothing. What he's going to tell us? But let me tell you something. In 1999, we were living the greatest technological change that has happened in the last decades, which was the arrival of the internet. Now we will talk about Web 3.0 and Metaverse. That is just a step after Web 2.0 and Web 1.0. When we were inaugurating the internet world, that represented a change which was impossible to imagine as we live today. Let me give you an example. Well, people ask me, what's going to happen with the 10,000 crypto coins? What do you think? I think that 80 or 90% of them will disappear. New ones will come with much success. And how can you say that? Well, NASDAQ 100, the technological index that has led the process of development. If there's anything that has an upwards trend in life, is the capacity to evolve of the technology of the human being. That index has been made up in the last 40 years of 490 companies. Only 4 of them have remained in that index for all that time. What does that tell you? That leadership changes. We cannot think that what we have today on the table is what is going to be here in the coming 10, 20 years. It will be substituted by other projects. When you think about cryptocurrency, the divide has been set clear by Juan Ramon, how to separate Bitcoin from other projects. When we talk about blockchain, public or private or hybrid, there are projects underlying, decentralized projects, intelligent contracts. When I explain this to my kids, I tell them, think that every cryptocurrency has got a project behind. It's a kind of an app. Those apps that you download every day in the cell phone. How many apps do we have for surfing? 10,000. And for booking restaurants, hundreds. How many apps do you have for changing your face or making a filter in a selfie and you appear like a cartoon? So many. How many will be chosen as the winners? There's a WhatsApp. There's one WhatsApp. There's 1 or 2 Amazon, Alibaba and Amazon. There is just one winner per section. The others, the millions of apps try to survive. Some disappear, others thrive, others survive. Cryptocurrencies have a project behind. Let's never forget that. And that project can have a future or not. We will have some that migrating as Ethereum has done when we did the work proof to participation proof to get more nodes in the network to reduce the energy consumption. There are going to be evolutions inside the current projects. We're going to have projects that will die die, and their cryptocurrencies will die, and new ones will come. Leaders today of the technology were not present in the year 2000, except for Microsoft. They were not, neither Apple, nor Amazon, nor Google. Google did not take over Yahoo until 2002 as a search engine. So I think it's fundamental for you to have that in mind, that when we talk about what we're living, one thing is the technology, and blockchain is going to change our life to everyone. We're going to migrate to an environment where the user is going to be the center of everything. But that doesn't mean that all the projects developed, let's say, monetized through crypto assets will have a future. At least not the ones today. New ones will appear. If we were asked in the year 2000, is it going to lead the internet project? We wouldn't have made it right, because we were the winners came 8 years later, and they have been the major leaders of the social networks, how we interact and how we live today. We've changed how we understand the world. So don't stay anchored to the idea that what we have now is what we're going to have in 10 years' time, because what we'll have in 10 years' time will have nothing to do with what we have now. Daniel. I think that everyone here must be aware that there are things we have to repeat, but they are clear. There are no riskless assets. There are no assets that only increase. The most important thing, the fact that an asset has a limited offer does not guarantee that the price is going to continuously increase. That has never happened. So it's very important to understand that differentiation shown by Pablo and Juan between technology and what an asset for investment is. That includes a series of very important factors. When we talk about a currency, a coin, what are we talking about? A currency is a means of exchanging that meets three factors. First, it's a value reserve, and second, it's a payment means generally accepted, and the third is that it's a unit of measure. It's true that cryptocurrencies, as we know them today, are the equivalent to startups of currencies, and as such, Hayek said it before the internet existed. Hayek said that most of them will not become coins, currencies of general use, of unit of measurement and reserve. That doesn't mean that it's going to have a validity and as use, as Juan, Ramon, and Pablo said. But what's key is that you have to understand something else. When we invest or we find an opportunity in an asset that wants to be a value reserve or a coin, we have a key word, which is liquidity. There is no currency in the world that will survive without liquidity. Today, as we speak, the dollar becomes stronger, not because the currency policy of the monetary policy of the US is aggressive, but because in a fire is the house with more doors and windows, and that is key. Liquidity, capacity to absorb, and of course, volatility. We can all understand that when we invest in an asset that starts, and that is starting, it's true that startups, the projects that start, they do have a huge potential. They can have a huge potential, but that huge potential is not led neither by Juan, Pablo, or me, or any regulator. It's much more important to understand that the fact that an asset is regulated does not mean that it doesn't have a risk. It doesn't mean that an asset is regulated has less risk. It's not true. It means that in meets a certain of requirements within general norms or rules set by the regulators or supervisors. It is supervised. So it is important to understand, as you all understand, a quick question. What of you does not know the risk when is investing in technological assets? Do you know your risk? Yes. You all know there's a risk. You all know the risk that you're taking. And you know the risk that you're taking because the investment always is to take a risk based on an opportunity and also the possibility for that opportunity not to happen. And that happens every day in listed assets. So we must first understand the technological revolution that we're living. What the day before yesterday was new, today is the past. Today we're living something that in terms not only of people of my age, but people who think that how can a pixel be worth X? And who decides that that's what's the value? That makes me think of Miro was told, the painter. He was told that one of these paintings could be painted by any kid, and therefore it was worthless. And Miro said, well, yes, any kids can paint it, but not you. What does that mean? That means that the value, the price of an asset is not established neither by the issuer, neither by the analysts analyzing it, and neither by the political or regulating entities supervising. It is dictated by the next buyer in the last transaction unit. That's the wonderful and, of course, the complicated thing about the world of currencies, transactions, etc. I was talking about unique measure, value reserve, and generally accepted payment method. But beware, a huge amount of currencies issued by states do not meet those requirements. Go and talk to some Argentinians. What's the value reserve that the Argentinian peso has, or what's the value reserve of the Bolivar from Venezuela? So a currency backed by the state does not always mean, as it means nothing if there is no trust in the project. And the project is backed by a response. And what's the question or the response to that? What's the question to that response? Who is the next buyer? And the primary response is, I don't know, but I have to work to get the maximum number possible. That is what makes a project to grow and become an alternative or not. And of course, let me finish here. The good thing that this revolution that we're living of decentralization has is that we're questioning many things that we took for granted and that could not change. And that's very important there for regulators that they do very good in warning about the risk, and we repeating it. We must also be aware that decentralization is going to have collateral effects that are going to be major on the establishment of prices, pricing, the levels of transactions, the security of transactions that we're doing, and that, of course, the higher level of decentralization will take it to other higher volatility elements. And with that, I think we must be aware, of course, we must be aware about the high risk of volatility and low liquidity of some assets, and therefore we must be informed that we're all here.
Me quedo con ganas de preguntaros por el metaverso y vuestra opinión. Me parece que va a tener que
Thank you so much. Well, I think next year we'll need to continue because we just run out of time. So thank you so much. I have no words. I think we all understood it. So we need to study. We need to learn about investing, both in cryptocurrency and non-cryptocurrencies. So whatever we do with our money, we need to know what we're doing and look for profitability, for return. So thank you so much. It's been a sheer pleasure and an honor to be with you. Thank you.
Gracias a todos, muchas gracias.
Thanks so much. So Pilar, I confirm that we all understood the message. You did? Yes, I did. So if I did, things are improving and advancing. So we're looking forward to continuing learning so much, Andres.
Creo que ahora
But I think
emociones, porque hemos
we
anunciado
have something exciting ahead. We have announced some prize draws. Let's go for the first ones.
Vamos a hacer un Ethereum.
Okay, an Ethereum.
¿Quién quiere un Ethereum? ¿Quién quiere
Who
un
wants an
Ethereum?
Ethereum?
¿Queréis? ¿Sí o no?
You want one? Yeah?
¿Y cómo vamos a
Right. So how are we going to choose a winner? What are we going to do?
Tienen que gritar como locos.
Well, they need to shout
como loco, es decir,
as if you were mad. You know, just shout
para un Ether, porque el
on the top of your lungs because it's a really great prize. So, how long have we had to work to get our first token or cryptocurrency? And here you just need to shout.
Mundo Crypto.
So,
Pues lo vamos a explicar.
maybe you can shout Mundo Crypto. Well, we're going to explain. Our camera is going to fly over
Y allá, en la
this
zona
venue,
donde haya más
and
ruido,
wherever there is more
de allí se va a
noise,
seleccionar
we're going to select randomly one winner.
Así que os proponemos el
So
grito
we
de
suggest
Mundo Crypto.
shouting Mundo Crypto, Mundo Crypto, Mundo Crypto, Mundo Crypto. More, come on, more. More.
A la derecha, allá. Arriba también, está entre la derecha y allá.
Up there, we can hear a lot of noise up there. Come on. Where are we going now? There, right there. Right there. Are you sleeping or what? Come on. There. One Ethereum. You are the winner. We have a winner. Is he the winner? A big round of applause for him. Congratulations. Please stand up. Say hi to everyone. He's the winner. Congratulations. You got an Ethereum. I'm sure he lost his voice. So we loved it. Thank you so much, everyone. You did great. But he is the winner. So after this excitement and rest, I think we all deserve a little break. But we're not going anywhere, right? We have a break. It's an intense day. We're all having great fortune to learn from the best. But we have a full evening ahead, full of surprises and experts that will convey their knowledge. So please do not go too far. And mainly, there is something quite important we shouldn't forget. Well, you're creating a bit of hype, aren't you? Yes, we said at the beginning in case people were not attentive, but today we're going to leave a great moment. The moment you're all waiting for, today. Because today we're gonna get into the Metaverse. So that will be shortly. You'll have your VR glasses on your seat, and they'll be essential to get into the Metaverse. Please remember to get your headsets. On the ring you have your headsets, so you didn't get any headsets, you'll need them. You'll have headsets in the ring around us. And we'll shortly explain how everything works. You can eat in the break, you'll have access to immersive experiences. And do not forget to upload everything to your networks, and please connect to the Wi-Fi. Mundo Crypto. It's very important for you to connect to the network. And when we come back, we'll tell you why. Mundo Crypto is the Wi-Fi network that you can connect. Please do not forget the headphones to live this unique experience, and we'll be back in 30 minutes. See you later.
Bueno, comienza el descanso del
Metaverse Day de Mundo Crypto,
y aquí en el streaming
Crypto,
vamos a
and here on the
contar con la
streaming
participación de
we're going to
dos
have the
invitados muy
participation of
especiales,
two
pero
very
vamos a hacer
special
un
guests.
repaso de lo que hemos
First,
visto en
we're
la
going to go
primera
over
parte de este
what
evento.
we've seen the first
Hemos hablado
part of the
de
event.
exchanges, hemos hablado de
Spoken
criptomonedas,
about
hemos hablado de los
exchanges,
riesgos que tienen las
cryptocurrencies, and the
y hemos
risks
comprobado
of
que los
cryptocurrencies.
economistas
And
también
we
están de
have
acuerdo en
proven
la regulación,
that
que
economists
se
agree
hable
with the
con cuidado de
regulation.
este tema, y que la
Speaking carefully about
inversión
this,
para iniciados.
investment is not not for beginners, but we have two very special guests here who will tell us about how to communicate, about the importance of getting trained in cryptocurrencies, metaverse, exchanges, and so on. So we have here Gold Jaws, I'm going to call you Jauma and Hugo. So what do you think about the event? Well, I think it's amazing. I expected something big, but when I got here and I saw all these people waiting outside, I think it's just amazing. Honestly. Well, it's a differential point in crypto events. We used to having 3 or 4 panels or presentations, creating immersive experiences and getting people to have fun. The Wizink Center is quite amazing. Really impressive. Well, the key element is for people to experience and feel these new technologies are here to stay. And this event is focused on training. You're excellent communicators, and I think you can give us the key elements, key tips of the essential bits we need to take into account when it comes to informing about this delicate topic. Metaverse, NFTs, which are the key elements? Well, to me, personally, rather than the tips, I'm just sharing my vision, speaking about our history and analysis, and this is just a perspective. Here, we have seen that there are many cons and lack of knowledge, and we need to take into account the different perspectives of many people. But eventually, we need to get trained, we need to know how to manage our investments and our money, mainly for these things not to happen. Absolutely. So when you get trained, you kind of create your own criteria. Absolutely, fully agree with you, Hugo. The way I see content creation in this sector, really show people that we are all in an IT sector, and Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, the blockchain technology was not born to be a means of investment. It became so, partly, but blockchain technology is much more. So if we are in a technological environment, we need to study which factors may alter that inside technology, because eventually it's like everything. When you are working on the stock trade, you search different companies that are listed, and in this occasion we need to study the technology and train and form people, inform them. What's your tip for people who are starting cryptocurrencies, NFTs? There's been a big boom, a lot of marketing, a lot of hype. Some people who was not well informed and lost their money. What's your tip for beginners who see your face on YouTube saying, well, invest in cryptocurrencies? Which are the tips? Well, as you said, everything begins with education and training. Training and knowledge reduces risk. And it's very important to know where you're placing your money, manage capital, manage risk. And eventually, as Guillermo was saying, getting to know this technology and knowing why you're investing. It's not about your cousin or your friend doing well some time ago, or you seeing a YouTuber, or hearing things from a friend, and then investing just in case you get lucky. 99% of times you will not. You'll get disappointed, and eventually you'll get frustrated, and you'll lose interest in this amazing world. And mainly, eventually it'll be a pity. Sure, so everything is based on knowing where we are. If we know where we're at, and we know that we are in a growing market, it's a very young market if we compare the maturity of the traditional market and the maturity of the crypto market. We're just a baby, newborn baby, and that leads to the high volatility that we see in this market. So I do have a tip
para que se puedan iniciar
for
es también
beginners.
el hecho de sobre todo es un tópico, pero el formarse debe implicar
cliché,
no solo las inversiones, ¿sabéis? Es
Does
decir,
not
yo en ese
just
aspecto
entail
intento
investment.
comunicar un enfoque muy
In this
diferente.
regard, I try
Porque
to
al final,
communicate a different
considero
approach,
que si no
because
sabes
I
dónde te
consider
encuentras,
that if
no
you
vas
do
a,
not
es
know
decir, si tú no
where
sabes
you're
dónde
at,
estás, no vas a saber para dónde
you will
tirar.
not
Y
know
siempre vas a
where to
acabar en
go,
los mismos sitios en
and
los
you'll
que
always
vas a
be
acabar, al menos en mi punto de vista.
crushed on the floor eventually. And in my opinion, there is a problem on YouTube. I mean, there's a lot of clickbait and a lot of excitement regarding, well, the last 5 cryptocurrencies that helped me earn $1,000. In that hype, some people avail to advertise and earn my money. So what do you think, and which language should be used in the world of cryptocurrencies? That includes luxury, boasting, or maybe having an expensive lifestyle? Well, in my opinion, there are people who do promotions, but I do not think that promoting things are bad. Of course, you cannot promote scams or things that may be very risky, but you always need to be transparent. At the end of the day, you need to communicate the risks, like I did in my channel several times. I do not do many promotions, but when I do, I say bluntly, well, this project, this space, is sponsoring this video so that people may differentiate my investments from other things. And they may say, well, this project is paying for a space within the channel, so that transparency is very important. So that there's no confusion in the audience, as well as warning always about the risks. And we all need to make our own decisions. Well, in this case, it also depends on the type of clickbait, or the type of method that you use. If you get into the shoes of the content creator, you notice that if you do not use this kind of methodologies, that video will not position you, or no one will go see it, or watch it. So you need to get the attention of the viewer and balance that with being honest. So speaking about YouTube and the video content, if you're sincere and honest, and we show people that there are risks, and if something is sponsored, we should say it clearly and naturally. And it's not bad to get sponsored when you're a content creator. We need to make it natural and communicate the risks. Once this is ready, then it's up to people to do things. Because the same message may be understood differently by different people. And there are many factors at play here that we need to take care of. But with this event, the Metaverse Day, it looks like it is the first time that an event has sponsors. It looks like in Spain there are never sponsors, which is not true, is it? So when the product is good, as Manny has often said, marketing is affordable, or is allowed, as we were saying with the clickbait. But what do you think of these kind of events in a cryptocurrency environment that may look like some products or services are sponsored? What do you think? Do you think these events should still be held? And today will beat a world Guinness record with 7,000 attendees, virtual reality experiences, immersive experiences. Do you think this can be done? Or do you think things should be done in a more relaxed way? Well, I think this is amazing, really. And at the end of the day, we need these kind of events. As you were saying, regarding marketing and sponsors, we also need to look at it from the other side. People are supporting this. And eventually, within this ecosystem, we're all doing our bit, somehow, for all of this to happen. And for all these people to meet, especially the lay people, who may hear and see firsthand from the sector experts. And I think it's extremely necessary. The more events of this kind we have, the better. Well, we're going to sign you up for next year. Absolutely. I will be happy to.
pienso muy parecido a Hugo. Al
Well,
final,
just like Hugo,
este tipo de evento que al final
these kind of events, in my opinion, mean that you're not focusing on luxury lifestyles or anything. You're just showing in a neutral manner what the crypto sector is like. As well as the metaverse, you're just showing the potential that technology may have, and everyone can judge for themselves. It's just about that, really. And then regarding advertising, as Hugo was saying, these are companies and people who trusted these organizations for this to be possible. So we need to get into that mindset. These people help this to happen. So as long as this is the right product, if it's not a fraud, I'll support it. Well, I'll be happy. I'm happy to know that you're supporting this event. Many people may be having a rest, but other people are in the immersive experience area. And we have our colleague Victor there. Victor, how are you doing over there? Hi, Fernando. Hi, everyone. If you're connected on the streaming, following the Metaverse Day, it's really incredible, and we are now in this area. We've seen the gaming area, the roulette area. People can also have a snack, and other people have decided to come to this area, the gaming area, where we may find like pinball and air hockey machines. And soon we'll have the pièce de résistance, a Guinness World Record, and the virtual reality glasses that we're looking at before. And we need to speak to Money 2.0. And Fernando, I want to speak to you because I haven't seen Money. I haven't yet seen Money 1.0. But maybe Kuchi has seen him, I don't know. Well, the traditional Money 1.0, I haven't seen it, or the 2.0 either. But Kushi on the red carpet has a very special guest, with whom we're going to connect right now. Kushi. Absolutely, I'm here with Fernando, well known on the networks as CryptoMind. He's an expert on NFT. How do you like the event? Well, very happy to be here. It's been an informative event, mainly for people to better understand the crypto ecosystem. Very interesting. And it's good to see how entertaining it is, and questions. So, you know, mixing entertainment with information is great. You're doing very well. I think people will be very happy to learn about all this content. It's a perfect combination, isn't it? Information and training. And entertainment. So, what do you expect for the second part? Well, I'd like to know more about the Metaverse. I think we're going to try to beat a World Guinness record of people connected simultaneously to the Metaverse. So I've been given some headsets and virtual reality glasses. So maybe I could drive a Lamborghini virtually or walk in Dubai, and if I do it in NFT, it might be better. And regarding the NFTs, do you think it's a bubble, or do you think they're here to stay long term? Well, I think NFTs are something which is yet to be exploited. Initially it's been a bit of a bubble, and right now it's being consolidated. The main bit is to get great brands and companies that give their own NFT collections utility and usefulness. So they give advantages people like, such as discounts or having a limited collection of sneakers. I think these are things that have been seen before and that might be very attractive to people. So I think this is here to stay. So do you think that NFTs could go beyond art? Absolutely, 100%. In fact, as a funny story, I have some NFTs that are exhibited at home. I've gotten them in frames. It's a collection of Ukrainian dog soldiers. And I like that. So, you know, anyone can use that as they wish. Well, thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. And let's meet again shortly. Thank you. See you soon.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Cuchi, por
Thank you, Kuchi, for taking us to our guest who has spoken about something very interesting related to the cryptocurrency world, which is the NFTs or non-fungible tokens. I'd like to ask my guests, because it looks like with the NFTs there's been some sort of fever, not just on YouTube, Instagram or Twitter. NFTs have been sold by massive amounts, just ridiculous amounts. And sometimes people are only looking for status or to pay the most for an NFT. What do you think? Do you think this has gone beyond art? Do you think it will just be a fad? What do you think? Well, we do not specialize on NFTs, but I think that this is quite linked to art, and that usually makes the covers the big amount of money that the four apes are being sold for. And eventually, we kind of forget about the usefulness and use cases of NFTs, and that's where I see much more potential. But that's not what really makes the headlines in news. Yes, it was more popular than the Snoop Dogg NFT that has been sold for a fortune. Yes, sensationalism. Well, NFTs are a really amazing technology, and when you get into the sector and try to apply it or build something on this technology, you notice about how really they may be, how important they can really be, and how useful. But there is a speculation, and since NFTs have a factor, they're non-fungible, and you can create artwork that is unique, just like with traditional artwork. There is a speculation that has been done with any sort of art, and then we saw that fever. In my opinion, I do not fully agree with that speculation, but as we said before, technology is out there, and it may be applied in 1,000 different ways. It's really exciting. So we're going to connect now to our colleague Victor, who is in the gaming area, still having fun. Yes, we want to know about how people are experiencing the event. And we asked Nico about how he's doing. Are you having fun? Well, first of all, thank you. Victor, I'm really impressed. I didn't expect it to be so great. What do you enjoy? We've had the economic panel, KuCoin, several exchanges. What do you like the most? Well, to be honest, regarding the whole controversy, I really enjoyed the economists panel. It really showed what's lying behind. And then, you know, all the CEOs, KuCoin, Waves, all that was really great. So since you're here, you're holding the VR glasses in the Mundo Crypto tote bag. We're going to try to beat a Guinness World Record. I'm sure we'll beat it, but I'm intrigued. I'm not sure, but I think it would be incredible. Well, you told me you were going to try the immersive experience with the Formula One, so thank you so much for being here. And let's continue with the gaming experience with Formula One and many machines, and we're going to keep enjoying the whole community. Thank you so much, Victor, for this short interview. I can see you're still having fun in the gaming area, so we're going to connect very quickly because in a few minutes we'll come back from the break. The countdown is active, and our colleague Kuchi is with one of the most important moderators tonight, Pilar Troncoso. Kuchi, how are you doing? Absolutely. I'm here with a very special guest, Pilar Troncoso. How are you doing, Pilar? Great, really. It's really exciting to see so many people together in this amazing place. That's all I can say. I'm happy you're having fun. Could you please tell us about yourself and what you do for a living? Sure. I'm an entrepreneur, an experienced entrepreneur. I've co-founded several startups, and two of them are blockchain startups. One of them is Chain Block Tech, and I'm the president of ORO, a Spanish-Canadian company funded a few years ago, where we deal with digital identity, blockchain, NFTs, and we have amazing products for mass usage. And that's what I do, working in my different businesses and on our blockchain/crypto assets community. Thank you. Well, the community is growing by the day, and since we are in a Metaverse event, do you think that Mundo Crypto will have a place within the Metaverse with the top companies that we currently have? Well, in my opinion, I'm sure the Metaverse will forge ahead because it's just a natural development of the internet, and I think training is a very natural vertical due to the cost savings it entails for many companies apart from the users community, for the users and community comfort. So many verticals will use this technology to communicate as a new alternative communication channel and to develop new business models. It's very clear in my mind. I think we're all thinking about the same, at least those of us who work in blockchain. So do you think the blockchain is here to stay? Absolutely. It's been clear to me for the last 6 or 7 years, and we're proving that daily from ORO and Chengo. We are saving costs to companies and opening the eyes regarding how to change processes with great compliance. It's very clear to me. And digital identities are a must when it comes to getting into the Metaverse. And that's a message I'd like to clarify. And that's what we're doing from ORO. Well, thanks so much, Pilar. It's been a pleasure. And I do hope you keep enjoying the evening. Thank you. I'll do so in this great space. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Well, Pilar is a great space. Metaverse Day, August 27, 2022, will shortly resume the second part of the event after the break. And I'd like to ask my guests, what do you expect from the second part of the event? We've talked about the Metaverse, VR glasses, Guinness record. Well, I've seen very little about the Metaverse in Mundo Crypto, so I think it's going to be quite big, as well as beating that Guinness World Record. I think that's going to be something quite amazing. So hopefully you haven't yet opened the VR glasses box, have you? No, I haven't yet, but it's hard to get my hands on it. Well, there's a lot of expectations here regarding where the sector is going, remote working, training. I think this is the way for the future, and I'm really hopeful to see what we find. And if the event keeps going this way, I'm sure it will be big. Sure, hopefully we'll keep going. Well, let's connect with Victor. In the gaming area, people are getting in. And people are getting back here in the room, in the main room. Yes, this gaming area is getting emptied out because obviously we're going to experience something amazing. Something that we haven't experienced before. We're going to stream it live for everyone connected from home. No one wants to miss it. And we have sector door 17 back here, and all the doors are being opened now for all the attendees to come back to the seats and continue with the best part of the event, Fernando. Well, only 2 minutes left for the second part of Metaverse Day to begin, with more presentations. Well, we'll hear about public and political representatives from the first country in the world to adopt the Bitcoin as a legal tender. So we're gonna hear about the challenges to implement that new regulation, which is pioneering. What do you think about that? Do you think that maybe some other countries will join the list of El Salvador, the Central African Republic, as a country adopting the Bitcoin as legal tender? Well, I think it's just a matter of time for more countries to join. The current situation is not helping in a market such as the current one, with so much uncertainty, and even the financial scenario globally. It's quite hard for a country to give such a big step. So I think it will happen. I don't think we'll need to force it. Things just have their own natural way of evolving, and I think it's just a matter of time to see more countries joining this initiative. So as Hugo was saying, I do agree we should not force things, and we also see a glimpse of that in Europe. Even in Europe, in Lugano, the city of Lugano is implementing the technology and adopting Bitcoin. In this case, it's something very positive. And we need to go little by little. We cannot force blockchain technology, because then we'll be creating very bad reactions. And it needs to be a natural process that goes with the network. Bitcoin is just a network. And let's see how things are supporting, how technology evolves. And what do you think that are the main barriers for countries where there is a situation with unbanked clients to adopt Bitcoin as a tool to be safe from that situation, because they don't have access to a bank account, because the traditional financial services and financial institutions do not help to integrate in this system? Well, it's just the fear barrier that you feel when you're adopting something extremely new. It may be scary. Well, the price you pay for disruption is fear, isn't it? Absolutely. And then, I mean, I just lost my track of thought, but it's something quite scary for centralized institutions, and I think it's kind of taking the power away from central banks. And there is a phrase I really like, a quote I really like, which is that blockchain is a path to the truth, and little by little I think we'll get there.
Well, people might think, well, I mean, we don't want people to think that we're just trying to sell to them, but if I had to define blockchain in a few words, then it would be something like what I just said. Thank you very much, then, for joining us during this time. I'm sure everybody has enjoyed this talk, and now we're going to have the part of the event where we're going to go for the world record with over 7,000 people connecting with virtual reality headsets. This is not all. We're also going to have representatives of El Salvador, the first country to adapt bitcoins as a legal tender. So take your seats, because we're going to start the second part of the Metaverse Day here with Mundo Crypto.
Hola!
Hello! How's it going? We're here again. Okay, so if we take our seats, yep, please take your seats again. We hope you've enjoyed the rest. Remember to put the pictures in the social media, everything you're doing here. Tell your friends. I'd just like to remind you that here and on streaming, we have translation. We have Spanish, and it's also being interpreted into English, so there shouldn't be any problem for anybody if it comes to the language. We would just like to say, please take your seats, because exciting things are coming. We can see lots of people taking photos, and I love all this talk of crypto brother, crypto sister, but we haven't got to crypto cousins yet. Okay. This is going to be a historic moment. I don't know if you're really aware of what we're going to experience. All of us together, we're going to enter the Metaverse. We'll explain in a few moments how the headsets work. But you know what, Andres? Well, I wanted some more lookalike cam. It was such fun. I really like that kind of thing with these big screens. Of course, it's inevitable. It's really great. What are you thinking of? Well, okay, we could do something a bit different. We could innovate. Well, not really innovate. You'll have seen this. I love it. We're going to ask you to show a love and affection. Maybe Andres and we could... No. Okay, your wife might not be pleased. Okay, so we're going to do a kiss cam. Do you know what a kiss cam is? Crypto brothers, crypto sisters. Okay, let's go for a kiss cam. I want you to show affection, show your love. You don't know what might happen. What might happen with this? Kiss cam. A kiss. Give yourselves a kiss. Oh, almost. That's the spirit. No, I don't think that's going to work. Oh, here we've got another two. Oh, that was lovely. More crypto love. That's lovely. So we've got couples here. Lots of love in the room. Go on, a kiss. Kiss, don't be shy. That's lovely. Oh, what's going on? What's happening? Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. He asked you to marry him. What's happened? Well, what did she say? What was her answer? Oh my goodness me. Oh, that's the first live proposal I've seen. A round of applause. Oh my goodness me, I can't believe it. Did she say yes? Show us the ring. I want to see that ring. The ring, show us. She said yes, but she's crying. Oh, isn't that touching? A round of applause. I can't believe it. This is what the crypto world has brought together, and nobody will separate. Crypto love. I'm so happy. Obviously, she wasn't expecting that, but I wasn't either. After that, how did you propose to your wife? In a restaurant, you know. Do you know, I proposed to my husband. You proposed to him. Okay, that's good, crypto sister. Yeah, we've got to change things. It's a new world. We've got to progress. But anyway, let's get back to the subject in hand. We're going to hear from great experts in cryptocurrencies. I don't know if they will have seen that proposal, but it was spectacular. We have some guests far away from us, but they didn't want to miss the chance to participate. Okay, so we've got Reeve Cole, and we have Mike Kostash. I'm going to explain who Mike Kostash is.
Environment since 2016, when the market capitalization of crypto was 8 billion, only 8 billion, and where there were only 620 cryptocurrencies. Mike doesn't like to be in a box, so he has been spending 25 years as an entrepreneur, investment banker, author, professor, speaker, angel investor, and pro bono fundraiser for various charities. So let's welcome Mr. Mike Kostash. La bienvenida a Mike Kostash. Aplausos, aplausos, vamos.
A round of applause for Mike Kostash, please.
Good evening. Who would like to be a Burning Man right now? Has anybody heard of Burning Man? All right. I am here on behalf of Mundo Crypto to introduce a very, very dear soul who is the chairman of the Bitcoin Foundation, but he likes to be known mainly as a philanthropist. His foundation is called the Integra Foundation, and they've done a lot of work in Puerto Rico and other parts of the world. Barack has been a good friend for 9 years, and for the past 6 years, he's been a business partner of mine. He's right now driving from LA to Burning Man, and he sent us a recording earlier, but we decided to bring him live to you. Do you want to hear the recording, or do you want to hear him live? Live? All right. Well, there's many things I could say about Brock, but there's one way that I personally categorize him, and that is as a magician. And the reason why he's a magician is because he gets people together, he doesn't need all the credit, and he makes things happen out of thin air. And that's what a magician is. Yes, he's a blockchain billionaire. Yes, he's a child actor and all these other things that you may read about him on the internet. But to me, he's a pure heart society founder. There's a few of us that have joined that. He even gave me one of these beautiful one heart things. And right now, if I could introduce him through any other means, I would be doing him a disfavor because there's too many titles he has. He's raised way too many billions of dollars, helped way too many people. So let's see if we could have Brock join us from his car as he's driving towards Burning Man to live a 1 week with no money, because that's what Burning Man is about. There's no money. You like somebody's jacket, they give it to you. You like you want a hug, you get it. That is what Burning Man is. So let's see if we could get Brock on the screen and have us enlighten. Mr. Brock Pierce.
Hello. Good day. Buenos tardes.
We also have a surprise for you. We have Reeve Collins on the right, Reeve and Brock, and a very good friend of theirs, Craig Sellers. The three of them co-founded Tether. I wanted to have all three of them here, but logistics didn't allow us. So I will allow Brock to tell us a few words about the Metaverse.
Well, I mean, we live in the universe. You know, the Metaverse is a creation that allows us to create alternative realities, to experiment with new ideas, to allow us to connect with each other wherever we might be in the world. And there will be wonderful benefits that come from that. The opportunity to connect in higher fidelity, to learn from each other, to share stories, to have fun, to play, to make games. You know, and this isn't a new concept. It's been around. It's actually how I ended up in cryptocurrency, with massively multiplayer games like World of Warcraft and Second Life. The big difference between the then and the now is the interoperability of the systems, the immutability of the systems, what the blockchain is bringing, so that we can move value from one world to another and have ownership of the things that exist within these metaverses or alternative realities. And so I'm very excited about the bright future that lies ahead, and grateful for the opportunity to speak to you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Brock. If we were to go back to 2014, 13, these two guys were partying in LA with Craig Sellers, and they came up with an idea. Let's take $1, put it in a bank account, and tokenize it, back before nobody even knew what tokenizing is. In 2016, 15, 16, 17, they invented also the NFT. It took me a long time to understand non-fungible tokens, but they explained it to me. So, having done the first ICO, which is Mastercoin, which was only $500,000, having done the first ever security token for securitizing a fund, tokenizing a fund called Blockchain Capital on April 17th, 2017, and having broken all these records, just like tonight, we're breaking record by entering into the Guinness Book of Record. Reeve, tell us, what was it like to be the founding CEO of Tether? And how scary was it?
Yes, looking back, it's like quite an extraordinary accomplishment. At the time, it seemed like a very crazy endeavor. Especially when we started, you have to think back to 2013 when the idea first came up. There was only Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin, and just a couple of cryptocurrencies. And so people weren't really moving even Bitcoin on the blockchain, let alone the dollar. Brock had the concept of putting real-world currencies, dollars, euros, yen, on the blockchain, so we can now use this new technology that allows you to move money globally, instantly and for free. Use this new technology with the currency everyone's familiar with. And at the time, people just didn't get it. It didn't make sense to them. They didn't understand the use case. They didn't understand how value it would be. But we dove in anyways. It was a very difficult landscape to navigate, especially legally, because we're dealing with global regulations on how the movements of currencies and monies work. And so it became a very challenging landscape for us to operate in. But we persevered and went forward and built some world-changing technology. So looking back on it, how does it feel? I feel very proud on what we accomplished and where we're at today.
Great, thank you, Reeve. Brock, what was it like being in touch with Bitfinex and handing off your baby?
Well, I mean, I've been an entrepreneur really almost my entire life. Even as a child, I was building lemonade stand-like businesses one after another when I wasn't acting. And so as an entrepreneur, the goal is not, or really as a creator, the goal is not to be the CEO or the operator or to have control. As you'll notice in almost every project I've started, to be in alignment with the ethos, the philosophical views of cryptocurrency, I was rarely a director or an officer or a controlling shareholder in almost any instance. I'm not sure if there's even one right now, but there may have been. The idea was that we're trying to build a decentralized world. We're trying to build a world with a new form of governance and to have the faith to relinquish control. So giving Tether up was not all that difficult. Our group, Reeve, Craig, and it was also William Quigley and Jonathan Yantis, we had owned 60% of the business, and the Bitfinex principals had owned 40%. But we handed over control because I decided, as well as Reeve, that we didn't want to profit at all from our creation. I don't know if it's true for you, Reeve, but I don't think I made 1 cent from Tether. But I'm very proud to be its father, to have been the seed and creator, but a co-creator. And so I'm just happy to do that. It's kind of like, I'm a father of 3 daughters. I just had a new baby girl. It's like being a proud parent. Do you like every decision that your children makes or your businesses in this instance makes? No. Sometimes you question their decisions. Sometimes you're frustrated by it. But overall, it's the most traded cryptocurrency in the world. Over $50 trillion a year in transactional volume. It's changing the way that money works in the world. I couldn't be, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to have had a hand in all of this.
Sounds wonderful. Reeve, our friends here at Mundo Crypto have been taking a lot of heat from the wonderful media in Madrid for the last 3 days because of this event. It's very shocking to the media and to the government that they're talking about education about crypto, not talking about selling tokens, but about education, about what blockchain is. How did you deal with all the heat as the CEO of Tether in the US, as an American, tokenizing the US dollar?
Well, I feel like all new technologies bring some fear from some certain groups of people. And so I feel for Mundo Crypto there, and I'm uncertain why the government, why different people would be against education and against progress and growth. Because this new technology, in some way, shape, or form, blockchain technology and everything that's come from it, DeFi, the Metaverse, Web 3.0, NFT, will be the building blocks of our future. All of our interactions, all of our transactions will somehow touch these types of technologies moving forward. And so it's ultimately important and very important for everyone to learn how to participate in this new economy, because that's how business will be transacted in the future in one way, shape, or form. People hear about the Metaverse, They hear about Web 3.0. No one quite understands it because we're just on the cusp. But soon, come next year, it'll become more and more an everyday occurrence. People will be logging into websites and they'll have the businesses come inside. The website will become 3D, it will be metaverse enabled, it will be more interactive, more fun, more engaging. You'll have a wallet, it will be filled with NFT. All these things will eventually also be regulated by the government, but it's a bumpy road until we get there. So the way you deal with the heat is you realize that you're doing something good for humanity and that you do your best to always do it above board, even if it isn't regulated. You know better. You have a sense of what's right and what's wrong. And so just operate in the best way possible until the regulations are there. That's the advice I would share.
Great. And Brock, you took some heat also from the media. How did you find it in your heart to love them, educate them, and then they came back and wrote wonderful things about what you're doing, whereas in the beginning, they didn't quite get it, so negative news always sells better, so they went with that first. Then they found out who you are as a real human being who really cares about empowering 1 billion people to live a better life. How did you find the love for these wonderful journalists who are just doing their jobs, but at one point in time, they just don't get it, and then they get it later?
Well, I'm not perfect, and so there's this line, it's biblical, forgive them for they know not what they do. When your house is made of glass, be careful throwing stones. And so, we need to be careful passing judgment on others. And certainly be careful, believing everything you read. And it's all good. We're here to learn. Learning is a good thing. And I believe that we live in a redemption story. And, it's important that we forgive others and have compassion, as we all continue to get up every day. The first words out of my mouth most mornings are, thank you for waking me up again and giving me another opportunity to serve. How may I be of highest service? I choose to live righteously. I choose to live my life in service. And we have these new tools, these building blocks that Reeve mentioned, to build a better, brighter future, a world that can work for everyone. And once you understand what's happening here and the incredible potential of these technologies and the ways in which they can transform the world in which we live, it's hard not to fall in love and to join this movement of change, this new economy that can build a world that can work for everyone. And again, it's important to note that technology is just a tool. It's amoral. It's neither good or bad. How we use it determines the impact it has, the intentions of the creators. It's important to understand the intention of the people that are creating these projects. That's the number one thing I look at when I decide what projects I wish to support. I'm not in pursuit of making money. I'm in pursuit of building and supporting things that are going to make the world better for the generations that follow.
Great. Will you make a commitment that as soon as Burning Man is over and other responsibilities around the world are over, you would make a visit to Madrid with Craig Sellers and with Reeve, the three of you that co-founded Tether, and sit with the government, just like you did in February with Romania when you came to visit me where I was born, and the way you've done it with El Salvador and 35 other nations? Will you make that commitment in the last 25 seconds of our live chat here?
Absolutely, I commit. I would love to come back to Madrid. I'm in Spain all the time. I have property in Spain. I'm a builder in Spain. I've lived in Spain. I've got goddaughters in Spain. It would be my pleasure to come and see how I may be of service.
Great. Reeve, thank you very much for joining in. Brock, thank you so much. Craig Sellers is also here with us in spirit. He'll be joining next time live in Madrid. Thank you very much. It's been an honor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Ha sido interesantísimo.
Thank you. That was really interesting. I really enjoyed that.
Thank
you so much. Really great.
Hollywood, ¿no?
Hollywood. Y después, para mí es
we can see here this guy from Hollywood is real. Wonderful to hear that. It was real luxury for us to be able to listen to that talk. I'm sure you're all enjoying it. People on streaming, people here with us. I mean, we love parties, and I'm sure everybody here loves parties too. So, we're going to have a bit of a party going on here. We're going to have a party and more gifts, prizes. Okay, Víctor, where are you?
Víctor, ahí viene.
Víctor.
Aplauso para Víctor. Vamos, Víctor, bro. Learn to earn.
Ha venido Papá Noel otra vez.
Father Christmas is back, yes.
Tengo que decir que la anterior pregunta
I have to say that the previous question was easy, too easy. So this one is going to be quite a lot more difficult. We're going to give away another Ethereum, and we've got the lights going already to see who it's going to be. Remember, you've got that wild card. You can phone a friend if you want. You've got 4 options, 4 possible answers, and 15 seconds to choose the answer. So let's start.
A ver, ¿por dónde va la luz?
Let's see where the light stops.
Espérate que no lo encuentro.
Hang on, I can't find him. Can't find him.
Ah, vale. Es que tengo una luz aquí que me ciega enormemente.
I've got a light shining right in my face. What's your name? The guy in white. He's not got the microphone.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Él o yo? ¿Yo?
Who is it?
¿Qué
Me?
pasó?
What's going on?
Muy bien, ¿y tú?
How are you doing? I'm good. How about you? Enjoying yourself? Do you want to win an Ethereum? I'd love to. What would you do with it?
Aguantarlo hasta más adelante para que valga más.
I keep it until it goes up in value. Okay, some people want to spend it, others don't. No, I spend euros. I keep the Ethereums. Are you ready for the question? Do you think you're going to get it as quickly as the other one? No, I doubt it. Let's see. Good luck. Thank you.
Joder, me senté aquí y me llegó, colega.
Tensión. ¿Qué mecanismo de consenso?
What consensus mechanism does Polkadot use?
Opción A.
A.
No veo nada.
I can't see anything.
No veo nada.
I can't see anything. POS. That's option A. B. DPoS. C. NPOS. And D. LPOS.
Tiempo.
D.
Time.
No.
It's starting. The countdown started.
¿Cuál? La A.
So what are you saying? A?
Proof of stake. No me acuerdo cuál era la.
I can't remember.
Las opciones.
The options now.
Vamos a ver si ha acertado. La A. Vamos a ver.
A. Let's see if you got it right.
Resolvemos. Vale. Ya has equivocado.
Okay.
Tienes que decir
You got it wrong. So now you just have to say right or left. Left.
El que está a tu lado.
The one on your side, to your side.
Pues que depende de lo veas.
Well, it depends which way you're looking, from which angle.
Izquierda.
On the left.
¿Cómo te llamas?
What's your name?
¿Te ves más preparado?
Do you think you're better prepared for this? Yes.
No, pero sí.
No, but
Bueno,
yes.
pues vamos con la siguiente pregunta.
Okay, let's go on with the next question.
¿Cada cuánto se ajusta la
How
dificultad
often
en un
is
bloque de 20?
the level of difficulty adjusted in a Bitcoin chain? Sorry, in a Bitcoin block. Every 2016 blocks, every 2026 blocks, every 2006 blocks, or none of the previous answers?
Tiempo.
La sé.
Dale.
D.
Da igual.
C.
A ver, ¿cuál has dicho? ¿C o D?
Which did you say, C or D?
La D.
D.
La D.
D.
Vale. D.
Okay. D.
Resolvemos.
So, let's see if it's right.
Oh.
No.
Sois muy malos, ¿eh?
Oh dear. You're not doing very well.
Vale, tercera oportunidad.
Third chance.
¿Derecha o izquierda?
Right or left?
Abajo.
Down.
A ver.
Here. Him. Left.
Vale, el tío de rojo.
Okay, the guy in
Vaya
red.
flow lleva, ¿eh? Fresco. ¿Cómo te llamas?
Fuera coña, Yo, Jesús.
What's your name? Jesus. Well,
Bueno, pues
how do you
vamos a ver.
think you're going to do?
Vamos a ver, venga.
Well, let's see.
A ver qué
Me
sucede, ¿no?
ha quedado ciego aquí, ¿eh?
Yo estoy igual que tú, ¿eh?
I'm going to be blinded by the
Bueno, vamos con la
light.
siguiente pregunta.
Yep, it's the same for me. So let's go to the question.
¿Cuál de estas tecnologías es una solución de segunda capa?
Which of these technologies is a second layer solution?
A. Validium. B.
A. Validium.
Sidechain,
B. Sidechain. C. Canales del Estado. D. All are right. All of the above.
Es que no veo nada, ¿puedes repetir?
Could you repeat it? I can't see.
A. Validium.
A.
B.
Validium. B.
Sidechain,
Sidechain. C. Canales de Estado. D. All the above.
D. Vamos a ver si ha habido suerte. Marcamos D.
D. That's smart. D. Let's see if you get it right. Yes.
Este parece que se nos va a gastar esta noche.
I think he's going to spend it this evening.
Esto es yo.
La corta el micro.
Oh dear, the microphone stopped working.
Yo ya.
Right then, well, that's all from me today. But I'm going to leave you with one of the best known magicians in the world. This guy has done tricks to Steve Aoki, great. And well, I'm going to leave you with him to give you his show. Without any further ado, I introduce Julius Steen. So, a round of applause, please.
And cut! Hola Madrid!
Hi Madrid.
My name is Julius Dean. I'm from London. And what I would like everyone to do, I would like everyone to stand up for me. That's right. Everybody stand up. Wow. Beautiful people here. Beautiful people here. Hello. Okay. Hold your hands like this. You as well. Hands like this. If your birthday is on an even number, like the 2nd, the 8th, the 12th, keep your hands like this. If your birthday is on an odd number, like the 1st, the 3rd, the 17th, hands like this. If you don't understand a word that I'm saying, just do that. Stay very still. Hands like this, hands like this. Okay, here we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, excellent. That's going straight on Instagram. Standing ovation in Madrid. You can all sit down. Now I'm going to try something with you. Nice to meet you, Julius.
Nice to meet you, Victor.
I'm going to try something. I have brought a present from London. I have here a cup. Can you all see that? Say yes. Yes? Hold on to this for me.
Changarrillo.
Look forward. Look forward. What I would like you to do is I would like you to imagine you're going into the grocery store. You're going to the back and you're grabbing a drink. Don't say it. Just think about it. Have you got a drink in mind?
Yes.
Okay. I have with me something. For the first time, what is the drink that you're thinking of?
Milk.
Sorry?
Milk.
¿En español?
Leche. A ver, se supone que tenía que acertar, ¿no?
Okay, hold on. Watch this. Hold this. Leche.
Leche.
There we go. There we go. Thank you very much, guys.
Es leche.
Okay, I'm going to try one more thing. I want to give somebody a present. All right, who wants to come on stage with me tonight? Let's get you, my friend. You look so happy. Come up with it. Come over. All right, guys, give him a massive round of applause. There we go. Hello, mate. What's your name? Come. You've only got 30,000 people. Come, run with me. Come. All right. Who would have thought? All right. Now listen. Come over here. Stand right here. All right. What's your name?
Pla.
Plau. All right, guys, give it up for Plau. Plau, have we ever met before? No. Here we go. Now listen, Plau, look forward. Okay, I have got you a present.
Elijo un número.
Un regalo. Allá.
Vale.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 presents behind the back of each one.
El 4.
Wait. Look forward. Here we go. I've got a dice. You see this? ¿Cómo se dices?
4.
4. You want 4?
Sí.
You want present number 4? Yeah?
Yeah.
You sure?
Sí.
Okay. Guys, we're going to give him what's on the back of present number 4. He gets a hug.
Oh.
Come here. Come on, give me a hug. There we go. Thank you, guys. Oh. You have no idea. Oh. All right, guys, thank you very much. Enjoy. Thank you, Mundo Crypto. Yo, my boy, come over here. With me, come with me.
¿Qué te ha parecido, Andrés? Está mal, ¿eh?
Fue la leche, ¿no?
Fue la leche.
Fue la leche. Ha sido
What's wrong?
la leche. Mira, ha sido alucinante.
It was
Como alucinante es el
awesome.
futuro que nos
As
traerá.
the awesome is the future that we will have with crypto coins. Everyone here, you know that the future is
Al
crypto.
igual que lo saben, lo
As
tienen muy claro,
they
el
clearly
gran gobierno de
know,
El Salvador, que es el
in the
primer
government
país
of
del
El
mundo
Salvador,
en
the first
convertir
country in the
Bitcoin
world that has
una
made
moneda
the
de
crypto
curso
coin
legal.
as a legal currency.
Salvador.
El Salvador.
Un verdadero paso al
It's a
frente para
step
integrar los nuevos
forward
escenarios financieros
to integrate in the financial scenarios, and this is going to be analyzed by our speakers in the debate moderated by Dania González. El Salvador.
Bueno, buenas tardes, buenas noches, saludos desde la capital del Bitcoin. Somos 4 diputados de El Salvador. Soy la presidenta de la Comisión
I'm the
Financiera.
president of the financial board. I'm the chairwoman of the financial board.
quienes hemos apoyado al
We
presidente
have
Nayib Bukele
supported
a poder
the
aprobar
president in order for him to be able to approve the Bitcoin law. The first law
a nivel mundial. Y nos sentimos
of its kind in the world, and we are
Y hoy les
really
queremos
proud
contar
of this. So
qué
we
está
want to
haciendo El
tell you
Salvador,
what
qué
is
hicimos
happening in
y
El
hacia dónde
Salvador,
vamos.
what we did, and where we are heading. As the capital of the Bitcoin, we are offering a lot of opportunities to investors, and we are going to have soon we're going to celebrate the year anniversary of the this law being passed. The year has involved many challenges, but also opportunities and full of hope for our country, opportunities for the world as a whole. And we would like to start, well, I think we can see the presentation. We were the first country in the world to trust in Bitcoins, trusted in Bitcoins as legal tender. And this has offered us many opportunities in order for the Bitcoin community to be able to grow. I think that many of you didn't even perhaps know or don't know where El Salvador is or who the president is. We believe that we have the best president in the world. I think that the efforts of the legislative body as well, this gave the country the power to achieve this. And what's important is that the fruit of all this, the results, the rewards, will be shared with the international community. El Salvador just approved a law, but also it's creating a Bitcoin ecosystem, which is something really important. You need legal structure in order to make the most of Bitcoin. But we also have to create an ecosystem of opportunities for people who live in El Salvador and for people who want to live in El Salvador. Bitcoin in El Salvador, well, we could say that the citizens that heard about this before the law was passed, we had a community with social projects in this coastal region of our country. And you'll see that in the presentation we were talking about a small community where it first started. A shop, a grocery store inland, and that's the magic of Bitcoin, it includes people in the financial system. Before this law in El Salvador, only 30% of the population had access to financial products and services of a traditional kind. We know that traditional banking during decades has excluded a lot of the population, and this is not just a problem in El Salvador, this is something that happens in many countries. And now, thanks to Bitcoin in El Salvador, we have more people included in the financial system. We have entrepreneurs, people carrying out transactions, buying and selling with the wallet using Bitcoins. And in addition to this, the law establishes that stores must accept Bitcoins. What's more, technical regulations have been created by the central bank, which gives it legal status so that taxes can actually be paid with Bitcoins. Also, we saw that the President Nayib Bukele was taking a different approach, not just for the people in El Salvador, not just offering benefits, but people were encouraged to use a digital wallet. And then after approving the law, we have a Chivo wallet, and 3 million people in the country can now carry out transactions using this without any fees. They're immediate transactions without fees, and this has really increased adoption in the country. And it's very important for us all to join and support this strategy. So now I'm going to give the floor to the other MPs who are here with me to explain how it works.
So good evening. I'm Caleb Navarro. I'm the Secretary of the Commission, Financial Commission of the Republic of El Salvador, MP of the Congress of El Salvador. It's an honor to me, for me to be with you, sharing this experience that we have lived in El Salvador. After the initiative of our President of the Republic, Nayib Bukele, last year he was telling us that we want for El Salvador to enter in the history of currencies. At the beginning, in the Congress, we were analyzing this option, and we thought, what is he talking about? And he said, I want for El Salvador to be the first country in the world adopting Bitcoin as a legal currency. And just that is what we did. We entered in the history of the world. El Salvador, a few years ago, was not known. Nobody knew where El Salvador was in the map. It was a country that only has 21 square kilometers. While Spain has 500,000 square kilometers, and it's 24 El Salvador that can be placed in Spain. But we've had a leader. Well, El Salvador was known by the maras, the gangs, and it was one of the countries that was one of the most dangerous countries in Latin America, with one of the homicide rates of 103 homicides per 100,000 inhabitants. And that's why El Salvador was known. Why people from El Salvador were known by. Well, now we're the safest country in Latin America. And we have got statistics. We're reaching 200 days with 0 homicides in our country. 200 days with 0 homicides in our country. And this has opened great opportunities for El Salvador to be seen by many investors that have come and visit our country. We had the visit of our friend Manny Tawani. He came to El Salvador. He knows El Salvador, Manny. He came with a delegation. He was welcome. And we showed him. But what's the important thing of our message? What do we want to convey? What do we want to say? That we must challenge every paradigm that we might have in our mindset. Because if no one believes that you can change the reality of our society, we will never leave the places where we are. And that is what we did in El Salvador. We created, with the Bitcoin Act, a wallet called Chivo. The Chivo in El Salvador is Chivo. It's okay, it's great, it's cool. So the wallet of El Salvador that can be purchased directly, BTC, and charge your wallet, and you can pay your bills, do your purchases, pay in the supermarket, and you can pay everything you want because it's a legal currency. And that opens great opportunities so that everyone, many investors that are here, can come to our country and get to know El Salvador, because you will be very welcome. Thank you, and God bless you all. Good evening. I'd like to ask if there's someone from El Salvador in this place. Over there, a round of applause for everyone of Central America and El Salvador in this Wizink Center. Thank you, Manny, and your team for allowing us to have the privilege to be with all of you today. I also want to say that El Salvador is going to become the first country having the Bitcoin city, where you're going to be able to invest, you, a businessman, and you're going to you're going to be able to become natural of Salvador, because our president wants to welcome you to our country, and our president wants to generate employment. So we're going to have a legal framework There's going to be a legal framework that is going to provide you legal certainty and security for you businessmen, so that you can, in El Salvador, that small country but major country in the world, that, as my colleague was saying, after being one of the most violent countries in the world, thank God and thank to our President Bukele, we're the safest country in Latin America. And we also want to tell you all that to our friends, our investors, business people that trust our country, that will trust El Salvador, and that will take their investments to our country, you will have zero taxes. That is what our president wants, to receive investors. And El Salvador, many of you don't know the country, but our president wants for a country to be a light for the world, not only for Latin America, for the world around. Let me tell you that in our country, we do have got municipalities, town halls that, like Ilopango, that have adopted Bitcoin, and you can pay your taxes in Bitcoin, and they're starting to use this currency, which is legal in El Salvador. There are major projects such as the airport that is going to be built in Oriente. We're going to have a train, the Pacific train built. All these in a very short span to make the economy of our country become more dynamic from east to west. As President Bukele has entrusted us MPs, I want to share with you all businessmen. The president wants to change the life of all the people from El Salvador, and you will be a major part of that change. Before bidding farewell, I want you to stand up all, and let's make a small promise so that we can all be together. So stand up very quickly. I'm going to invite my colleagues to stand up. Let's raise our right hand and let's repeat. I promise visiting El Salvador.
Perfecto. Muchas gracias, Héctor.
Well, Héctor, thank you. We extend this invitation to everyone which is not here, but thank you for allowing us to be here today talking to you. All this, my colleagues have explained, has been thanks to a law that was passed by the Legislative Assembly, and this is part of the benefits that we're already living as a country. It is very important for us to be aware about what's happening, what's new, and what's going to happen in the future. So many businessmen have come and invested in our country, and they're having future projects for having better business opportunities. And we've received the visit, as Caleb said, Manny, and he's not going to be the only Spaniard that we're going to welcome. So it's going to be a pleasure to welcome you all, as it is a pleasure to be with all of you here to talk about the novelties. There are many businessmen that have invested in El Salvador, and El Salvador has purchased Bitcoins. And let me explain about the projects that we have already implemented with the profit we've gotten from the investment in Bitcoins. For example, we have created a hospital for pets, starting from scratch. It's one of the most emblematic projects we've had in the country. The service provided to each user, each pet, you only pay 25 cents of a dollar for any service. That is one of the benefits that we're having from the implementation of this Bitcoin Act. And also, in our country, we have open payment networks using this technology to implement. We know that this requires innovation, and this is part of that. So El Salvador is still buying Bitcoins, new coins, in order to continue to generate profits and projects that will bring benefits for the population. El Salvador is going to have a chief of the blockchain and chief of the bit. So we hope you see that we are betting strong for El Salvador. So I hope you have reached the message that we want to receive your investment. So I hope you continue to enjoy this event as we will do. Thank you. Thank you, Caleb, Hector, and Oscar. They're part of the Financial Commission. And thank you to this mission. We are with Ricardo Bukele, the cousin of the president. So can you please stand up for the cousin of the president of El Salvador for this trust you have relied upon us. Really, thank you to this community that is making the world of Bitcoin grow. We at El Salvador, we know that it's just a matter of time. We know that many countries would like to take the example of El Salvador so that the Bitcoin becomes a legal currency because it brings many, many benefits. El Salvador has got its doors open to everyone, you and your families, as investors or as residents. We have Surf City is an area fostered by the president, and Nayib Bukele was telling us yesterday that he's going to inaugurate Bitcoin Beach Club, and it's going to be a space to network so that you can all go to the best beaches to practice surf all around the world and practice that sport. And I think that you have seen different images where with the budget to have a new airport that would just be beside Bitcoin City, a city created for you, a city where you won't pay taxes if you have your offices there, your headquarters is there. A city and a business model fostering business models that you already have. El Salvador has got its doors open with legal security and also with citizen security that we didn't have in the past. MP Caleb said that today El Salvador has become the safest country in Latin America. And that is also thanks to the vision that the president Nayib Bukele has. He wants to become like Brazil, Peru, or Mexico, countries that are eager to live what El Salvador has lived. I think that in this world, opportunities come when they have to come, but many of you are getting late, and Bitcoin is already at El Salvador and is generating an ecosystem where you are very welcome, and we're going to have more possibilities in ecosystem. And yes, you've made the promise to the MP saying that you will visit El Salvador to visit its beaches, its business environment. And the president sees Bitcoin not as a simple currency, but as a comprehensive ecosystem, bringing opportunities of economic integration for everyone. So we're waiting for you at the capital of Bitcoin. It's been a pleasure. Thank you to the organizing team. Thank you, Manny. We are waiting for you at El Salvador. So before leaving, we would like to send a solution, a hello to President Nayib Bukele. I want to say from Madrid to President Nayib Bukele, we will be with you soon.
Bueno, los esperamos.
Pues Andrés.
Well, Andrés, shall we go to El Salvador? Yes, of course. What do you have to do? Okay. But before introducing the next presentation, let me recall that we're getting close to the big moment of the night, and you need to have battery in your cell phone. Just a reminder. The next presentation is going to be key for everyone interested, everyone who is following cryptocurrencies. Yes, Danai, this is a very serious part because it's essential to get to know the regulation and the legal framework for cryptocurrencies. Okay, so in order to get to know the details, we're lucky to have Peter Belgosh, partner of Rimon Law, one of the law firms leaders in the sector of cryptocurrency and blockchain. Andres, yes, let's go.
Un aplauso aquí para el abogado, por favor.
For a lawyer.
Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you so much. Gracias.
You have a seat.
Right, please sit down. Thank you. So, can you please tell us who you are and why your main expertise?
Sure, absolutely. First, I'd like to thank Mundo Crypto for putting on this amazing event in an amazing venue, an amazing city, at actually a very amazing time in history as well. So thank you for that. But to answer your question, my name is Peter Wilgoss. I'm Canadian and a partner at a Silicon Valley-based law firm, but in their Dubai office. We set that office up last year, and the firm has about 45 offices internationally. It's a push that we've been making in the last 3 years, and we focus generally on the startup ecosystem, and that value chain right from creation of the company, registration of intellectual property, all the way to exits, etc. So as a technology lawyer, I've been obviously focusing on a range of technologies, but these days it seems it's crypto, Bitcoin, NFTs, Metaverse, so that's my focus. I got into crypto probably around 2015 when I was working for a family office.
Okay.
And I've been advising in that space since.
Okay, thank you so much. So let's educate the people today of Mundo Crypto about law. It's very important, you know. So it's the crypto world. You know, everybody talk about it, but how we call it? Is legal? Is illegal? How you call it? Or is in the middle?
It's an interesting question. So certainly there's a lot of ambiguity in the regulatory landscape. In some jurisdictions, the rules are very clear. The regulators are progressive and they've outlined exactly what constitutes a security, what doesn't, where does crypto fit into this. There's some that are absolutely silent, that are taking a step back and saying, look, we're not making any pronouncements on this, and that allows people to operate in that gray zone. And then there are others that are very restrictive, who have said, look, everything's a security, I'm sorry, but we're going to hunt you down. And it's very difficult for startups and even more advanced companies to figure out where they fit in this space and how to navigate these regulatory waters. So it's an important thing to look at, and I guess the advice that I give everyone is get your legal counsel involved earlier on in the process so they can guide you through those choppy waters.
Okay, and we have so many people here that want to learn about the legal part. And the question for everyone who wants to create a new cryptocurrency project, everyone wants to create a new token, where they can start from a legal perspective, where they can go, what is the first step they have to take in order to become compliant?
Okay. I guess a lot of projects hesitate to approach lawyers at the outset. It seems like such a large expense. It's difficult speaking with lawyers in this industry because very few actually understand not just the technology, but the culture as well that backs it. And that means that it's a struggle for lawyers to be able to be involved in that process from the outset. Unfortunately, if you don't bring the lawyers on early, then you end up making a lot of mistakes that could be much more costly in the long run. So for example, where you set up your holding company may be very different from a jurisdictional perspective than where you may house your intellectual property, or where you may register that intellectual property, or even where your issuer of the tokens is set up. So all these issues need to be resolved very early on so that you're not then trying to fix the problem by throwing more money at it later on.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So there is a massive controversy in several countries right now, you know, such as the ban of Bitcoin mining in some Asian countries, and now we just have the great guys from El Salvador legalizing Bitcoin. So it's like it's in one side, it's very good, and the other side, the government don't want to support it. So what do you think about this disparity between countries from the legal side?
Sure, it's a very politically charged question, so I don't want to respond using those two examples as nations, because of course every nation is allowed to regulate their internal economy and industrial practices, provided of course they don't violate international laws. But if we can look at those two examples as in the case of China, it's a country that is an energy importer. And so energy, which of course is required in proof of work consensus algorithms like the SHA-256 that's used for Bitcoin mining, there's a competition for those energy sources. And it may be, I don't know what the situation was in China, but it may be that there was a better use for those energy sources that was determined internally for the proper functioning of that economy. There are other reasons as well. Of course, China has been issuing its own digital currency, and so there could have been competitive pressures from that angle. On the other hand, you've got the use of Bitcoin as an energy battery, if you like. Energy in remote places can be mined very efficiently using these proof-of-work miners, ASIC miners, and that energy value can then be stored in a Bitcoin and then could form part of a currency basket of a nation. So there are different ways of looking at this, and depending on where you stand and how rich a nation is in terms of their resources, particularly with regards to energy, you'll see those resolutions vary from one country to another.
Right, and now we are here in España, so recently we had a lot of noise about this in Spain. Do you know what has been happening? Do you think that governments and public bodies are sufficiently trained to advance in the legalization of cryptocurrencies?
So I think cryptocurrencies and the blockchain industry are very complex technologies that are very difficult to understand, not just for regulators. So to be fair, it isn't only the regulators that need to be educated about how this industry operates and therefore what they can do to protect minority interests or the interests of the vulnerable in society. So a lot needs to be done about how we educate as early adopters, because everyone here is actually an early adopter. When you look at the statistics of how many people in the world have actually purchased cryptocurrency, hold it in a wallet, traded it, bought NFTs, participated in DeFi, those numbers are still quite low. And that means that they're low across the industrial spectrum, including in the public sector. So projects like, for example, Mundo Crypto, that are focusing on education and bringing that knowledge to a much wider audience, are exactly where we should be in terms of getting that information out and assisting regulators to navigate these waters and figure out the technology, figure out how to create laws that will protect those that need to be protected, and permit activity that should be permitted to allow this technology to flourish.
Amazing. So in Colombia, we have this phrase that you have to have a very good friend, a very good accountant friend, doctor friend, and lawyer friend. That's been taught to me all my life. So I have the best lawyers that are my friends in Colombia and in Europe and Dubai. So, but this is related to this question I have for you. Is it said that lawyers are going to be replaced by smart contracts, and in 10 years, they will be out of jobs? What is your opinion regarding this, and is it rare or difficult to be a crypto lawyer in 2022?
So it's a very depressing thing to tell someone on stage in front of so many people that I'll be replaced by a smart contract in a few years. But I've heard that debate quite frequently, that code is law, and that's something that's touted certainly in the crypto community. And we'll get to smart contracts in a second. But I just wanted to tackle the other aspect that you said about, is it difficult being a crypto lawyer? I actually love this space. I love the technology. I love learning about it. I love being at sort of the cutting edge of where society really is pushing the boundaries and trying to expand into something new. And that's the attraction for me and why I got into this area of law and this industry. But it is difficult to find good lawyers in this space because it requires not just an understanding of the law, which you should really be taking for granted when you speak to a lawyer. They should know the area of law that they're marketing to you. But they also need to understand the technology, and that's complex. And on top of that, there is a culture as well that needs to be understood that's very different from doing business. And understanding that culture could really be of great assistance to a lot of lawyers that are trying to enter into this space. Fortunately, I don't see many lawyers at crypto conferences, but that's something that I'm hoping will change as we become more relevant. For the smart contracts, the Code is Law School believes that all operations in your contract can be codified. You can turn everything into a if-then operation or a while operation. And the problem is that avoids situations where discretion is required. And discretion is required when we talk about, those human elements of decision-making that sometimes pause a deal or a transaction, and the parties then need to talk and restructure their agreement. So if a tenant is late on paying rent one day, under a smart contract, maybe that would accelerate enforcement and eviction of that tenant. I'm sorry, that's the contract you signed, out you go. But at a human level, maybe those parties don't want that outcome. Maybe one day late in payment is not that big of a deal. And so that discretionary element is still something that needs to be human, and we need to allow into that smart contract. And that will pause the code and come out, and suddenly that's where we'll find the lawyers. And it's interesting and ironic because the lawyers are now going to be sitting in that space that actually deals with human issues. And that's a space that I think, certainly in jokes, is not where you find lawyers.
Yeah, I believe we have to have human resources for the crypto industry all the time, and I believe the human part is very important in making decisions anyway. And by the way, I have very good friends that are lawyers that are in the cryptocurrency space, so I'm happy to introduce him to you.
Oh, great.
So the last question, similar to the question that I asked the CEO of Wave, Sasha, what would you recommend? Maybe we have lawyers here, that are just getting started, they just want to pass the bar. Maybe they just want to join the cryptocurrency industry. What will be the advice number one that you will give them to join in this industry as a lawyer?
What advice would I give new lawyers wanting to enter the industry? I think if there are any lawyers here, attend more events and talk more to the companies that you're advising. Understand the pains that they're going through, because it's very different if you're working at a very large law firm in your ivory tower, looking only at documents and not really getting that opportunity to speak to your client. The trials that every startup goes through are worth understanding and worth knowing, because that empathy, I think, is something that lawyers of the future, as I mentioned before, are going to have to get good at.
Okay. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias por venir el día de hoy a Mundo Crypto. And a big applause, un gran aplauso aquí para mi gran amigo.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
A great interview. It was so interesting. I've learned so much because the legal part, of course, is always basic, Andres. Yes, everything that is happening today at the Wizink Center of Madrid is a great celebration. We've gone from legal to celebration in capital letters. Celebration of the dream that a bunch of kids of Tenerife had, and today it's a business model of success and a way of being and a way of understanding life. Right? Yes, let's see that.
Mark is to dare to take the first step. Our journey began in 2019. Since then, we have not stopped. The vision was always clear, bringing cryptocurrencies to the world, whatever it takes. A vision that, little by little, was becoming a reality that only a few visionaries were able to see back then. Everything was born in a small office in Tenerife, where through hard work, effort, and perseverance began to forge the roots of what would become Mundo Crypto today. Faithful to our vision, we organized the first crypto campus, where our first students had the opportunity to learn all about cryptocurrencies. This would be just the starting point of a long road of trainings. What we did not expect along the way was to encounter one of the biggest crises in our history. At that time, there was still a great deal of ignorance about the sector. The financial situation was threatening the market.
We're asking everyone to work at home if possible, postpone unnecessary travel.
Everything was stacked against us. But if there was one thing we knew for sure, it was that history always repeats itself. And it is precisely in times of crisis that the seeds of opportunity are sown. Training after training, the first traders began to emerge, analysts and investors. And although the environment worked against us, our team grew. Tenerife soon became too small for us, and it was time to take the next step. It was then that the expansion plan began. Our first target was Madrid.
It's clear Mundo Crypto has changed the life of thousands of people. It all started 3 years ago, as we were seeing in 2019. And take a look at where we are. Well, 6 years that they've been in the industry, what they've achieved in such a short time is incredible. Things happen when you have a clear purpose, and bringing cryptocurrency to all the world, no matter what it takes, is what the objective was. Yes, in Andres, Mundo Crypto has managed to train thousands of people, peers and pioneers that have gone to Dubai to grow and to explain why cryptocurrencies have come here to stay. And that's why Mundo Crypto tonight is going to make history, because today in exclusive they open the doors of the Metaverse. I'm thrilled. I don't know about you, but it is the moment that we have been announcing. Let's go into the Metaverse. Let's go into the Metaverse and beat a Guinness World Record, as we've been telling you since the beginning. I've been the whole afternoon telling you that we had to wait a little bit, and there's nothing to wait anymore. You and everyone here is going to be a record of all of us. So we're going to tell you with this clear video clip how we're going to do it.
Ha llegado el momento de que des el salto. El salto a una nueva realidad. Paso 1. Antes de sumergirte en la experiencia inmersiva, deberás conectar tu móvil a la red Wi-Fi de Mundo Crypto. Paso 2. Una vez conectado, encontrarás un código QR en las pantallas que te redirigirá directamente al portal de entrada al metaverso a través de YouTube. Escucharás una melodía para la llegada del momento. Es importante que revises que la calidad del vídeo esté puesta a la máxima posible. Paso 3. Si has seguido bien los pasos anteriores, tan solo te queda abrir el compartimento situado a la derecha de tus gafas y colocar tu móvil con la pantalla orientada hacia ti. Comprueba que el conector de los auriculares esté situado a tu derecha y que el móvil esté bien asegurado por la sujeción. Ya casi estás. Paso 4. Vuelve a introducir el compartimento con tu teléfono en las gafas y conecta los auriculares a tu móvil. Retira el plástico protector de cada una de las lentes en las gafas. Ahora colócate las gafas en la cabeza y ajusta las cintas a tu medida. También podrás adaptar la posición de las lentes con los controles deslizantes de la parte superior. Ya estás listo para comenzar tu experiencia en el metaverso. ¡Nos vemos dentro!
Vale. Como veo que todavía...
As I see that you're still working on it, I know that many of you are set, but we're going to watch the video again so you have more time to put all your cell phone in the goggles and get your goggles set. So let's go. Let's go and watch the video again.
De YouTube. Escucharás una melodía para la llegada del momento. Es importante que revises que la calidad del vídeo esté puesta a la máxima posible. Paso 3. Si has seguido bien los pasos anteriores, tan solo te queda abrir el compartimento situado a la derecha de tus gafas y colocar tu móvil con la pantalla orientada hacia ti. Comprueba que el conector de los auriculares esté situado a tu derecha y que el móvil esté bien asegurado por la sujeción. Ya casi estás. Paso 4. Vuelve a introducir el compartimento con tu teléfono en las gafas y conecta los auriculares a tu móvil. Retira el plástico protector de cada una de las lentes en las gafas. Ahora colócate las gafas en la cabeza y ajusta las cintas a tu medida. También podrás adaptar la posición de las lentes con los controles deslizantes de la parte superior. Ya estás listo para comenzar tu experiencia en el metaverso. Nos vemos dentro.
Well. I think you're still working on it. I guess some of you are already set. What's going to happen now, Andres? It's going to be unforgettable. I don't know if you're aware about the moment that we're about to live. Let me recall that you have to scan the QR code. Let me repeat if you've lost something. You have to scan the QR code that will take you to the access portal of the Metaverse. You put your cell phone in the goggles and you connect your headsets. And very important, you must all be connected to the Wi-Fi network of Mundo Crypto, as we've been telling you. And yes, something really important. You have to take the plastic off of each one of the lenses. Yes, the little plastic, take it out of both lenses.
Hay unos plásticos muy finos. ¿Sabéis? Como cuando compras el móvil, ¿no?
It's like those thin plastic covers that you have in a new cell phone. Well, I always leave it. Well, now you have to take it off if you want to really see. So are you ready to enter the Metaverse? Are you ready? No, this is going to be so strong, I understand. You have already lived something similar, have you? Yes, I really like this Metaverse wave. There's nothing similar. Well, yeah, because there's nothing similar such as Metaverse. The surprise is going to be spectacular. You cannot even imagine what you're about to live in the coming minutes. Yes, and we're going to beat a Guinness World Record. Yes, a Guinness World Record. That's our intention. It's in your hands. You must connect and enjoy and live this experience. We will tell you how this is going to be measured so that it's official. So we're going to make history in the community of the crypto world. You are going to make history. And Andres, I'm eager. Follow the steps. Do you need more instructions? Please let us know and we will repeat. And if you're ready, also let us know with a very loud yes. Are you ready to enter the Metaverse? You need more time? Okay, got it. I think there's people who are already waiting with the goggles. But it's an incredible device. 5 more minutes? 5 seconds? Okay, 5 seconds. This is ticking. Okay, if you're connected, everything okay? So thumbs up if you're okay. If you've been able to enter, well, that night people have to connect the Wi-Fi of Wizink, Mundo Crypto Wi-Fi. It's a very super powerful network that you can connect. Well, this is going to be so cool. We're not ready yet to live this experience. It's part of the process, and everybody needs to couple, and it's just beating the first Guinness World Record. So let me go and get my goggles. Yeah, me too. This is going to be impressive. So people are giving thumbs up. Okay, so you're ready? Okay. Everybody up there, are you ready? Okay, are you ready? No? To my right, are you ready? In the back, are you ready? To our left, are you ready? Can't believe it. What's happening? Oh, come on, down here, I think you're quite ready. Aren't you? Not yet? Okay, let's give them more time. We're not in a hurry. We've got all night long. We started at 6. We started at 4. with all the previous interviews. And until what time are we going to be here? Until where we have to go. Yes, until we're kicked off the event. You've got food, drinks, you're comfortable. Everybody's happy. Maybe our friend that she was asked to get married to, she's gone, and I don't care Metaverse, I don't care about everything, I know that I'm going to get married. Well, you know, we didn't offer to be the ceremony leaders of this wedding in the Metaverse. Yes, why not? We can be a couple in the Metaverse. Well, okay, now that we've got the telephone number of the organization, you can think about us, because we've had these events. I don't want to miss it. Okay, well, maybe I want to know if they're connected. How are you? Are you connected? Okay, 2.5 minutes. Are you ready? Let's repeat. Left side, are you ready?
Okay, right side. Are you ready? I think they're taking the mickey. Okay, down here. Are you ready? So, whenever you're ready. You rule. We think rules. Well, if you know the QR code is, it's up there. You just can't miss it. You can see it well. I can see it from here. I can see it really well, in fact. Okay, the 5-minute guys is ready here. Bibi, are you ready? You can see me adjust the glasses in different areas. I hope you do have enough power on your mobile phone. And it's important for that battery to hold. And we're going to give you a bit more time. So what do you think about the foreign non-speaking community here?
So guys, we have a Guinness World Record today, so everybody can speak English.
Chicos, tenemos hoy
headsets, scan the QR code, because we're going to get into the Metaverse. So I've seen some people, my friends from Dubai, Habibis, please get into the Metaverse. I see some people also from Ukraine. Brooks, please get into the Metaverse. Vamos al Metaverso.
Vamos a entrar en breve.
Okay, so shortly.
Atentos.
Please be attentive.
Últimos instantes para conectaros.
3 last seconds to connect. If you tell us that everything is ready, we'll begin the countdown. Please remember before we begin that we have 150 judges here amongst you from the Guinness World Record to attest and certify that everyone here complies with the requirements. That record is official and legal. They're all scattered around. You might not know who they are, but I've never been part of such a record. So they sure we're here, and we cannot certify this, but they're here to prove that a Guinness World Record will be held today. So on the right, how are you doing? Ready? Yes? No? Okay. On the left, are you ready? Some people are saying yes, some people are saying no. I didn't quite get it, but... So briefly, we're going to begin with the countdown. Okay, we're about to live this experience. Experience you'll never forget. We want everyone to enjoy this. Everyone to experience it. If people do not wear the goggles, they might not understand anything, really. So it's very important to manage to complete the process, even as we'll play the video again with all the steps. Is that necessary? So 1 minute. Do you need the video with the steps? Yeah? That way we give them 5 more minutes. Okay, one last time. Let's go for it.
Ha llegado el momento de que des el salto. El salto a una nueva realidad. Paso 1. Antes de sumergirte en la experiencia inmersiva, deberás conectar tu móvil a la red Wi-Fi de Mundo Crypto. Paso 2. Una vez conectado, encontrarás un código QR en las pantallas que te redirigirá directamente al portal de entrada al metaverso a través de YouTube. Escucharás una melodía para la llegada del momento. Es importante que revises que la calidad del vídeo esté puesta a la máxima posible. Paso 3. Si has seguido bien los pasos anteriores, tan solo te queda abrir el compartimento situado a la derecha de tus gafas y colocar tu móvil con la pantalla orientada hacia ti. Comprueba que el conector de los auriculares esté situado a tu derecha y que el móvil esté bien asegurado por la sujeción. Ya casi estás. Paso 4. Vuelve a introducir el compartimento con tu teléfono en las gafas y conecta los auriculares a tu móvil. Retira el plástico protector de cada una de las lentes en las gafas. Ahora colócate las gafas en la cabeza y ajusta las cintas a tu medida. También podrás adaptar la posición de las lentes con los controles deslizantes de la parte superior. Ya estás listo para comenzar tu experiencia en el metaverso. ¡Nos vemos dentro!
Okay, 7,000 people, we're about to go. We're just doing the finishing touches to try to beat the Guinness World Record with 7,000 people connected to VR glasses. Here at the Wizink Center, we're just finishing up placing the glasses to beat that record, and we've got two guests here, two representatives from Megabots, one of the sponsors of the Mundo Crypto Metaverse Day, Paul, Megabots executive producer, and David, lead development chain. Thank you for inviting us. Thank you. We want to be the World Guinness Record, and we're really amazed. It's incredible that this is happening with so many people, and people loving it. It's just amazing. Okay, the last finishing touches have been applied now. Okay, let's go with those goggles, guys. Come on. Apparently we are having technical problems, but the technical service at the Wizink Center is trying to fix that. So please do not worry. Hopefully that will be solved in a few minutes. So Victor,
Aquí estamos,
what's
Fernando,
going on?
en el centro
We're
del
right here,
Wizink Center, ya preparados con las gafas,
right in the
porque
center
vamos
of
a
the
vivir
Wizink Center,
un
ready with the
momento
glasses, because
increíble.
we're
Vamos a
going to
vivir
go through an
en
incredible
este
moment.
centro, en este pabellón,
Right here,
un World
this
Guinness
venue,
Record.
we're
Veo
going
a
to try
mi
to beat
derecha
the
gente con las gafas,
the
veo a mi
Guinness World
izquierda
Record.
gente con las gafas, pero
You
todavía
can see people with the
falta
glasses,
gente todavía por
but
conectarse
people
a
are
estas
still missing
gafas
to
de realidad
connect
virtual.
with these
Recordemos
VR glasses.
que conectarse a la
As remember that
red
we need to
Wi-Fi de
connect
Mundo Crypto,
the Mundo
seguir
Crypto Wi-Fi
el
network
QR que tenemos
and follow the
cuando nos
QR.
conectamos a esa red.
When we connect to that
Este
network,
compartimento,
we
ponemos
open this
un teléfono,
compartment, we
lo
place our
conectamos
phone
nuevamente,
there, we
ponemos las
connect it
gafas
again,
y ya
we
tenemos
place the
esa
glasses,
experiencia
and we already
de realidad
have
virtual
that VR
preparada
experience
para lo que se
ready
viene a
for
continuación. Ya
what's
vemos
coming
a los
next.
jueces por
And we can
aquí
see the
preparados
judges ready
para
around here
contabilizar la gente que tiene esas
to
gafas de realidad
count how
virtual,
many people
está
are wearing
conectada
those
a esta
VR glasses.
experiencia que marcará un nuevo
People who are
récord
connected
World
to this
Guinness y
experience,
que será un evento recordado
and it
por
will be
toda
an
la
event
comunidad
remembered
cripto.
by the whole crypto community.
Bueno, pues a pesar de esos pequeños fallos, parece
So
que ya
despite
vamos
those technical
ultimando todos los
glitches,
medios que faltan por colocar
it
las
looks
gafas.
like
No sé si los que se han fijado
we're
se han dado
trying to
cuenta, pero
sort
el vídeo
everything.
soy yo.
You might have noticed, but that guy in the video was myself, and it only took about 2
Si
minutes.
les puedes echar una mano
So
allí a
Victor,
todos los que
could
están
you
aquí
please
en
give them a
el
hand,
para
or
batir
give us a
el
hand
récord?
to try to beat these Guinness World Record?
Banco. Vamos a acercarnos para ver,
Well,
por aquí ya vemos
we're gonna
a la
go
gente preparada con las
approaching
gafas
the people.
de
People are
realidad
ready
virtual,
with
por
VR
aquí también.
glasses.
Sí, es verdad que hay zonas en la
There
grada
are
en las que todavía
areas
falta gente con las gafas
where
y
people are
deberían
still
tenerlas
not
puestas
wearing
en breve porque
the
comienza
glasses,
una
but
experiencia que
we should
jamás
wear them briefly
olvidará.
because we're going to
Estamos hablando de un
experience
World
something
Guinness Record.
unforgettable.
Poca gente
A Guinness
entra
World
dentro
Record
de ese libro con lo que tiene ese acontecimiento. Hablamos de las gafas.
that few
recordamos,
people
no nos cansamos de decirlo
have.
porque tiene que ser así, o sea,
And it needs to be that
no
way.
puede haber ninguno sin gafas.
Everyone needs to be wearing the glasses. So let's remember, Mundo Crypto Wi-Fi connection.
Nos metemos en el QR,
QR
y
again.
abrimos esto de aquí. Ponemos nuestro
And
teléfono
we
móvil,
open
la
this bit
pantalla
here.
bien colocada,
We place our
bien
mobile
asegurada,
phone, we place
todo
the screen
preparado
well,
para preparar
and
el
everything
metaverso,
should be
para
ready
entrar en
to
ese
prepare
World
the
Guinness
metaverse
Record.
and join that
Víctor, tenemos ahí alguno del
Guinness World Record.
algunos de los azafatos que van a comprobar que serán
Well, we have some stewards
Sí, Fernando,
from the
tenemos
Guinness
por
World
aquí
Record
a gente
that are going
del
to
World
check
Guinness Record que ya
that
está
that record
viendo
will be written.
cómo funciona todo esto, porque quieras que no, eso tiene un trabajo detrás. Vemos aquí a
There
los
is some
azafatos,
underlying work. You can see the
contabilizando
stewards
a la
here.
gente, vemos cómo están trabajando detrás de todo
We
lo
can
que
see
hay en
how
este
they
evento,
work.
porque un evento de estas capacidades,
This
hay
event,
personas que en el
7,000 people at Wizink Center in Madrid in August, is quite difficult to do. So a Guinness World Record is not easy at all. So this is not new. So with time, we'll wear the glasses and everything will be ready to try to beat the Guinness World Record. People are asking to show the QR on the screens again and join that metaverse experience.
Ya tiene las gafas preparadas, las tienen en la frente, las tienen en los ojos.
Virtual glasses are ready. People are wearing them on their front, on the forehead, or over their eyes. And we're trying to make history here. So soon something amazing will happen here. How do you see it, Fernando, from above? Well, most attendees have their glasses placed on. And for the ones that have already placed them on, ones have already put them on, how are they feeling when participating in this Guinness World Record? Well, there's someone wearing, or with the glasses ready. Are your glasses ready now? Yes, they are. I do have a big head to fit the glasses, but it should be okay. Okay, so let's hope everything will be okay, I'm sure, and people are ready, or are beginning to be ready. Some people have their mobile, other people have their glasses on their head, waiting for everything to begin. These are the Mundo Crypto glasses that will take the Mundo Crypto world to the Guinness World Record, to that book that has the greatest immersive experiences, many different records, and the crypto world and its whole community here at the Wizink Center in August 2022 we'll try to join that Guinness World Record book. How many people are wearing the glasses around you? Maybe they can help each other. Well, many people really. 1, 2, 3, and only in this area, in the lower ground of the venue, there are already many people ready with their glasses, and also on the higher areas, this Wizink Center. And remember, it's very important to connect to the Wi-Fi network of Mundo Crypto, to have the internet connection, enjoy this experience. There are people already connected, and we can see how many glasses are already placed.
El QR ya lo tenemos allí. Recordemos conectarse a la red Wi-Fi de Mundo Crypto con el QR, abrir el compartimento para poner el móvil, cerrarlo y esa experiencia que nos va a llegar al World Guinness Record.
That experience will hopefully lead us to the world, to Guinness World Record. Thank you, Victor.
Y damos paso de nuevo a los presentadores del Metaverse Day.
So let's give the floor back to the presenters of the Metaverse Day.
Problemas técnicos, cosas del directo, como se suele
So
decir.
these are life issues. You know, things
Así que lo que
happen.
vamos a hacer, solución.
So
Vamos a la
let's try to
pantalla
find a solution.
de video wall impresionante y emitimos ahí. No
And
vamos a
we'll
la
try to
experiencia
broadcast
que
there
habíamos anunciado, pero usamos
the
la
experience we had announced.
Vamos a ver.
It's going to take a bit longer, but we're going to try to find a solution.
Tenéis que volver a escanear el
And you need to scan the code again. So please scan the QR code again and let's look at that.
No entiendo nada. Va, pues. Bueno. Hola. Hola. Bueno, el último favor que les queremos pedir.
Last favor
El último
that
favor
we'd
que
like
les
to
queremos
request
pedir
from you
es, bueno, desmonten el móvil.
is to decouple the mobile phone from the glasses, then scan the QR code, and let's play the video first. I know it's a bit cumbersome, but we're going to try to find a solution. In 1 minute, we'll all try to enjoy that. As you know, these things happen when you have live events, but let's hope to sort it out shortly. Well, you requested 5 minutes, we gave you 30. Not bad, eh?
porque no es trivial.
interesante. Hola.
Right. So,
Me habéis dejado en el metaverso solo.
you left me alone in Metaverse.
Yo
What's going on?
estoy aquí.
I'm right
la
here.
CNMV solo. No está nadie más en mi lado.
Along with the CNMV,
Yo esperaba veros
Spanish
a
Securities
todos
and
hoy
Exchange Commission,
conmigo este
Spanish
nuevo
SEC.
mundo.
So I hope to
Hemos
see you
creado,
here today,
como
along
habéis
with me in
visto,
this new world that we have
hemos sufrido
created. As you
algún
may have
pequeño problema de
seen,
red.
we have suffered
Nuestra
a minor
conexión
network problem.
no ha funcionado
Our
como
connection
esperábamos.
hasn't
Hemos
worked
contado
as we
con los mejores
expected.
técnicos.
We've
Hemos
had the
hecho que
best
todo
technicians.
esto pueda ser posible.
We tried to make
Siendo la
this happen,
situación,
but
y me he quedado aquí dentro
this is what happened, and I was left
yo solo.
in here on my own.
Y ahora
And
he
now
decidido emitir el
I
vídeo
have decided
del metaverso que íbamos a ver todos
to
juntos
broadcast the Metaverse video that we were going to
360
watch
con
all
gafas
together in
virtuales
360
en la pantalla
with virtual
2D.
reality glasses.
Entonces,
So
cuando me
we're
digáis,
gonna
estamos preparados,
screen it just on 2D, two dimensions
Vamos a
instead
lanzar.
of 3D. So whenever you're ready, we're gonna show it. 3.
necesito que digáis algo, vamos.
Please say something.
Ok,
Right.
escuché muy poco ruido, ¿eh?
So
No puede ser que
I've
se
heard a
metido el
little
metaverso,
noise.
pero no logré escuchar muchas ganas. Una vez más,
So
todo el
once
mundo,
again,
el grito más fuerte que podáis,
The
vamos.
strongest scream. Please scream as strongly as you can. Please. Okay.
Vamos a lanzar
So
el
let's
vídeo
play the
en los
video
próximos 90 segundos.
in the next 90
Mientras tanto,
seconds.
vamos a dejar
In the meantime,
una pequeña imagen con todos los fallos
we're going to
técnicos
leave
que
you
estamos
a
usando.
little image
En
with
un
all the
minuto y
technical
medio
glitches
tenéis
we're
el vídeo en la
improvising.
pantalla.
So in about
Nos vemos
1
ahora
minute and a half, the video
dentro del metaverso.
will be played on the screen. So see you shortly in the Metaverse.
¿Hay alguien ahí? ¿Dónde estoy? ¡Sacadme de aquí! ¡Wow! ¿Pero qué es todo esto? ¿Habéis visto lo que hay detrás mía? ¿Por qué nadie me contesta? Estoy bien, no os preocupéis. Perdonad si os he asustado, pero en este mundo no necesitas paracaídas para aterrizar. Estoy sano y salvo. Ahora en serio y fuera de bromas. ¿Aún no sabéis dónde estamos? Bienvenidos a la nueva realidad. Bienvenidos al metaverso. Lo primero, me gustaría agradeceros por estar presentes en este día tan especial. Y no es solo porque estáis presenciando el nacimiento de este maravilloso proyecto, sino porque me enorgullece ver a tantas personas juntas encaminadas hacia un mismo objetivo, la adopción masiva de este sector. Llevamos años luchando por hallar la solución de los problemas ocultos que tenemos en nuestra sociedad. Todos hemos adoptado la centralización como un concepto innato que debemos interiorizar al nacer y aceptamos la tiranía que ejercen los gobiernos y otras autoridades centralizadas como algo habitual. Sin embargo, ¿os habéis parado a pensar por un momento en el sesgo de libertad que nos provocan? Vivimos bajo el yugo de las decisiones gubernamentales tomadas por un grupo selecto de personas como presidentes, dictadores y muchos otros. Bajo el control financiero de entidades bancarias, bajo el control personal a través de los datos de las grandes tecnológicas, y así podría seguir durante horas, llegando a la conclusión de que cada decisión que tomamos está guiada por una serie de normas escritas o implantadas en nuestro cerebro de manera silenciosa. En definitiva, ¿en qué se traduce todo esto? Esto se traduce en el robo de nuestra libertad. Llevamos años para conseguir un sistema que nos devuelva el control de nuestras finanzas, de nuestros derechos, de nuestras decisiones. En resumen, que nos devuelva el control de nuestra libertad y de nuestras vidas. No tenéis más que mirar a vuestro alrededor para ver lo que estamos creando en el sector de las criptomonedas. Y sí, no me refiero a alrededor en este metaverso, me refiero actualmente en la tecnología blockchain, desde Bitcoin a Ethereum, a aplicaciones descentralizadas, a solucionar problemas de escalabilidad e interoperabilidad, a crear NFTs, a crear GameFi y Play to Earn, nuevos modelos que te generan ingresos por jugar, productos sintéticos ligados a activos reales y un sinfín de productos más que se han ido desarrollando en esta industria en los últimos años. En su momento lo hizo el Internet, después los ordenadores portátiles y los smartphones. Ahora le toca a las criptomonedas y sus relativos, como el metaverso. Estos últimos han llegado para cambiar el mundo y la forma en la que viviremos para siempre. Pero te estarás preguntando, ¿qué es el metaverso, Manny? Te he invitado para enseñarte en primera persona las infinitas posibilidades que hay aquí dentro. Tienes que verlo con tus propios ojos. Y por eso voy a hacer algo nunca visto en todo el mundo. Hoy, 27 de agosto, en Madrid, sentado en el Wizink Center, te voy a llevar a una nueva dimensión para que entiendas de qué se trata con tus propios ojos. Bueno, es hora de que te muestre qué es el metaverso. Acompáñame.
Buenos días, Manny. ¿Cómo estás?
Buenos días, James. Genial, como siempre. Hoy no voy a hacer mi rutina de siempre, ya que vengo acompañado. ¿Qué te parece si damos una vuelta en el metaverso para que mi acompañante entienda todo lo que hacemos aquí dentro? El metaverso es un espacio digital donde conviven distintas comunidades de forma autosuficiente. Es decir, son capaces de establecer sus normas de convivencia de manera autónoma, a la par que crean una economía interna digital, siendo las criptomonedas su principal medio de intercambio. El metaverso es el nexo de unión entre el mundo físico y el mundo digital, donde más allá de la diversión, una gran cantidad de personas ya se están adentrando con el fin de crear negocio. Buenos días, Steven, ¿cómo va el día?
Hola, Manny, pues la verdad no hay mucha gente en las paradas. ¿Tú qué vas al trabajo o qué?
Normal, Steven, ¿quién va a querer usar el transporte público si en el metaverso no existen límites y mucho menos existe el calentamiento global? Hoy me he cogido el día libre y estoy enseñando aquí a mi visitante todo el metaverso y lo guapos que somos aquí dentro sus habitantes. Venga, no me entretengo más y sigo. Que pases un buen día, Steven. Perdona por la interrupción, pero es que en este mundo la facilidad de encontrarte con alguien es increíble. Y no solo eso, sino que además la mayoría de las personas con las que me encuentro buscan establecer algún tipo de relación, hablar conmigo. Por lo tanto, es un sitio óptimo para hacer networking y juntar comunidades.
Oye, Manny, ¿tienes hambre? ¿Por qué no nos paramos a comer algo?
Bueno, pensándolo, mejor prefiero no ir. Es que en el metaverso aún no he desarrollado el sentido del gusto. A la hora de comer, sigo prefiriendo un buen restaurante en la vida real. Eso sí, creo que le queda poco. Mira cómo el famoso gigante Meta ya está desarrollando soluciones para esto, creando haptic gloves, a través de los cuales se podrá sentir lo que tocamos e interactuamos entre nosotros y con el metaverso. Y por supuesto no creo que paren aquí, y seguro que siguen en un futuro para habilitar todo el resto de sentidos. Cuando llegue ese día, te invitaré a un buen chuletón aquí en el metaverso. No ha visto todo, pero tiene que entender que ya existen varios metaversos en el mercado. Estos metaversos han ganado bastante fama y son similares a lo que habéis visto hasta ahora junto a mí, pero tienen una limitación. ¿Cuál? Que están en 2D y versión PC. En este caso, te has dado cuenta que estamos en un entorno digital simulado en la realidad virtual. Es probable que ahora estés tan inmerso que te hayas olvidado hasta de la vida real. Esta es nuestra gran ventaja. Nuestra creencia es que los metaversos siempre deben tener la opción de los sectores más en auge, el de la realidad virtual. Además, tienes que saber que aquí no hay límites. Ahora me entenderás por qué. ¿Has entendido? ¿Has entendido por qué no hay límites? El teletransporte es posible aquí en el metaverso. No entiendo por qué cogimos el coche. Ahora sí, bienvenidos a Mundo Crypto. Esto es nuestro innovador concepto de metaverso basado en realidad virtual. Como puedes ver, en este metaverso todos partimos de un entorno principal, al que nos podemos unir de manera individual o invitar a nuestros amigos para hacer distintas cosas juntos. En Mundo Crypto fuimos pioneros en el campo educativo. Aprendimos que la educación es la clave para la adopción masiva de esta industria y creemos absolutamente que todo el mundo debe tener acceso a la formación sin límites. Por eso, el valor más importante de nuestro metaverso es que podrás estar en estos entornos virtuales y poder disfrutar con tus amigos del mejor conocimiento a nivel global, acudir a charlas de los mayores expertos de la industria y vivirlo en una experiencia totalmente que ayude a aprender y comunicarte mejor. Si no me crees, en uno de los recientes estudios se demostró que las personas que se educan a través de la realidad virtual son capaces de aprender 5 veces más rápido y viven la experiencia con sus compañeros de clase de una manera más intensa. Como ves, aquí podrás disfrutar de miles de entornos distintos y todos en forma de NFTs. Por lo tanto, cuanto más NFTs, más entornos tendrás. Y no solo eso, sino que habrán miles de horas de contenido criptoeducativo en distintos entornos. Como veis, en Mundo Crypto también tenemos un escenario para realizar conciertos. No quiero hacerte ningún spoiler, pero algún día inauguraré este escenario trayendo al mejor cantante de toda la historia para que tengamos una experiencia musical única en Mundo Crypto. Vamos a teletransportarnos una vez más a otro lugar. Este es un sitio muy especial para mí. Bienvenido al Museo de Mundo Crypto. Este museo no es como los museos tradicionales, sino que en este podemos observar las obras de arte en forma de NFTs. Por ejemplo, aquí tienes mi CryptoPunk, la obra más reputada de mi conjunto de NFTs. A ver si colocándola aquí aumenta de valor. También puedes ver aquí un Bored Ape, otra de las colecciones con mayor renombre de toda la industria NFT. En nuestro metaverso no solo puedes observar las obras de arte, sino también puedes comprarlas. ¿Sabes qué? Vamos a adquirirla ahora. ¿Cómo han subido de precio? Cada vez están más caros los monos estos, ¿eh? Los NFTs son una culminación de libertad. Estos te brindan la posibilidad de poseer de manera certificado el activo que haga referencia, ya sea digital o físico. ¿Y por qué son esenciales? Los NFTs eliminan la capacidad de expropiación que tienen hoy en día las autoridades centralizadas y por consiguiente devuelven a las personas el control sobre sus posesiones personales. Lógicamente os cuento esto porque aquí en Mundo Crypto gran porcentaje de los activos serán representados en forma de NFTs. Esto es Mundo Crypto, donde las posibilidades que ofrecen son infinitas. Podemos educarnos con este nuevo concepto de Learn to Earn, en donde generamos ingresos por aprender sobre criptomonedas, ver arte a través de un nuevo formato, asistir a conciertos como nunca antes, acudir a charlas y ponencias de los más influyentes y un sinfín de posibilidades más. Es decir, Mundo Crypto es el hogar de la comunidad cripto, la piedra angular de la adopción masiva en este sector. Para conseguir este objetivo, vuelvo a remarcar la importancia de tener una buena educación en este sector. Por eso, nuestro enfoque principal está basado en nuestro modelo Learn to Earn. Todo nuestro contenido educativo no solo será accesible desde PC, sino también podrás disfrutarlo dentro de este metaverso y generar ingresos mientras aprendes. En Mundo Crypto somos fieles creyentes de nuestros principios. Las criptomonedas han llegado para cambiar el mundo para siempre. El significado de las criptomonedas, como siempre hemos dicho, van mucho más allá de la especulación. Las criptomonedas representan libertad y nosotros sabemos que la expresión de la libertad converge en el metaverso. Hemos venido para aportar nuestro granito de arena y seguir con nuestra misión, cambiar el mundo para siempre. Sé que estás alucinando, pero espérate un momento. ¿Pensabas que esto era todo? Atentos a lo que se viene, porque si ya has alucinado, esto te va a dejar con la boca abierta. Antes dije que íbamos a inaugurar la sala de conciertos con el mejor artista de toda la historia de la humanidad. También os dije que aquí en el metaverso no existen límites, por eso nos hemos movido teletransportándonos. Algo que no os he contado, que aquí existe la inmortalidad. Y por eso vamos a disfrutar del mejor espectáculo de la historia.
Bueno, recta final del evento del Metaverse Day. Aquí todos están disfrutando.
So here we are enjoying this experience of the new Metaverse that's been presented by Mani Tuani. And now we have with us two representatives of Metaverse, the executive director and Big from blockchain. And we would just like to talk to you a little bit. Mediabots is... It would be good if you could tell us a little bit about the key to Mediabots.
Mediabots es uno de los proyectos que estamos desarrollando en Comodaran Studios. Es un juego, como has comentado, free to play y play to earn. Es una apuesta que hemos hecho por acercar el play to earn.
We've tried to get the play to earn.
Que está más acostumbrada al juego free to play y de esa forma pues
We're very sorry, but in the booth we cannot hear the speaker, and so we will not be able to interpret.
Visto en toda esta oleada de juegos play to earn era que quizás el hacer juegos no era el objetivo primordial. O sea, quizás eran proyectos más enfocados a ganar dinero exclusivamente, sin tener un proyecto detrás que respalde en realidad pues toda esa parafernalia. Nosotros teníamos muy claro que queríamos hacer un juego y hemos apostado en un momento en el que el mercado es completamente bajista en el rollo play to earn por introducir ese elemento free to play que por una parte nos permite la sostenibilidad del proyecto y al mismo tiempo permite quizás a un mayor número de jugadores acceder eliminando unos costes de entrada muy altos que tenían otros juegos play to earn.
Bueno, David, como tecnólogo y experto en blockchain, cuéntanos cuál es el papel de la blockchain en este free to play, play to earn de Metabots.
El enfoque free to play, play to earn es muy importante para nosotros por varios motivos, como explicaba Paul.
Un segundito que volvemos ahora contigo, David. Dame un segundito.
Well, as you know, this video was prepared for you to enjoy in virtual reality. It wasn't possible, but you can enjoy it at home. And now we would like to welcome the ideologist, the creator, who can explain everything about what we're doing here today and the metaverse. So let's welcome now, are you ready? To Mati Tawani.
Bueno.
Well.
Esto es alucinante, ¿eh?
This is incredible, right?
Lo primero, quiero dar las gracias.
First of all, I would like to say thank you to all of you who have come here today, despite all the pressure that we've suffered. It's not been easy. You've all come to the Mundo Crypto event, to the event of cryptocurrency industry. It's a shame that, well, as our friend has said, and in fact she called me Mati, and we have obviously had to improvise a little bit. But I'm going to ask you, please ask all of you. Well, those headsets are a gift to you from us. I would ask you to take them home, and I would love it if you, when you go home, you use those headsets to watch the video that we prepared for you so carefully, because it wasn't intended to be 2D. Instead, it's for virtual reality, and we brought the very best technology. We worked with the very best to ensure that it would work, although we knew that there's always a risk that things can go wrong. So anyway, if you watch it at home using the headset, you'll really be impressed. The first time you use this kind of headset, well, it's like the first time when you saw a smartphone. And that's what the metaverse is all about, that. But coming back to the reason we're here, this new concept of Mundo Crypto is something I want to talk about. And also I want to talk about other situations that have arisen. But before getting started, I would like to tell you an anecdote. I would like to tell you an anecdote something I experienced, and the reason why our company, the people around us, why we all work with great passion towards this objective of mass adoption. This anecdote, it begins well, recently I was having dinner with a person, and other people were invited. There were several people invited, and somebody came up to me and said, well, what do you do for a living? And I thought, oh, I've got to explain. I'm going to have to explain what cryptocurrencies are to somebody else. And I said, well, you know, cryptocurrencies. And that person knew a bit about the subject. So whenever I socialize with people who know about the industry, I have fun. Obviously, it's more fun to talk with people that already know a bit about it, rather than having to explain things from scratch. And the next day I was invited, or this person invited me to carry on talking and have a cup of tea or coffee, and I went home and looked up this person, and I found, well, this person is here today. I'm not going to name them because their privacy is very important to me. And, well, privacy is important. Their family belongs to one of the richest 500 families in the world. So when I found out this, I was amazed, and I spoke to my partners. I said, well, what can I say to this person? Yeah, I know. What am I going to do? I mean, ask him for the secret, perhaps. But anyway, I was just myself, and I just thought, well, why, you know, why they invited me? Why did this person invite me? So when I go for this drink, he said, well, do you know that since the start of humanity we've needed a form of exchange, currency, because if I have bananas, you have apples. If you want to exchange, and maybe I don't want to eat the apples and they'll rot. So I need some kind of currency to be able to meet my needs. And I said, oh, I mean, what? This is nothing new. This guy has called me and he wants to talk about apples and bananas. I was like, nothing I didn't know, but I thought, well, okay, I'll listen. And he said, after that, he said, and you know what? When you produce a lot of this currency, when, in other words, a lot of money, you have, or you are beginning to be what you're really excited about, what you really love. And, well, I began to identify with what he was talking about. Because financial freedom, if you have financial freedom, we can't deny the fact that then you have more time for your passions and to do what you love without having to worry. And so I began to identify with this idea. And logically, money is important in order for you to be able to devote your time to what you really love and what you really want. I thought this was very interesting because it's very strange for somebody at that level to say that money is important when we usually hear criticism from people with financial freedom. They say money is important. It's better to be humble. I was really appreciative to have someone actually openly saying, I love money, because it means I can do what I really enjoy. But, you know, well, this anecdote, this is nothing really outstanding or new, right? And so this is when the most important part comes. This person said, their family is one of the richest in the world. And I would just like to say thank you to this person. Can we give him a round of applause to this person that's joined us? Even if we don't know who he is, because he is here somewhere. This person is here somewhere. This is what really made an impression on me. What they said was, even us, well, because of the current system, we've reached a certain position and we've generated everything that we've generated. That, what we've looked for has been, well, within this system, and not even the ones right at the top of the system believe in the system. And that's why Switzerland exists, Europe, Estonia, Arab Emirates, United States, property and shares, because we could only diversify when we had enough capital. Warren Buffett says that too much diversification is for fools. You should use the unique opportunities that you can find and make the most of them. And when you have, he said, you know, why do we diversify? Well, because we don't even trust the system, because tomorrow there could be a war, as we've seen recently between Russia and Ukraine, and that can take everything away, or an epidemic tomorrow. For example, if I have all of my assets in one basket, they can be affected. We've already seen Airbnb, for example, that suffered after COVID. And this person, they said, you know what? So far, after all of the diversification that I have carried out throughout my life, I have never found anything that's given me greater certainty or security than cryptocurrencies. That's what he said to me. For the first time, he said, you have this idea, this slogan of mass adoption, and often, when you're young, you may choose different paths in your life, but you should remember that the path that you are on, the path of cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, educating people about this new technology, about freedom, you should remember that not those at the top, not only those at the top feel protected, but this technology, this new industry will reduce the gaps between social classes. And that's something I want to look at further. And he explained why. He said that if you achieve this objective of adoption, the adoption of cryptocurrencies, then you will make the world a better place. And that vision that they gave me, well, I'm young, and as of that day, I can say that the slogan of mass adoption has changed quite a lot. And I hope for all the people in the world to learn about the benefits of cryptocurrencies, the benefits of Bitcoin. And we've seen how countries such as El Salvador have or can make great achievements with this essential change, including Bitcoin as a legal tender. Have you seen how much the country has improved? Imagine if Spain managed to do this, or in Europe, if they managed to introduce Bitcoin as a legal tender. I think that's quite far off, but since then I've had a very clear idea about our objective and the passion, which is most important. The passion and the love that I feel for this industry goes much further, because I've realized that I'm right, because Mundo Crypto is not just money, but 200 people that work with passion and love. And this event is not thanks to me, it's thanks to the team of Mundo Crypto. Thanks to the fact that somebody one day told me that mass adoption was important for the industry, and I can convey that message thanks to what happened to me. And now we have 200 people in Mundo Crypto. We are an institution. We're not a group of members. No, we're an institution of 200 people working with passion and love every day in order to continue and advance this industry, to take it to all of the corners of this planet. And that's why we are expanding with our slogan, slogan, or this idea of mass adoption. And today, we've seen that after listening to economists, after listening to exchanges, MPs from the government of El Salvador, listening to a legal lawyer, a specialist in cryptocurrencies, and I'm sorry if I forget anybody, but after listening to all of these people, and before continuing, I would like to just say that this is not a crypto festival, this is a professional conference on cryptocurrencies.
Y ahora, chicos, estoy aquí.
And so, here I am. Let me just grab the stool.
Les voy a presentar.
I'm going to introduce, just as KuCoin had the chance to talk about what they were doing, and just have, as we had FTX talking about what they were doing for this industry, and just as we have heard from governments and lawyers and economists explaining their vision, now it's our turn, it's the turn of Mundo Crypto to show you what we want to bring to the crypto industry and what the 200 people of our company have been working on day and night over the last year.
Desde nuestro comienzo en el mundo de las criptomonedas.
Ever since our beginnings, well, we started out as an educational company. We know that education, and this is very important, I want to make this clear to the press, CNMV, all of these entities. Education is the only way to move towards responsible mass adoption, and Mundo Crypto is working towards that. We are educating people in the crypto industry. We've been doing this since the end of 2018, and we know how our students function when they start out in cryptocurrencies. Well, I'm sure everybody has had this experience. When you start something, you don't always finish. How often have you signed up for a gym and after a week you stop going? You give up. How many of you have begun to read a book and halfway through the book you say, oh, I'd rather watch a Netflix series? And often you don't even finish the Netflix series. How many of you start things and don't finish them? Well, a large percentage. And that happens to students in the crypto sector as well, and not just to us, but in big companies. I'll give you an example. We have Udemy. Udemy is a platform which has been shown to be very efficient. There are different instructors from around the world, and they learn there. You can learn marketing, sales, everything. Udemy has a finishing rate of 4%. What does that mean then? We're not really educating people. Only 4% of the ones that start their training actually finish it. The government give grants because they want people to be better trained. The government, our government in Europe and all around the world, want their people to be trained and educated, and so they support education. They want to educate their citizens so that they are better prepared, and in the long term the country will progress, and this will generate employment and foreign companies. We spoke with El Salvador and they're looking for this. So educating citizens about cryptocurrencies, this leads to employment, which is very interesting and positive. But what happens is that people begin to study and they don't finish. I said a platform, this platform has 4% in Mundo Crypto. We're talking about 50,000 students and less than 12% actually finish. And you'll say, well, I'm right. Many of you will be studying with Mundo Crypto, and you know that maybe 1,000 will have started and there are 30 or 40 left at the end. So how can we fight this if we understand that education is necessary? Education is the only path for teaching people about new technologies. So here we have our new concept, learn to earn. I'm going to explain what this has to do with the Metaverse and Michael Jackson. Learn to earn. This model is the first educational model in history in which we are going to reward students who finish their training. What does this mean? It means that a student will start studying, that student. The student that makes an effort, that finishes the course and shows that they have acquired knowledge with their final exam. And they will be rewarded. They will be rewarded and probably they will receive more than what they spent at the start. So for the first time, we will be the ones providing grants to our students so that they will learn on a new platform. And you might ask, what has this got to do with everything we've seen today? I mean, there may be many students from Mundo Crypto here today. Maybe some of you might have said, well, I love it, I'm learning a lot, it's fantastic. Others may have said, you know what? There were 500 of us. Now there are just 50 of us. And I wanted to form part of a community. Well, here we have a crypto community today. But the student might have wanted to be part of a community, 500 people. And in the end it's just 50. But you'll be rewarded for being one of those 50. Others might say, I want more complex training. I want more. This is too simple. I want to learn about development, NFTs, everything. I want to learn much more. Okay, great. Well, overconfidence is one of the weaknesses of human beings. You have to show how easy it is. Finish the exam and show that it's easy. How will this learn-to-earn concept work then? What's this got to do with the Metaverse? In Mundo Crypto, we believe that education is necessary, and we want to scale up education. Let's be honest. Right now, there are 200 in the company. We can train no more than 4,000 a month. I mean, how can we give them sufficient attention? And for the first time, we are creating a platform. Well, the platform has been created. We have created a Web3 platform that connects different professors from around the world with different students. Just like with Coursera or other platforms and Global and Airbnb, it's the same principle, a platform that brings together people offering and looking for a service. In the crypto world, we know that to scale up things on a large scale and to train, and I would like to say thanks to the Arab Emirates for all the help they gave to me, because they wanted to educate 20 million. Well, when we talked about educating 20 million people, and they said, well, how are you going to reach 20 million people? Do you have the resources? And I said, well, no, but we have the platform in which we are going to connect different professors, different teachers. We provide the platform, the Web3 platform, in which different instructors, professors can offer their courses. You're an expert in developing NFTs. So Mundo Crypto will offer you the possibility to work through this platform for you to train people. And logically enough, those people, the instructors, well, they will make earnings, but why are they going to choose to use Mundo Crypto rather than other worldwide training platforms? Why Mundo Crypto? This is because Mundo Crypto is the only platform in the world that is going to pay the students for finishing their exams and showing that they have the appropriate, the necessary knowledge. They show this with the final exams, and that's our new concept. So we're going to have a Web3 platform, and something I forgot to mention is that the instructors, when they provide their courses, well, it will be the community that will vote to know whether those training courses are efficient and should be on the platform. So, let's say this platform, well, it's going to be decentralized to a large extent in order to bring different people together, and this is a competitive edge that we will have, because on current platforms, Airbnb, for example, Udemy, Coursera, the people and the teachers or the instructors, the ones providing services, are paid at the end of the month. In our case, thanks to Web3 and smart contract, if you're one of the people that provides the service, then you will be immediately rewarded whenever you sell a service. So, here we have an example. This is the traditional world on the left, the way we've been studying for years and years. There's no virtual help. You have to go to class every day, so you waste time. Flexible timetables, an app for students. These are things that the traditional system does not offer. And I'll explain more about this. With Learn to Earn, this incentive doesn't exist. We don't have proof of community or an immersive experience. If we talk about Web 2, well, people have different preferences. You're able to choose the way you want to learn and when you want to learn when it's on Web 2. There are apps and virtual assistants, but this doesn't provide this motivation of the idea of learn to earn. People are not learning, we've seen that, and this brings us to Web3, the new Mundo Crypto concept, which is looking to be a revolution in education around the world. We want educational companies, or we believe that they will adopt our formula in the end. They will end up rewarding the best students, except for compulsory education. Other educational services will reward the best students. Here we can see the benefits. Except for immersive experience, as I'll talk about, we can say that Web3 offers virtual assistants and flexible timetables and all of the rest of the things on the screen. And what's this got to do with the Metaverse? What's this got to do with the Metaverse? It's very important for you to know about something, and that is sustainability. We talk about learn to earn, but there are lots of play to earn projects which are not financially sustainable. But in this case, that's not a problem. Mundo Crypto is an institution with an income, and this is what makes the project sustainable, because the rewards provided to students will be less than our income, and because 100% of the students are never going to pass. We would love 100% of students to pass, but it's not going to happen. So our model will always be sustainable. When we talk about new models, they have to be sustainable. Often, if they're not sustainable, then they are of no use. So we are sustainable in our approach. But here comes the best part. The concept. Well, we were thinking about education, and I thought about the Metaverse, and I thought, well, the Metaverse is just for gaming, but what am I suggesting, or how can we improve the industry? Our institution, our company, and the people that work in the institution, well, we are in our team, we are working in the long term, and we depend on these people for it all to work. We've got physicists, physicists, mathematicians, marketing experts, sales experts, developers, lawyers, everybody in Mundo Crypto would not have their passion unless we were offering something really useful, because that's what's behind our principle of mass adoption. And the Metaverse is related to all of this because we are going to make available to the entire ecosystem this Metaverse that you must look at. You must enter the Metaverse at home with your headsets. This will be made available. It will be accessible to the entire crypto world and community. We are not just the ones who believe in Metaverse. We don't think Metaverses should just be accessible from PCs, but also from headsets. So our Metaverse will be accessible through headsets when we're not talking about 7,000 people in one single room, because the network isn't enough. But the Metaverse will be accessible using virtual reality headsets, and that means that the community can get together. And why are we doing this? Why? Because if it's true that in this model I miss presential classes, sometimes when I'm studying in Web 2, I realize that I would love to meet my colleagues, my classmates. I mean, well, we have the Mundo Crypto community. This is proof of the fact that whenever we have presential events where the community can get together so that people can meet each other, people love meeting other people from the same industry. And somebody from Solidity would like to meet a holder of Ethereum. So how can we get people together if we're all connecting via Zoom? They have to write in the chat and create a Telegram group. And we don't want to still be in the dark ages. And this is what brings us to the Mundo Crypto Metaverse. The first time that we're going to have a Metaverse in which the community will be able to get together in different classrooms, different rooms such as this one, which has already been created, and I showed you at the start, where the community will get together and see their classmates if they want. You will have huge screens where you all together will be trained. You will see that content of your favorite teacher, lecturer. You're going to be able to talk, and you're going to be able to have your own rooms where you will be able to open them, make them private, and accept colleagues and peers to talk. And for example, we have a DeFi room. So if you want to talk about DeFi, you just could go into the DeFi room. Do you want to talk about trading? You open a room of trading, and you will get a lot of people entering in your room to talk about trading. And all that's accessible from your virtual goggles. Virtual goggles where once you're in, you will have your avatar that is going to act, is going to represent your movements. And we are already integrating AI. The avatar you saw of Mani 2.0 already has a demo of AI that can act as me in the metaverse when I'm not there really. So I love to socialize and to meet people. What can I do? I cannot be every day with the goggles at home. So I do activate the AI mode, and my avatar will be for me, by me, in the metaverse with 200 people. And when everything's interesting, and maybe I will, when I get back home, he will tell me, because he will be helping me in my work. But you'll tell me now, Mundo Crypto, this new Mundo Crypto is Metaverse, where avatars will have AI, and the community will join and learn, and we will have a new concept of learning where the first students will be rewarded for having studied, and where also different lecturers, if you are a good lecturer and you like crypto coins and you're an expert, you can load your training and use the community of Mundo Crypto to provide your services. That is Mundo Crypto?
No. Because Mundo Crypto, in its ecosystem, also has the first decentralized press in the story available in all history. The press, because the best education has to be linked to the best information, because I've lived it firsthand. It is difficult. It is difficult. I've lived it firsthand. And we must start rewarding not only the best lecturers, the best students, but also the best journalists of this country and world around, because media manipulation is real, and you have seen it. And because... Why? Why? You know, when you are facing a situation in which the press is talking about you or your company, and the reality, which one is it? Because if you go to social networks and you see nobody that believes it, but they continue to publish. So when the press publishes, let's talk about sports press, because we're Spaniards and we love sports. The best goal ever. You click it, it's the worst goal of history, and you say, well, honestly, you made me spend my time to watch this video with your ads to see that goal, that score, which was not the best score in the story, in the history. Well, the user gets angry. So how is this decentralized press going to work? Well, first time in history, the best journalists, waiting for true information that will not use manipulated information, will be able to publish their news, their pieces. It's going to be at the beginning only about crypto coins, in principle, crypto news, only about crypto coins. They will be able to publish their pieces of work on cryptocurrencies, and if it works, we will expand it to all the sectors, each and every one of them. Events, sports, economy. For the time being, it's only going to be crypto coin. Any journalist, anyone may go in and publish their articles. And in order to publish your article, you must leave the staking, the native token of Mundo Crypto, and if the community votes no, the journalist will lose it. Because that's how journalists that are responsible for a country to be informed, to manipulate information. And that is what it has to be. Once journalists that do their work correctly, they will be rewarded. And how? Because the community will vote in favor. The community will vote in favor. The community will vote in favor of the news published when they like them. And that journalist that is voted in favor will be rewarded for that. So we will manage to have more truthful information, non-manipulated information, something I believe and we believe in our institution is very important, and something that we have been working on for more than a year with the objective of creating that decentralized press pool. And we've been lucky enough to have a wonderful team. At the beginning, let me say that it was not going to be called Mundo Crypto News. It was going to be called Nebulous. Nebulous, way to go. They're there. They are there. Because this institution is made up of those 200 people. And it's going to be called Mundo Crypto News with all our ecosystem. And let me tell you that as of today, it is already available. Though decentralization, and this is very important to be told, will not work until we have a big amount of people and users and percentages per day inside the platform. So we're going to wait for us to be more than 30,000 users a day to activate decentralization. And until then, it will be the Mundo Crypto team, the ones responsible to bring you the best news about crypto coins in a fully objective way. It's going to be the most objective press, and whilst it's in our hands, and as we become 30,000, we will be able to vote. So as we get to the first 30,000 users, Mundo Crypto will be decentralized. So since tomorrow, whenever you want to read about crypto coins, go to Mundo Crypto News, because you will be supporting the real decentralization. Because as we become as many users, as I was saying, we will be able to become decentralized. And this is what we are creating at Mundo Crypto. And, well, you might say, well, you are a group of freaks that are creating the Metaverse in the educational world, and for the first time, students will be rewarded. For the first time, journalists that do their work correctly will be rewarded, and all that is accessible from Metaverse. Is that Mundo Crypto, all that money? Well, there's something more, and that's why we have been working for more than a year in this, because Mundo Crypto is also going to have its app similar to the one of Telegram and Discord, but with a clear difference. How many of you is in a Telegram group or in a Discord group where you're in the community? How many of you? Come on. Okay, I need to have this. Can you hear me? Yes, you can hear me. Maybe someone can come and help me and put this ear aid. Okay, it's okay. So how many of you are in a Telegram group or Discord group where the community... Yes, can someone come in? How many of you are in a Discord or Telegram group where the community, the most loyal community, is not being rewarded? Because we have two kinds of people in the community. If you're in a Telegram or Discord group, you know we have two kinds of people. Which ones are they? Person number one, you're a Telegram group that you love. You help your colleagues, you talk, you ask, you reply, and you're really following everything, and the community is really looking at you, and thanks that people like you are in that group. And then we've got the other kind of people who are there and don't talk, the spies that are there, and it makes me think of the one that has no Instagram but has got a fake Instagram to spy. The one that is there, but the only thing that does is to read from everyone but contributes, with all my due respect, nothing. So, how do we manage for those people in those communities, crypto communities, how do we manage to get massive adoption with everyone, by everyone, for those people in a community that are helping their peers? We have created a new concept, the proof of community, POC, which is integrated in our app that will be soon available. In this app, anyone can create a group. And let's put the example of a lecturer. It's very interesting because we've been talking about the learn-to-earn model. A teacher, a lecturer that's going to provide a training for 3 months, and during those 3 months, he creates a group in our app, unifying all those students. Meanwhile, they can communicate, socialize, to not just to be constantly in the Metaverse. And there, in a more efficient way, they can, in written, talk to each other. So, what do the best classmates do? They help the peers. What does the lecturer do? He activates a button in the chat which is called POC, Proof of Community, which is the same instructor, the same lecturer that will give to its community the amount of Mundo Crypto totems he wants, so they are rewarded inside the community, so the students can vote amongst themselves, so the community can vote the best, and that person, and they will be, depending on the creator of the group or the creator of the channel, how many tokens he wants to vote, that will be the amount of tokens that will be rewarded. That inside the community, that the ones that help the most their mates. But apart from that app, we're going to have a major asset, NFTs. We've got other platforms that already have it, but this is going to be scalable. Anyone will be able to get in, create a group, and only if you have a board date already. I don't want anyone else that has already these features. So we'll have only the people with those NFTs will be able to join your channel. And once again, we make the community wanted to join and create the channels, their groups, as we can do in Discord, Telegram, or not WhatsApp, but as Telegram or Discord, but with a major difference, because that will be connected Web3, and where the best ones will be rewarded, because the creators of the channels will be the ones deciding if they want for the community to be rewarded. So,
vamos con lo que vamos a mostraros.
Let us show you now something else. The learn to earn part. We were fully against, and let me set this clear, we were fully against coming here and just present you a roadmap. We're not that kind of company where it's 200 people, we have been working for more than 1 year, and we wanted to bring products that are already available. So we're more on that side. We're not small institution. We're ready to bring everything that Frank presented. That's why the Learn to Earn More is already available. It has a boost program for the first 10,000 students that will be rewarded with a higher percentage, and then in later on. And why the first 10,000 of the Mundo Crypto students are they going to be rewarded more? Because we need data to have the adequate percentage and know which are the people and know what's the percentage of people that have finished their studies. We are below 12. Maybe we get to increase that. Maybe our mathematicians, our traders and economists in our company can make those calculations to be able to better reward. And instructors, any teacher, DeFi expert, NFT expert, trading expert,
de desarrollo
Solidity development experts. Please, you already have these active to become the first instructors of our web. We expect in the coming months to have a campaign, and we're going to have a campaign to have more than 5,000 lectures in more than 20 languages, because we're working on a plan to work with AI, and we're going to contribute them to upload their text, and an avatar will talk for you, and you put that in the metaverse. This is much more scalable for any trainer. Our decentralized press is already there. It says coming soon, and we have put coming soon because we need those 30,000 users a day to make it decentralized, so there is no manipulation inside our ecosystem, because with those new figures we can control the manipulation so that it doesn't exist. With the proof of community or app, I've devoted less time because we have to wait until Q1 2023, and it's going to take longer. It's just at a beta version, but our metaverse during this year, the first ones of the Mundo Crypto community, you'll have the honor, we will have the honor for you to be the first ones to test our metaverse this year. with these virtual goggles. If you have Oculus at home, and we're going to test that, we're going to look for breaks and failures, and because you know that VR world is at a beta stage. But this year we promise that we are going to bring to our community the tests, the capacity to test environments and join and talk and learn and even enjoy different talks from our lecturers of our platform. And now you might be thinking, Manny, Mundo Crypto, it's press, decentralized press, where journalists are rewarded, but with Mundo Crypto tokens, where the users are the readers of everything, and they are the ones who vote, and it's an academic model where the first time students are rewarded and different lecturers can place their trainings in this Web3 platform, and everything is accessible from Metaverse. Is that everything, Mundo Crypto? Of course, we've got something really important, another piece of information where all our system is fueled because we need it, or our ecosystem from Learn to Earn, decentralized press, and Metaverse is going to have its native token, which is not available yet. It won't be available for the time being. But I was asked not long ago, Manny, what does Mundo Crypto do? What have you been doing all these years? Why are you working so hard in silence? And what does Mundo Crypto do? And I replied, how much time do you have for me to answer? Thank you very much. And I'm sure that you have a lot of questions now. Not only questions about our ecosystem, because of course I've had the chance, just as other companies have done so, to show their project, to show the Mundo Crypto project. And now the time has come for you to ask your questions of any kind. Let's go, Manny. Yes, let's go. Not only questions about the ecosystems, but about anything you might think, any debate that has happened these weeks. Well, let's go to the stools. Let's make it comfortable because you have been talking for some time. Manny Tawani. Well, I think that, well, before starting with Manny, I want to invite you to enter into Telegram, Mundo Crypto Admin, and there you can type your questions. Mundo Crypto Admin all together in the Telegram app, and you can ask questions to Manny, whatever you wish, about him, his ideas, and everything he has been presenting brilliantly, I would say. Let me break the ice. I've got my cell phone here. I'll get your questions. It's Telegram, Mundo Crypto Admin. So we should be doing through our app. You haven't asked me, you haven't prepared this. Well, in short, you'll have your app to get all these questions. But Manny, tell us, how's the day in your life? How many hours do you work? My wife is there. Well, she hates me. 14, 15 hours. But I telework and I go to office, both. I'm on the phone until 2, 3 a.m. And even the free time I like to play video games. I like to video game and I like to read. I have to read every night before going to sleep. Yes, it's a must. And read an article, whatever. I don't care if it's 4 a.m., 3 a.m. I need to read 20 minutes at least. Press articles from decentralized press journalists. And I do recommend it to no one, of course, to work so much. I recommend it to no one. But often we work a lot of hours because that's what we are aiming for. That's what we're cheering for. That's why we're working strong to to get to the objective and not lose what we have already achieved. It's a paradox. A lot of people work a lot to get to something, and some even work more not to lose what they have achieved. So I'm very lucky. If I stop, probably I will lose what I have, and I'm not willing to lose that. Is it tough to be Mani Tawani? You said no, it's worthwhile. Well, I'm Mundo Crypto. We are Mundo Crypto. I'm reading the questions. Do you want to reply to what people want to know about you? Okay, that's what we're here for, yes. I would rather that they talk about ask about Mundo Crypto, because there has been a lot of buzz out of there, and I'd like to reply. Well, we're going to get questions of all kinds. Let's start with one of the first questions we've gotten, and I don't know if you can answer or not. When will the token be launched? We cannot talk about future events, and we're going to keep that private, and we will have time to talk about that when time comes. Another question, why did you talk so much about economic sustainability during the talk? Economic sustainability is important because, well, we've had major companies, SPX, or others that have not been able to come, such as Binance. Why do you have a guaranteed success? Because they have a sustainable economy, a sustainable business. We have seen how in the crypto world, with the recent current crisis, there's been a major problem. Crypto coins, many of the top 10 crypto coins have disappeared because they didn't have a sustainable business model. So I do believe, and so all play-to-earns, some modern ones didn't have sustainable economies. So I do believe that for a crypto company to have success in the coming 5 years, this new era of the crypto coins, after this crypto winter, if you call it that way, it's just for the companies that are sustainable. And let me set this clear. We are sustainable. We generate revenue with the training. We generate revenue with the lecturers. We generate revenues with advertising in the decentralized press. I'm not talking about paid articles, because we're not going to allow that. I'm talking about banners, because that is manipulation. I do believe that paid articles are manipulation. I'm talking about banners as ad only. Yes, I knew this. We know that it's our best stake. We know that our press is going to be so successful that it's going to be expanded to all kinds of topics, sports, economy, events, and it's very probable. We've got here journalists. We've got more than 80 journalists today present in the event. Some have already written nice pieces. Some others have been more critical. I encourage you to start writing in the decentralized press, and you'll know if you're doing your work correctly. So, about sustainability, we are sustainable. We generate revenues through the selling of training, with the fees of instructors, with the advertising in the Metaverse, the advertising in the decentralized press, the selling of NFTs. Each person in the Metaverse will be able to buy NFTs. We're rebuilding instead of lands, we're going to environments. But we'll have time to talk about that. I don't want to explain these products today. And we generate revenues from our B2B model. We're talking about, I cannot say, when one of the most important blockchains, one of the top 10 blockchains, because we're going to create them, they're cool. We're going to create their academies, their schools, because they need developers developing their academies. So with our B2B model, we're creating their school, so that the developers can learn for free. El Salvador, this country, they do deserve a very round of applause, because they're the first country adopting the Bitcoin as a legal cryptocurrency. That is what what we need. From here, and Ayid, all his team, the political party, you are incredible. You are incredible.
Right. So we're trying to create groups for governments when they do accept us, such as the Emirates government. We have the first education license dealing with cryptocurrencies. And we're also looking for educational cryptocurrency licenses in different countries to create those trainings in our B2B model for companies. And we also help large companies with more than 1,000 people. If there's any here, it's very interesting. If you have around 1,000 people or more in your company, we transition them from Web 2 to Web 3 for the whole company to be ready for that. You also have sustainable income through our B2B income. We create schools. And I'd like to add something. Well, we have many questions, Manny. We also have many exchanges with their own academy. The finishing rate is less than 2%. So with our know-how, we make it more dynamic and we convert that. And we're also in touch with them to create their academies. Well, we're getting many questions. Thank you for participating. And they notice your sweater. Is that the new close collation from Manitawami? No, it's Mundo Crypto token. Honestly, MCT. So let's go with the controversy. You've mentioned it, but what do you think about the whole controversy regarding the press? The controversy created by? Who did you ask about? The press, it says here in the question, in general. First of all, I'd like to clarify that the NV series, well, the CNMV, the Spanish SEC, I mean, we've been in touch with them for the whole week, but they're not going to publish that, but we've been talking to them for the whole week. But it's better to publish it. I mean, it's better to publish something a bit more controversial. It's been a political persecution. It's been a media turmoil. Was it that bad? You've seen the economists, the countries, the legal affairs, the educational project presented by myself. Is it that important, honestly? Is it that controversial? What do you want? I'm asking. If there's any journalist here who published the opposite, I'm asking. I don't know where you're sitting, but with all due respect, what do you prefer? Maybe you'd like to go partying, but I don't know, I'm just wondering. So regarding what I think, the most important bit is how institution acted. 200 people, you know what? Media pressure is real. Media manipulation is real. And today we have 200 people in this institution working day and night to do this. And it's very difficult for them, for the parents to call them and ask, where are you at which company do you work? You know how difficult that is? Because that's the harsh reality. So media manipulation is real. Because people in our company had to go through that bad experience, but still they're here, and you are the best. Without you, our company wouldn't be possible, and you are the essence of everything we've created, for everything we've achieved. And basically, we're not gonna get into the controversy, but in my opinion, maybe they just had too much free time in August. And regarding the memo from the CNMV, the Spanish SEC, they didn't even say anything. What did they say? Nothing. It's the same press release they sent to the journalists. Well, due to the media pressure and the political persecution, maybe they just awoke now in August. But why? Well, it was an event at cryptocurrency, a professional conference. Mundo Crypto brought economists and we loved it. Mundo Crypto presented an educational model that is disruptive when the student is rewarded, and they presented a decentralized press. No, they are going to publish anything they want. That's why we bring this press. And we cannot fight. It's an exhausting fight. So it's better to create something. Just let's go and create that press. Well, there is a great interest in training. Many questions in that regard. For example, a question from Juan, computer engineer and developer of Solidity in the last 4 years. I never thought of teaching, but after hearing you, which steps should I follow if I want to be a teacher in the Mundo Crypto platform? That's the kind of professionals we look for in our platform. I don't know where you're at, Juan, whether you're at home or around here. But you can register on the website, mundocrypto.com. You can register on the website, you can go to teachers, you can apply, you need to write down your name, surname, your details, your education, and your learning proposal. End-to-end from Mundo Crypto. Our team will assess it, and if it's correct, we'll go ahead with the process. And which fee do they get? Well, current platforms in the educational model get quite a bit. We're going to get a bit less, so it's going to get a bit more than placing it in any other platform, because as Web3, we advocate for mass adoption, and to have 30, 40 or 50,000 instructors in the long term, we need to compete with large multinationals, and we need to bring the best and sacrifice our own income. So the fees they will get will be higher than in other platforms. And we have a question from a journalist in Zealand. Can we apply for scholarships in our company, for traineeships? Well, that question is best for HR. I'm sure that we do have job offers on InfoJobs. We have 200 people. We aim to be 600 by January or February. That's our expectation with all the products and services we're bringing. So I'm sure you'll be able to apply. Well, I'm going to give you a tip. For these students, well, do become a trainee to get to know the crypto community, and once you know them, you'll know what they're looking for, and then finish your studies and publish your news in Mundo Crypto News in the decentralized press. Are you a future journalist? Publish on Mundo Crypto News, because you get to know the community and they'll reward you, and it's very likely that as a journalist you'll get more than by working in any other media outlet. Okay, we're about to finish. We still have some questions. So how do you define success of Mundo Crypto token? Maybe you can change the question slightly. How do you define the success of Mundo Crypto? So, the usefulness of having more than 30 or 40,000 instructors on our platform, and millions of students, more students than instructors, and hundreds of thousands of global journalists placing articles and writing articles on our decentralized press with millions of users and readers on our platform, so that our metaverse is the link of our whole ecosystem, where we have more users than any other current metaverse in the crypto world, with 50 or 100,000 daily users. That's what I define as success. Mundo Crypto is the reality, the usefulness. Whenever you use a platform, and whenever a platform becomes sustainable due to the usefulness, that's when I define success. And then the last one. And you at Boss Money, so How can I join your trainings? Well, you have the website. Just like with the press, you can go to Mundo Crypto News or Mundo Crypto Academy. But if you go to mundocrypto.com, you can go wherever you want. You need to register before, and then you can go. The FTX guy said it. Go to ftx.com and KuCoin.com. And you can also go to mundocrypto.com and learn from everything we do. And then you'll get all the information, and hopefully tomorrow you'll all become readers of our press. That'll be something very special to me that I've been trying to launch for more than a day, for more than a year, and the day has come. You're going to see some native trainings of Mundo Crypto. Unless we have enough external instructors. Until then, you have some native trainings, and I think none of those will be available until November 1st. Some people were saying that we're going to have trainings available soon, but we have none available until November 1st, although you can book them before. Is there anything left to say, Manny? Yes, there is. Okay. Let me see. So, we are financially sustainable.
Mundo Crypto,
as some people were saying, is not launching any IDO or ICO, not at all. We reward the best students with our new academic model, with our new learn-to-earn model. We do not need external funding. And the Mundo Crypto students, I don't know where you're at, but all of you who did an exam recently will be rewarded with more than you paid for the trainings. Because the best students deserve a reward. They deserve a grant or a scholarship to keep learning and keep educating. Well, Manny Tawani, thank you so much. A big round of applause for him, please. Thank you, Manny. Well, we have the prize draws coming up. And if you allow me to speak for more than 5 or 6 minutes, if you allow me to say a few things here, will you allow me? Technical team, yeah? Great, thank you. So just 5 more minutes. So first of all, thanks so much. Thank you to everyone who came here today. Thank you to all the companies who did support this. I wouldn't like to name you all, but FTX, KuCoin, thank you so much. You do deserve a round of applause. Because with all the pressure we had and with all the persecution, the fact that you are here means you are here for the adoption of this industry. Thanks so much. With the four wonderful economists we've had here today. Thanks so much. Thanks so much to our friends from El Salvador. Thank you for helping make mass adoption increasingly real. Thank you, Sasha Ivanov, the founder of Waze, that got a flight today to come and speak here with us. Thank you so much. Thank you also to Peter for giving us a speech on regulator. Thank you, Brock Priest, the co-founder of Tether. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you to the whole team and to all of you. Thank you for making this day possible. And I'd like to add something else. Can I sit here? Yes? So thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to be honest with you. It's been a very harsh week. We cannot deny that. My team told me that I need to be strong. In this moment, due to all the pressure we were getting, I just can't believe that a political event was asking for this event to be cancelled. Honestly, all this. In which bloody country do we live in? I just can't really explain. When I read that news, I cried. And so I cried for the first time in 10 years. When I knew that the event was continuing, I needed to cry because I could not believe. My team recommended me to be strong, but I need to be honest, I am human. And media pressure is real.
Difícil. Es difícil.
It is very difficult, actually. I know that tomorrow I'm going to still be attacked. You think tomorrow they'll say that it was a great and amazing? Well, was there any danger here for anyone? Was anyone killed? No. All that turmoil, the different political parties, Podemos, PSOE, for this? This? I'm asking, honestly. We have a country such as El Salvador, and thank you, El Salvador. They treated me so incredibly well for going and investing in their country. But of course I will invest in their country. It's guaranteed. Even the United Arab Emirates, they're treating us so well, they're working to help us get an education license, and then we come to our country, invest more than $2 million in this event. To be treated that way. It is difficult with all the media manipulation, which is real. As I said, this is no festival, this is a professional conference. And I do wish you all that for the decision makers, you know, and even older people over 50, the fact they adopt this technology depends on the fact that the social and media manipulators begin doing their work properly, because this is unfair. It's being a political persecution that it has been unprecedented. A political party has called the company that rents out this space, pressuring them to cancel the event, where, please pay attention to this, everything we've suffered in our institution last week has been documented, and we're going to publish it from A to Z. The political persecution has been also being a social and media persecution that we've been subjected to. We have no more time, let's forget about them. This is for all of you. We've done this for Mundo Crypto, for the cryptocurrency world. And this event has placed the cryptocurrency world up here. We have brought governments, we've brought lawyers, economists, crypto founders. We presented a new educational model that is disruptive. So this event just plays the world of cryptocurrencies up here. This is, for all of you, this is mass adoption. This is Mundo Crypto. So thank you so much, everyone.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Oh, he's just ace. Thank you so much, Manny. I was getting goosebumps. Amazing. Well, Manny could be here until tomorrow, but let's go to the prize draws. I know we all want to see them. We've already given some gifts, but let's finish the night with a bang. Do not let your energy down. We're gonna give out the OG currency, the one created by Satoshi Nakamoto, 1 Bitcoin, 1 BTC. A few days ago, on the Instagram account of Mundo Crypto, a post was published with all the instructions that you need to follow to participate in the prize draw. You need to follow the Mundo Crypto account, like the post, comment, tag a friend, share this story, mention the account, and most importantly, I'd like to give a round of applause to all of you who has to come to the event face to face. And we've had thousands of people participating, so a big round of applause because we're gonna get to know the winner. Now, anyhow, we're gonna choose 10 reserves until we check that all the requirements are met. Having said that, the moment has come. We do not have drums. So where will the Bitcoin go? Let's see which lucky winner gets Bitcoin. Can you see it there? Who wants to get the Bitcoin today? Let's see. Okay, let's see. This is the drums. Transmario. Transmario, you are the winner. We'll have up to 10 reserves, 10 replacements, until we prove that all the requirements are met. But I think that the username is Miguel Dar. There it is. Miguel Dar, Transmario. That's a picture. If you are here, please say hi. We'd love to see you, or you can shout. Okay, we're checking, and as soon as we confirm that everything is okay, we'll have the official winner. So we have the Bitcoin. We've given it out already, but there was something else, right? Something else, just a little thing. Let's see. But we've given quite a few cryptocurrencies. So what do you think about a car? Okay, let's fulfill the dream of a person here. We have all dreamt of progressing and getting better. You may have seen this and, you know, like supercars and great cars, luxury cars on TV and TV series. It may sound like a dream, but why not? Well, not just for you all here, but for the whole crypto community that is connected on the networks. We're gonna go with the car prize draw. Just like with the Bitcoin Money, Tawani published the prize draw on the social media. We had 4 requirements: to follow the account, My Tawani, to like his post, and to comment it, labeling 2 friends, and to share these posts on the story mentioning him. So just like before, you had a lot of work to try to get this car. It's an amazing car. It's a really great prize. So the prize draw will be held amongst everyone with these 4 conditions. So to check that these are met, let's choose 10 reserves so that the winner is the definite winner, complying with all the requirements. So let's solve this. Let's see who gets it. Without further ado, because we have no time, let's go with the winner of the car. It's not just any car, it's an amazing car. So drums. Okay. You and I were not prize of the car draw. So we're just about to announce it. TikTok. The dice are cast. Jacuzzi Nicolas is the winner. Is he here? Would he like to celebrate? Maybe he's at home. The picture is loading. Jacuzzi Nicolas. We do want to see his face. If you're here, shout. And there will be 10 reserves to make sure that all the requirements are met. So, congratulations, Jacuzzi Nicolas. I think he was not here, otherwise you could have heard him. So here's a picture. Apparently he likes cars. Looks like he's sitting next to a Ferrari. But apparently he likes sports cars. So, we haven't yet finished. We have something that you might like. The show must go on with Sintonizat. Great genius creating experiences combining magic, passion, art and technology. It's just amazing. And today they're gonna present their show called Bonaura, a show where the feminine strength, their aura and creativity are the stars. So let's enjoy it with Sintonizar and Bonaura.
Pues hasta aquí. Os decimos adiós dando
So that's it.
gracias.
We'd like to say goodbye by saying thank you for joining us here in the Wizink Center for so many hours. We hope you've enjoyed yourselves and, above all, learned a lot. I've learned a lot with all of these speakers, really top level. It's been a real privilege to have the speakers here. Thank you very much to everybody for coming, for attending. We've been here for 6 hours learning and having fun. We've had special draws, and we've had a proposal even. What else could we ask for? So thank you for joining us at the event, for making it possible, and we hope you continue to enjoy this unique story of Mundo Crypto. Thank you.